I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
On the way to lifting the hammer, there are no shortcuts. Every second of every round is a test of your skills, brains, and determination. But as the stakes get higher and the competition gets fiercer, legends are made and champions are crowned.
We are down to 4 teams. 2 will be eliminated today. Imagine being so close and that hammer slipping out of your hands. Welcome to the 6 Invitational. I'm Jackie Jing. Well, first, look at this beautiful crowd. Aw, I missed y'all so much. Y'all ready for some siege action? Let's go. Okay, Fresh.
Yes.
Dev, it's gonna be a beautiful day, am I wrong? This arena, the atmosphere, let's get things going. Dev, the last time we were here, 2020, you were on this desk.
Yeah, wow, it's been a long time, but it's a pleasure to be back. I gotta say, we haven't even started the day yet. It's only 10:30 in the morning and already people are getting energized. I'm so proud of our community. I'm so impressed with everything that the R6 esports scene is able to produce. What an SI we've had so far, and there's so much more to come.
I think every single day of this tournament, I keep thinking this has to be the best day of Siege that there has been. There was a day in playoffs when we were back at the hotel where we was broadcasting from then, and it was unreal. And then yesterday happened. The Siege was excellent, 9 out of 9 maps. The crowd were excellent. It was so good yesterday, but today can top it.
Yeah, and Jack, last time you were here, you were on G2, right?
True. And I was in the crowd because we did not make main stage in 2020.
Oh, sorry, that was a little bit of a downer. Y'all want to know where I was?
Where?
I was sitting right there, dreaming that maybe someday I'd be here.
Oh, Jackie.
And now you are.
Okay, I'm just gonna compose myself. Really happy to be here, y'all, and we have so much action ahead. But really quick, we want to do a recap of what happened yesterday, so check this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6 Invitational. What are you gonna do? Do you swing and pre-fire the angle? Do you know where he is? It's a 1 versus 1. Donkey makes the shot. Iconic, far enough away is good enough. No, Manny will need to clutch. He's flashed 2 and all, and he gets all of them. And Gids to save his team. But a flawless accomplishment. They get it done at the final moments. Foxy's right around the corner. Norris, can he get the better of him though? No, the shotgun wins it out instead. They're gonna find Foxy. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. It's W7M to be the first team in the grand finals of 6 Invitational.
Narrow victories and heartbreaking losses yesterday, and the action continues today. The lower bracket action, man, it has been a wild journey though. Dev, take us back. Okay, let's take a look at the bracket and go through it all here.
I mean, we have finally confirmed our first finalist, and we're down to the top 4, but it was a long road to get here. And well, this is only the last chapter of the Invitational that you can see on your screens. Man, just have a look at Astralis and G2 at the start of that lower bracket. What a journey it's been for them.
I mean, some people could call them the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket. And in fact, Dev, we did. We have called them that because they have started all the way at the start of the lower bracket, and they have been taking name after name after name, and particularly Astralis, because they've been doing it with some very late round jeopardy in the third map.
Yeah, look, Astralis have surprised me. And,
what is on the screen right now? Dev, is this your work?
So this is G2's work. They have been reaping the rewards of their resurgence with their roster. They took down FaZe, DZ, M80, and then Wolves. What's next? Perhaps Astralis. G2 were knocked down to the lower bracket by Wolves and eventually got their revenge yesterday. And here's Astralis. A home turf team almost knocked out in the groups by Cyclops, but they made it on through, and since then, they have been, as you said, Jack, the Grim Reapers of SI.
And they came into every single one of those 4 games, the Sonics game, the Lost One game, the BDS, and the Koi game, as the underdogs, and they've made it work, and they've found a way to win.
That meme, y'all, I cannot. But let's get serious here. There's really exceptional teams here. We got quite a mix, veterans and novices, Jack.
Yeah, we've got a rookies and a veterans graphic to pull up actually to talk about just the people that have made this main stage. And it goes all the way from Spiff and Nuas right on the end there, where, you know, you're looking at a rookie, particularly in Spiff, that came straight into this tournament and has managed to make the top 4, all the way to Fabian on the end, and I appreciate this is his coach, but he is about, well, it says he's 28. I believe he's about 46 years old, but he's got 6 major championships, so we've got a big range between our players here.
I swear the age numbers have been fudged here for Fabian. But, well, I mean, there are some serious legends, and these rookies, I think, are now etching their names in the book of legends. Players like Spiff, his debut as a professional player was in the 6th Invitational, and he's made it to the top 4, potentially going to go further. Nuas, the best player in the tournament, only started playing a year ago. And then you've got players like Foxay. This is his 5th 6th Invitational in a row, and he's playing it in his home city. Julio, the most experienced player in the game, overtaking Nesk just yesterday to win his 2nd hammer, and Fabian potentially to be the first player to win 3 hammers, 2 as a player and potentially 1 as a coach.
Some exceptional players and legends on there. Fresh, I want to dive a little bit deeper, though, into how teams are playing here at SI. Talk to me about the Defender Trinity.
Oh, well, with the Defender Trinity, we have got Azami, Valkyrie, and the Holy Solace up there. Now, those 3 defenders are currently defining the meta, and they define the meta in different ways, because Solace is all about disrupting attacker drone networks, Azami is all about layer and utility, and Valkyrie is all about information for essentially free kills. Now, the big thing that these 3 defenders all have in common is actually that they are the 3 most banned defenders, but whilst they are banned, when they are unbanned, they are the 3 most played defenders at the same time. They are having such huge influence inside of every single game.
And as you can see, in terms of iconic and notable players, well, we have iconic from Astralis for Solas. And of course, we've got Doki, incredibly powerful Azami player, the best at SI so far. Valkyrie gets banned a lot more than the other 2, but when she slips through the ban phase, you just know, as you said, free kills. When you've got information is the name of the game. That's why Solas is so good. She denies and gathers at the same time. Valkyrie, when we do see it slip through, I can't wait to see what these highly talented players are capable of pulling off.
Okay, Dev, I want to talk to you about the flashy, chaotic plays that we've been seeing on attack. Break it down for me.
I mean, we've got some amazing defenders, but the amazing thing about the new meta is the high-risk heroes.
Love it.
Of the current 2023 brand of Siege. Ying, so highly banned, and yet we have some astonishing plays when it is left in and picked. Players like Alamau. I'm also thinking about players from W7M who really relish in this opportunity to create chaos. Flashy plays is quite a literal phrase when it comes to Ying, and Dokkaebi and Nook, I think, just continue that.
And look at the ban rate of these operators as well. We have completely shifted in the meta of attackers where we're looking at banning these kind of crutch operators, these high-risk heroes, as you call them, that can define a round where an attacking team doesn't have to do, like, 100% of their due diligence. Just for reference, Thatcher, the operator that used to be for years permabanned, is now the 14th most banned attacker.
Wow.
There are 13 more favorable bans than Thatcher, and I think that is an incredible showing of where the attacking meta is at today.
Yeah, and I think furthermore than that, you look at players that really specialize in these operators. I'm thinking of a guy like Alamau. People don't want to play Dokkaebi against him. It is his most banned against attacking operator. People are constantly trying to deny him of that ability to get that information without having to drone. And we talk about risk taking. That's the way that you can mitigate these risks, by bringing this utility that enables you to relish your individual talent.
All right, well, we cannot wait to see what today brings, but let's break down the schedule real fast. We are down to 4 teams, people. The lower bracket semifinal, Astralis versus G2, starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. Then we have the Year 8 Season 1 reveal panel. Ooh, wait till you see what's cooking. Finally, the winner of Astralis versus G2 plays OXG in the lower bracket final, starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. The big question, who will meet W7M in the grand final tomorrow? Super excited to get this all underway. How you feeling? Am I the only one?
You are not the
jitters.
only one, Jackie. I'm so stoked. Just being here yesterday when that opening ceremony was going on, seeing all of the matches. There's an SI energy you just can't top.
Yeah, I'm feeling nervous for the fans of G2. I'm feeling nervous for the fans of Astralis. I'm feeling nervous for the fans of OXG because we lose 2 more teams today and then we will have a grand final. It's all coming to a head. But again, I am more in anticipation of the high quality siege that we're going to see today.
Aw, well, I'm excited to get it underway, but we're going to take a short break. All of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
20 teams made the trip as Siege came home to Montreal as we look to crown another world champion. Welcome to play day 2 of our finals here at SI 2023 at Place Belle in Montreal. Now, I can hear the crowd. There's a little bit of a rumbling going on behind me. Just a little bit of a rumbling going on. Now, we've seen LATAM Zone W7M claim that coveted spot in the grand final where they will compete on Sunday. But who will they be up against? First, we've got to get through another lower bracket, best of 3. Waiting in the wings is Oxygen up next. But it is time to find out who will make that next big step. Montreal, are we ready? Me too. Let's meet the teams.
We're going to approach this weekend just like any other day. We'll be playing until we stop playing. Astralis is really weird because when we practiced them before the event, they were so bad. So I don't know what's changed, but like now they're looking scary. Don't really know their weakness. I would probably say it's like, again, in their backline players, maybe like not performing as well. Gonna make light work of you, Astralis. Let's go.
I mean, biggest preparation for the main stage is kind of staying off of like the social medias and making sure you're just keeping it all internal. I mean, G2, you know, they're a great team. They have high energy. They have a nice attacking style that I like to see. You know, Alan, I'm good friends with him, so you know, they're just a good team. Message to G2 is, I can't wait to play you guys. You know, you guys are kind of dogging us in the scrims, but it's time to get that revenge.
These teams want to hear you as they make their way onto the stage. Starting things off, there's just something different about them this year, and we're all here for it. It's G2! A hard-fought victory over a resilient Wolves side ensured they make this walkout here today. You can see him, a 2-time world champion is sailing this ship. And this ship is full of self-confidence and high expectations. Their opponents, however, will want to end their journey here and now. Underestimate them at your peril. When their lives are on the line, they shoot for the stars. Astralis! As they skip along, I've never seen an entrance quite like it. They have been sparking out big names for fun. And with a player on their roster sensationally making his professional debut, they have an incredible amount of support here in this live crowd. And let's not forget, look at him. Batman. Our 2 teams are all set. They are ready to go. But before we get them into the server, it is now time to cross back over to our wonderful analyst desk. And this is the first time I get to say it. Over to you, the beautiful Jackie.
Ian, you shouldn't have. Everyone's been saying beautiful Ian, though. Am I wrong? Doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much, Ian. But we got a lower bracket semifinal to talk about. Dev, this is the old guard versus the rising stars. Am I wrong? Also, Spiff skipping out here. Like, let's just give him kudos. That was adorable.
It takes a lot of guts to walk out on that stage, and it takes a whole lot more to skip out onto it.
Aww.
Jackie, this is a classic Europe versus North America. We've talked yesterday, I believe it was Jesse, pointed out the home turf advantage we've seen. What continent are we on right now, Jackie?
We're in North America.
I couldn't quite tell. I couldn't quite hear the crowd.
There was one guy. There was one guy who told
Am I
us.
wrong?
Well, we'll see who they support.
I was like, come on, here we go.
Out of Astralis and G2.
Yeah, but as I was saying, we have some veterans here that we definitely have to highlight, G2. And then I was saying, the rookie Spiff, like, talk to me about this.
Yeah, it's we've not seen G2 at this main stage for what, 4 years?
Yeah.
4 years now. It's been a long time. Like you say, I was previously on the roster when they were last at the Invitational in Montreal in 2020. It's not gone well for them. It's been a long old drought for them in terms of winning events, competing for major trophies. They're here. They're in the you can argue it as like a semi-final type day. 2 lower bracket games. Of course, they've not done it the easy way, but they never seem to with this roster.
And I feel holistically, this is a match between the new blood and the old guard.
There it is.
4 years without glory? Y'all cruel. Who put this in?
Look, I was feeling nostalgic. I was a big G2 fan back in the dominant days of 2018, 2019. But where have G2 been since then? Nowhere. It's been a hard 4 years to be a G2 fan.
We challenged this NA crowd and they're saying 1 more year. I think that means 1 more Red Cross. That's what they want. It's been a long old time for this organization. What I will say, it's been great to have them back though, in terms of the team and the organization back on the main stage for Rainbow Six.
And if we're going to talk about G2, we got to talk about Fabian. Am I wrong? He's the talk of the town right now. And he has an impressive record against NA. Am I wrong?
What do you mean impressive record? He dominates NA. I mean, the crowd might not agree with me.
Oh, NA ain't happy to hear that.
Am I wrong?
Are you wrong? I don't think you are. What's the record, James?
The record as it currently stands for Fabian, I believe, is 16-0.
That is absolutely incredible. He just does not lose to this region. And now we've got 2 records that will go head to head. We've got Fabian's record against NA, and we have got the home advantage record that NA or any home advantage hold at a LAN event as well. One of them has to be broken today.
And on the line for Fabian is to be the first person to win 3 hammers. And talking to Pengu back in the green room, he's obviously got a bit of G2 bias, got a bit of G2 blood in him, but he said, they can't win the final because he can't have more hammers than me.
Yeah, imagine. Pengu will be running up there like, I'll lift at the same time with you. Now,
we'll be coaching Astralis last minute, trying to get them over the line.
Okay, well, from one great coach to another, let's talk about Callout from Astralis. He spoke with Siege GG about their strategy. He said, quote, we've got to start being comfortable taking more risks and let our
nuts hang low.
I'm not reading that.
That's what he said.
And let
That's
our
what
what?
he said. He said, and let our nuts hang low.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that. Okay, thoughts on that?
I think we saw a stylistic difference between how they played in groups to how they turned up in playoffs. They really, as soon as they hit the playoff stage, it felt like the big stage for them. They were making the plays. We keep talking about this chaotic energy for Astralis. We keep talking about the clutches and how they keep running it close. That is a product of them having that conversation, that very direct and honest conversation that they had with each other about groups were not good for us. We need to improve. And if that means our nuts hanging low, that means our nuts hanging low.
And it takes a lot to have that much self-belief. These guys were talking about it in the interview. Doki said, we destroyed them in scrims in the lead up to this event during the practice for the group stage. Astralis only won a single game in groups. And yet they've made it to the top 4 at the 6 Invitational. They say that we know how to beat them. We know that we can do it. And they haven't let any of these setbacks get in their way.
Okay, so Colin also said in that article, we know how to beat them. Reading that literally gives me chills. I mean, he's doing something right because Astralis right now, they're like the clutch team, Dev.
They're not like the clutch team. They literally are the clutch team.
Oh, good.
Have a look at this. Clutches per map, 1.13. Nobody can touch them. Nobody in the tournament has as many clutches as Astralis, and it comes down to a couple of things.
I actually think that would even go higher should you do that just per maps for playoffs.
Yeah.
But it does come down to a couple of things. They have the clutch king in J90 in terms of like he has got the most clutches out of anybody in the 6 Invitational, not just at this event, ever. Like this guy is on fire when it comes up in those big moments and he needs to bring a clutch out of the bag.
J90 has been unstoppable this event. 9 clutches. It feels like every single game he puts the team on his back in those tight scenarios. And I believe it was Leon from Koi who tweeted out, look, at the end of the day, we feel like strategically we won that map. We played our best Siege. We just lost a couple of clutches. And that is the difference between winning a hammer and going home early.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the energy of these teams. Alamo came out here and was like hyping up the crowd before Ian was, you know, just like screaming at people. So talk to me about G2's energy and their mentality.
Well, Alamo seems well up for it this whole event. Like you say, he was out here hyping up the crowd before we were live. He was out here shouting at Astralis before we were live.
And
he's been doing it the whole event. And, you know, just a word on him, actually, and his energy is one thing that I want to like talk about, is that he has done a lot of growing up from the Alamo that we was being told about 6 months ago when he was on a team with Prano and with Citizen where he wasn't the main agile, where it wasn't his vision. He's had to do a lot of growing up to become essentially the team captain of this roster. And he adds their energy as well. He is a huge component in this G2 team and a huge reason behind their success.
And despite Alamar not being the most experienced player on the team and being a relatively new addition to players like Virtue, who have been around since 2020, Alamau is the only one on this roster to have won an international trophy. With Team 1, he was the champion in Mexico in 2021.
And that was a dream run as well.
It was.
They were nearly going out, right?
And now Alamau is a leadership figure on the team. But it seems like you guys actually want to hear about Astralis.
Well, it's interesting because Iconic, cool as a cucumber. We see Spiff skipping out here. What did the coach say again? They're just going to let what all hang out today?
They're going to let their nuts hang low, Jackie.
No.
How many times do you want me to say this on a broadcast? Oh, it's
you cancelled.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I think
Definitely a different dynamic with them, for sure.
100%. These guys are rising stars, as we call them, and they are not letting up here on the big stage. We thought perhaps the pressure would get to them, but being able to say things like that, being able to come out onto a debut at a 6 Invitational like this, it is something different.
All right, I believe we are ready to move into the map ban phase and get that information up on the screen. So just bear with us as we try to do that really quickly. And we're getting our players in their seats, getting everything coordinated. All right, here it is, gentlemen. What do you think?
so. I expected that G2 would ban away Border and Bank. I think it's the 2 pretty good maps for Astralis, and obviously G2 not huge fans of, well, especially Border, but Bank they're respecting the Astralis. Now, here comes the interesting bit for Astralis. In most of their playoff games, or most of their best of 3s, Astralis have banned away Clubhouse and Chalet. They've allowed them through. They had to know that if they allowed Chalet through, G2 was picking it, because the preference for G2 is a long-term preference on that map. G2 would have known, again, Theme Park is pretty much one of the #1 preferences for Astralis, leaving that open. We would always head there, but G2 like that as well. Now, the decider map of Villa, we've got away and taken away the low preferences for each team, and we're left with Villa, which in this tournament is a middle preference. It's like 5th preference for both of these teams. So the whole veto feels very, I would say, scripted. Both teams get a map that they like, but the Chalet, for me, is the big one because it was Astralis' permaban.
I'm really interested by this, Fresh, because while it does seem somewhat scripted, I do wonder the mentality for Astralis here. As you said, not banning their most common bans in Chalet and Club left it wide open for G2 to pick, and I think perhaps there was a bit of a gamble, because with Chalet, right, G2 obviously historically highly prefer that map, but the only time they've actually played it at SI, they lost it to Wolves 8-7.
Yeah, and I think that we saw yesterday is that when G2 played Wolves yesterday, Wolves came with a very, very specific...
Well, they can let you speak, maybe not.
We'll leave the copy. Wolves came with a very...
We're quiet. We're like, oh, okay. Do your thing.
Yesterday, Wolves came with a very specific counter-analysis plan for G2, because G2 seemingly don't change a lot on the day-to-day, ready for their opponent. if Astralis have identified a win condition in that game that G2 played against Wolves, then I am absolutely sure that there is a specific reason. You don't leave a permaban open unless you have a very specific plan for an opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we do end up getting to map 3 of Villa, you mentioned it briefly there, it's a fairly highly banned map for both of the teams at SI so far. But if you look holistically, G2 are actually on a 4-match winning streak on this game, and Astralis on the flip side stunned everybody when they took down BDS 7-5 on Villa. And so I do feel like this is a sleeper map, a potentially highly strong pick for both of these teams should we get to that decider.
It's feeling like it's going to come down to Chalet, right? Because Chalet is the big unknown. We know that both like theme park. We know that Villa's a mid-map for both teams in terms of preference, but good in terms of results. So it's all about this question about, can Astralis upset G2 on Chalet? I think that will be the determination. It's Astralis, so we're probably going to head to 3 maps regardless. Probably 15 rounds in the final of the 3rd map. But yeah, I think that's the big win condition, is whether Astralis can get over the line on G2's map pick on Villa.
All right, it's prediction time. Talk to me, gentlemen. Who wants to be in the hot seat first?
Oh, you're going to put me in that. Stick me in that.
Is this a G2 shill I see right here?
No.
You see,
Oh, no.
I don't win. I don't win whichever way I go here because, for one, I am known pretty much across the UL as the G2 hater because I hold them to such high regard.
Yeah.
But also, I'm going for G2, so I'm going against the NA crowd as well. I think G2, and I keep saying this about Astralis, I've wrote them off every single prediction so far in this lower bracket, and I feel like they are cats using up their 9 lives. And I do think that ends today with G2.
Look, Jackie, for me, there were no two ways about it. At the end of the stage 2 of playoffs, I'd finished talking about the G2 M80 game where G2 won that. And I said, well, with M80 going down, that means that after Astralis get knocked out by BDS, it's only going to be Oxygen representing NA. And I looked a bit silly after that. So I'm never going to second guess Astralis again. I had to lock them in for this game.
All right, well, are we ready? I need this crowd to get super amped. Okay, can some of you get on your feet for me? Can people get on their feet? Let's go, come on. Oh, I love it. I love it. It is absolutely electric in here. Love the atmosphere. Well, without further ado, Penguin and Tiro, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jackie, and thank you so much to the crowd for showing some energy at this matchup. For Fabian, he is staking an incredible streak that dates back half a decade against a team that will not die in Astralis.
Yeah, and you know what Fabian had to say about it before the game? He said, it's gonna be easy. But knowing Astralis, it will never be easy to take them down because they're still alive in this tournament despite all the odds being against them.
You know what else he said?
What?
He said that he will always be ahead of you because he's going to win his 3rd hammer and you're going to be stuck at 2.
Yeah, and the confidence in Fabian is always there, but I have to say, Fabian, this one might be a bit out of your level because Astralis, they look like the better team so far.
He's just playing to the crowd. He played for G2. He doesn't believe that.
All right, come on. G2's always got the magic in the Milan events. It's Invitationals. Anything can happen.
How quickly you turn your allegiance.
How quickly the crowd turns as well, isn't it?
Unbelievable. Let's get ready to go on to Chalet for Astralis versus G2. Winner has a date with OXG.
Oh.
If G2 want to make it to the grand finals, Fabian's streak against this region will need to remain perfect. It's going to be a long run for whoever wins this match.
Oh, yeah. 2 best-of-3s in a single day as well. Ben's going out, Lion targeted by G2, Ying from Astralis, pretty normal stuff so far. Defenders coming out, it's going to be the Valkyrie. That information game is so prevalent at this event. When Valkyrie's open, always played, and more often than not, just always banned out. No team wants to deal with that. Woo! Solace, again, Astralis, saw them yesterday. Really utilizing this operator on border against Core to great effect, kept them in those rounds. G2, well, they remove it from play. Chalet can quickly become a bloodbath of a map. And Jack said on the desk, fresh that is, that G2 don't really change a lot of things around, going from, opponent to opponent. And Fabian's mentality as a player, and I'm sure it's the same as a coach, is that you keep the macro the same. The overall picture, the strategy is similar. You change up the micros. The small, every single round adjustments from individual players, that's where G2 is going to be looking at strategically to change up from opponent to opponent.
All right, looking at this defender lineup, nothing really stands out to me here. It's not unusual to see a Warden anymore. Nick, he is a very high prevalence rate. Frost on Chalet is about as meta as you're going to get, whether you want those Frost mats to be near the bomb site or whether you want them off site.
10 seconds to go.
Forrest, I'm looking at you. 5 seconds, don't disappoint me.
He's locked in the blitz.
Yep, there it is.
How is this gonna work?
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
That's what I'm wondering as well. I mean, this is a kitchen dining bomb site. There's no easy access points for the attackers, and when you pair a Nomad with a Blitz, it makes me question, are we going fast or are we going to be going slow? Well, Astralis, they want the map control, that's very evident. Spawning on library side, going to the roof, starting to establish these entry points. I think this Blitz is more of an execute-oriented operator later in the round, perhaps.
The only smokes that are on the board are in the hands of Forest Blitz, so don't have to worry too much if you're Ali Mao. You know exactly where those two are going to go down, and that's about it. Lots of grenades, though. Unsurprising to see the joint slam. Oh my goodness, how on earth? Virtue gets caught with his pants down inside of the bathroom, and he's as good as gone to Iconic. Nice start from Astralis, and now Iconic's gonna get one as well to Forests. Alimo is down, they're in the middle of the bomb site. What is happening?
What?
This is the tempo that you know they need to set. Doki gets Alimo back up, but then he gets finished off. Doki in a 1v5 with the Diffuser going down, Logic bombs going off. Will herald Doki getting back to the bomb site. The Diffuser's gonna run away. What is this beginning from Astralis?
So dominant.
They did the same thing against Koi. They want to catch you off guard. Now there's no Warden. It's a perfect time for the smokes to come out. Doki ensures it won't be a flawless round. But this is a big ask. 4 more kills on the board for Doki. Will he get any of them whatsoever? Astralis in the post plant using drones, still maintaining intel. Nice read by Doki. Takes down Iconic. Forest low on HP as well. Doki caught in a crossfire though, can't get into the bomb site. Stunner of a first round for Astralis.
It's too early in the morning to be rushing like that. It's 11:07 a.m. local time, and Astralis, they don't give any map control for G2 despite them being the defending team. You see it,
how does Forest do
hesitation.
That? How does he do that?
Just goes for it. The trades on the side are there, 2v1, constantly flashbang goes out, 0 chance for G2 to fight back anywhere on the map. What a great start for Astralis.
This is exactly what they did against Koi on Koi's map, a bank, map number 1 yesterday. Astralis gets in, they get in very quickly, they set the tempo. They know that they want to knock you off of your stride. The one thing that I will question about G2 through this entire matchup is that mental. And it was something that the talent discussed yesterday when going over expectations of this best of 3. G2's mental has had some issues before. Being able to keep yourself in the game and being able to reset when things go really bad. You saw Fabian finally break, what was it, during one of the days of the group stage?
Yeah.
Well,
5 seconds left before
how long until G2, if Astralis keeps playing this way, how long until G2 finds themselves in a position
locate a bomb and defuse
where mentally they're just not in this game? Well, they're bouncing back quite well. Ali Mao will go for a spawn peek right now, looking through balcony window. Is he gonna get one? Doesn't look it. But Doki does.
Yeah.
The Clutchmaster Supreme of Astralis and J90 is down for the count. Looked like Benja might have gone for a spawn peek too as he takes some damage before maneuvering back upstairs to library.
This is G2 trying to take back control from what they had lost in that previous round. That is the mentality that Fabian has been whispering in the ears, or yelling rather, onto this team. If someone takes control away from you, you need to get it back. Do not let them set the pace for too long because you start losing so many rounds, start doubting yourself, and confidence is king in these rounds.
Speaking of the king, spotted as the Nook will emerge over by Trophy. Taking some damage. Astralis nowhere near that same level of interest in getting in the building. Comparison to round number 1. They've got lots of drones left. They've only lost one so far. So it's not a matter of poor information. Maybe just they can't follow up on it the way that they want yet.
Yeah, waiting for Iconic to make an opening, playing cautiously so far. We saw Iconic on the nuke against Koi, always finding value every single round, just waiting for his teammates to make some noise.
And there's Iconic to equalize. Virtue goes down to one of those nades. Iconic has control, and oh my, he sees another body, but Benjamaster. The answer to G2's problems. Astralis keeps it close. 2 picks, 1 on Repel. Blur inside of the bomb site. Holding down the fort from Astralis. Joki was roaming. Can he get back? Consolidate? There goes a logic bomb, and Astralis hears both of the phones start to ring out.
Yeah, if Spiff can get into position, he can just plant for free. There's no bomb deny.
That's exactly what's happening. Diffuser at the halfway mark for Spiff. Shuttle on Repel. He's continuing the hard work he put in yesterday. Blur finds himself at a post plant inside of office. One player from Astralis out on the balcony. Blur has no idea where they are at the moment. Astralis will exhibit the same level of patience, allowing G2 to walk into their crossfire. Spiff is credited with the final kill. Astralis move up 2-0.
I just want to point out that Astralis have only played Shelly a single time with Spiff on the roster. And I mean, Spiff just joined, so having even played it a single time is something. But it's a 2-7 loss against OXG in SCS, that tier 2/tier 3 league. Now, of course, OXG, they're a tier 1 team. They're here at this event as well to be up next for the winner of this matchup. But Astralis, they don't have a lot of experience in, competitive play on Chalet with Spiff. And a lot of people are questioning, G2 made a great move picking this map, but in the first 2 rounds, Astralis clearly prepped and ready for this. They have the answers every single time so far.
Yep. A valiant start from Astralis so far. I always enjoy a good chalet for a number of reasons. It does fluctuate between being friendly to the attackers, as you see so far, and, well, being a more defender-sided map, like pretty much every single map that we have at this point.
Yeah.
If you look at the 3 maps that we are playing today, we might only need 2 of them. Not entirely certain that Villa will come into play.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
But these are middle maps. None of them are played all that regularly, right? They were played Chalet, played 16 times so far. Theme Park played 17.
I was going to say, between G2 and Astralis, they've played half of those games, I think, between each other. They both love the map.
Villa, the lowest played map in dead last.
Okay.
As for Chalet, 57% of all rounds won by the defenders. That's a common refrain. Every single map having the distinction of being defender-sided at the moment. The only bomb site that breaks in favor of the attackers is Bar Gaming, and that's by 51 to 49% of all rounds won. So basically the same amount of rounds won by both sides. Pretty remarkable feat. So for Astralis, if you look at those numbers, same as we said yesterday on the match, you're looking at getting maybe 2 rounds on attack. Astralis have already hit that mark.
Astralis opened up the main breach on this snowmobile wall towards the bomb site, now hitting the backside instead. If these Twitch can get the mirror windows, yep, good value.
They know exactly where Blur is. Forrest gets the ping, but still loses the engagement either way. J90 has the follow-up. Now it's Spiff to just walk in, but they don't drone out the hatch. Benjamaster perched on that hatch, just staring down intently. Excellently done. Astralis being a bit too sloppy, and G2 are shutting them down every step of the way, leaving J90 in a 1v3. Half of the round still left to play. Excellently done by G2 to shut down an Astralis rush into the bomb site. Have to be concerned with those frost mats that are on the board. That's why you see Astralis shooting down every time they go for a vault on in.
Yeah, J90, he's clutched many times. But a 1v3 on a basement defense, almost impossible.
Almost.
It's always.
Almost isn't a certainty though, Nick.
It's not. So just find the first one. That's the hardest part. Get into that 1v2 and it becomes a lot easier for him. He's fishing.
Doesn't have very much information. He has lots of time. They can hear him. Every time he leans, every time he moves, it's sound that's being picked up
Look at that crossfire.
Yeah, he's doomed. Benjamin Master makes it look so easy. There was no way out for J90 whatsoever. G2's first round comes where they barely break a sweat.
And look good for Astralis. They got the mirror window, they got side presence, but they completely missed the fact that G2 was playing up above inside of kitchen dining. They had the vertical control, the hatch from Benjamin Master, shutting down that initial side push. And the only kill they really got was J90 on the outside of the map, getting a deep pick onto Pillar. It's a great follow-up by Spiff, but again, Benji on the hatch shuts it down immediately. And it's just these 1v1s going in favor of G2.
They really just did walk in, and none of them really seemed that eager to take an engagement. They got caught out every time looking the wrong way. So G2 sit pretty after that very first successful round. Back down to kitchen they're gonna go, Nick. The bomb site that Astralis set quite a tempo, and an unsustainable tempo, I would argue, for this series.
Well, certainly not sustainable. You can't blitz rush every single round.
10 seconds left before
I mean, you could try.
You could absolutely try.
It'd certainly be fun to watch and witness, but the issue with these like very fast tempo plays is that once it gets figured out, well, when the opponent is ready for it, the success rate goes down significantly. And now G2 bring out the Capcan, for example. It's a small detail, but if you go too fast, those Capcan traps will do the work for you. You might even have to fire many bullets in the round because Capcan traps get 2 kills easily.
Look at Benja lying on the ground.
He's waiting for that drone. It ain't coming though. Oh, actually C4 in hand. Okay.
If it's a right read, how many teams decide to enter through that unprotected garage door?
Speaking of.
Iconic. He hops in, gets picked back up. Oh!
The fingers
Down goes
got him.
Iconic. Yeah, the adrenal surge was able to get him back up. Forests being a huge help to his team, but G2 just hitting their shots. They suffer their first casualty to Forest, but that's 2 uncontested kills. Put you in that 5v3. Becomes a 4v3.
Iconic jump in the window, shooting what he thought was going to be a frost map down, below the window. But it was actually 2 Capcan traps on the window instead, so the mind game's working out, and that's Nuke off the board. That means Astralis, one of their win conditions, has now been moved from play. They have to try and go into the execute now, but they have no heart breach. They have to look for kills. Now, there are soft walls leading to the bomb site itself. They do have a chance to fight this through the bomb site walls, but they have no easy or really good entry points. They're stuck just fighting basic doorways.
Yeah, if you're going to go into a lineup like this, where you're not going to bring any hard destruction, you got to win your duels. And they're just not doing it. G2 are as formidable as ever in all of these engagements, and they make it look so easy again. 2 in a row for G2.
A slow start for Virtue, but he gets 2 in the round. Almost going neutral now. He's 2 and 3 in that scoreline. It's been remarkable this tournament so far. There it is.
I mean, that was really an engagement Virtue should not have won either of them, or actually.
When Virtue got picked up all the way from Australia to join this G2 roster to make a new quote-unquote super team 3 years back, he was picked up as one of the, incredibly well-talented mechanical Ashe players who would just kill his way through the server. And ever since joining the European scene, Virtue has, arguably by my expectations of him, not really fully lived up to the Australian killing machine that he once was. And I think at this event, at Invitational 2023, this is the closest we've seen to Virtue being back in peak form since. And it's one of the key differences in G2. This is an aggressive, confident Virtue, taking gunfights, winning most of them. And it's Virtue, Benjamin Master, and Doki really leading this team as a spearhead, the trio. While Alama and Blur, they take more of a backseat, play the flex operators, hold down the bomb side, play the middle ground, allowing Doki to be an absolute bully towards his opponents every single game.
That whole Fnatic roster that Virtue was on was a massive what-if as well, Nick.
Certainly.
When you look at that team and the success that they had, Virtue leaving might not have been the death knell that we thought it would be right away, but it certainly led to some serious struggles that I think most people could credibly argue Fnatic never recovered from. And Virtue coming over to G2 was put into roles that might not have been best suited for him. And I think that was the argument that most people seem to have, was that Virtue was not allowed to be Virtue. But the changes to G2, a coaching change obviously, changes to these roles, it's allowed him to be a bit of a freer player. And G2 are so damn good all through these 3 last rounds. First 2 picks, but Astralis answers back. G2 are covering the map so well. Astralis can't do anything.
I mean, this defense is a classic W7M style. They're everywhere, soft wall, long line to side, rotating around with aggression. The shot is they're gonna hit the side instead.
Why not? A 2v3, you got half the round to go, but Shuttle's looking the wrong way, distracted by something. No logic bombs for J90. Selma still available. Final logic bomb had just gone out, it'll end in just a moment. There's a toxic gas. It's gonna start choking J90. He doesn't seem to show any urgency as the diffuser goes down, pulling out the sidearm, a tight angle there. He gets picked away by Benja. Now it's Shuttle after he's gotten that diffuser down. G2 looking to grab the lead after Astralis' first 2 strong rounds. What can they muster with Shuttle at the lead? Nothing. Diffuser easy to top off. G2 phenomenal through 3 rounds.
Yeah, and in the 3 versus 2, the discipline again. If you go back 3 months and look at this roster, they look like a disorganized mess that cannot play together. They almost let Astralis plant knowing that the retake favors them in that 3 versus 2 scenario. Toxic Babe goes out, does a ton of damage. They separate the 2 members of Astralis outside the breach and deep inside the bomb side. And then the double swings come out, the 2v1s, the 3v1s. They don't really go for the defuse. They just seek out the kill, securing the round with a guarantee. Astralis struggling to maintain the tempo against the aggression from G2. The fans might keep them in it, but Astralis gonna show up in the server as well. The crowd can't do all the work.
I'm sure Astralis knows, but I'm also sure they don't care about this streak that Fabian is on.
No.
15-0 against North America, defeating M80, defeating Excellence, Rogue, TSM, Dark Zero, Reciprocity twice, Space Station twice, the old North American Elevate roster twice, and a fan favorite who always seem to get the wrong side of Fabian's aggression, Evil Geniuses, 4 times losing to Fabian.
Yeah.
Can this scrappy Astralis team be the one to finally give Fabian, for the first time in his almost 8-year-long career, a loss to North America? I mean, they're on this miracle run. We've talked about it.
I was at the gym last night about 11:30 while prepping for the game, and I actually met Callout, the coach of Astralis down there, as I was leaving. And he was like, you know, against G2 tomorrow, we're gonna approach it differently than against Koi. We're prepared, we're ready. The players are getting rest right now, and they were confident in this matchup. They showed in the first 2 rounds, but Astralis now suddenly struggling to show themselves up in this server with aggression, with confidence, and taking control.
Oh, that's not a struggle though for Spiff. He's on the fuse, he walks in and he vaporizes Doki by library door. Spiff don't whiff.
Spiff don't whiff.
2 unconventional operators emerging in both of these teams' hands. Thorn's pick rate quite low, though we have seen the Irish operator a couple times here at the event. That fuse by Spiff is also a very intriguing choice.
It's great if you get the map control. I mean, you can do so much destruction, vertically speaking. And you see there Virtue running for his dear life, taking so much damage from the fuse pucks.
And down he goes! A cluster charge kill, ladies and gentlemen. Friends and folks, what an incredible play. We don't see those that often at all. It's cause for celebration.
The entire floor is broken on open. That means the entire bomb site is so vulnerable.
And that's exactly what they wanted. They're not using this fuse for kills. They're using the fuse to displace these players from G2, stripping away the benefit that they have playing on that bottom floor. All the while this has happened, there's just a moment left. Forrest is down for the count. Shuttle will join. G2 has tied it into a 2v2. But the advantage goes back to Astralis. Nitro Cell goes in. What a miracle play by Spiff to shoot it out of the air. Now it's Blur with sidearm in hand, trapped inside a blue. Spiff with the diffuser. Can Blur isolate these players? He's got a read on one of them. Spiff going for the plant. Blur now Nitro Cell. Beautiful shot onto J90. And now looks for, but his luck runs out. 3-3 the first half.
With something like this, like Spiff's first ever tournament, right? The 6 Invitationals goes down to the, opening kill to start things off, ends the round in a 1 versus 1 against Blur.
That is just that's a smart play by what we saw.
Massive.
So many people are expecting a fuse to be used on the bomb site, either to move you out of position or to try to get kills. But using the fuse to destroy the safety from another floor, is something we don't see all that often.
The reason why it's so impactful is because like G2 had full dining control. Benjamaster was in there, so he cannot go into fireplace itself, but the fuse works from a floor above. It's genius. To tie things up, 3-3. A back and forth. Of course, Astralis getting the first 2 rounds, but G2 3 in a row. And Astralis to tie things up.
10 seconds left.
Diffuser planted successfully for Astralis 4 times in that first half. An impressive feat on a map that bends quite heavily towards the defense. As was noted by us in the first couple rounds here, the win condition for Astralis, given the way that Chalet plays, is 2 rounds. Astralis have held G2 on G2's map, and with G2 starting on the favorable side to a 3-3 first half. And while that doesn't get us any closer to a conclusion, it's still a massive win for the attackers. Now Astralis should, if that thinking continues to apply, have this map working in their favor from here until potentially overtime.
See, the priority for Alama on the Twitch is to deny information, the motion detectors in the main door, all the default cameras inside the building, keep Astralis guessing as to where the attacking members will be coming from, because there is no real information on the board. There's a single bulletproof camera, that's it. But Benja
walks right in, a second kill within his clutches just to the right of him.
11 kills, by the way.
What was the tweet? People saying Citizen was the problem, but not saying that I was the solution. The solution seems to be getting an awful lot of kills. Taken out by the gas and J90, but G2 still in a 4v3. Shuttle on the side of the bomb site. There goes a Rotero drone to push Iconic out of this position, but as a Doc, as long as he's not dead, he can get himself right back up. Shuttle trying to escape the wrath of Doki, can't do it. Iconic, you need to be very careful of that Claymore. It's an all-out brawl, and it's Iconic in a 1v2. Technically a 1v3, but Blur won't have any influence unless he can be retrieved. He will be. Ali Mao on the other side of the equation for Benja's 11 kills, and Iconic doesn't look to Virtue on his left. G2 take the lead right back.
I have to say, G2, they're covering all the right angles. Going for the revive is risky, but not if Virtue's holding the blue stairs. A camera holding the fireplace itself meant that G2 could somewhat locate where Iconic might be flanking from. And I mean, Benji going in, getting 2 kills as a single member with no backup up that blue staircase. It just opens things up tremendously for the attacking side. J90 doing his very best to hold out on strong top floor. But everyone else had to leave him early on. They dropped down towards the bomb site because Shuttle, he died as well. That meant nobody was near the side to hold it. Iconic got to drop and take that control back.
I mean, there's half the round to go, so I don't think it's a bad decision to not suspect somebody to be on that window.
No,
right?
it's not, but
just because there's a minute and a half left and you're in a 1v3 doesn't mean that G2 are going to completely break the mold. That's a very safe flank spot to hold, as we get to see. The deployable shield in front allows a little bit of a hindrance up the stairs of Library. And if you can sit on that window, allowing you a wide angle into the most important part of that top floor, which is Library, overlooking the bar gaming bomb sites. in a 1v3 and you're the 3, you're going to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Iconic should have had some semblance of game sense to know that there could have still been a player there and at least tried to contest it. Instead, he was too fixated on Library and he picked the wrong way to look.
I don't doubt him though. It's so hard with how G2 are attacking because they are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And you have to always question, are they playing the way you're supposed to be playing? Or are they just running at us like crazy people that are hungry for rounds? Iconic himself getting active on the map in the basement, roaming on that leash and has a spare impact to open up any wall at his disposal.
The jump in for Doki will be greeted by Spiff, who apparently don't whiff. But Spiff's in a vulnerable position, and Benjik might have just found a way in over top of the bomb site, do some serious damage here. Benj has been phenomenal, but Spiff is better in that duel. Doki sees one, takes him down. That's 2 picks for G2. They grab the advantage right back. Even though they didn't get that first pick, doesn't matter. They've got the numbers now.
Oh. Doki cutting it close. Iconic used that spare impact grenade, has to run back, does not find the kill. And because of that, Astralis are down a number in man advantage. Good drone work from G2, finding Iconic once more down since that bar. Didn't know his whereabouts. He thinks he's stuck because of that fireplace double door, but he's actually not.
This is a kitchen defense.
Yeah.
Shuttle. Nice, easy shot on the Blur. Suffers some damage, but Doki is just an assassin upstairs. 10 kills, just trailing Benjamaster. These 2 superstars from G2 combining for 21 frags. That is just phenomenal stuff. 2v2, G2's lost the advantage. Ali Mao was able to retrieve the diffuser from above.
It's a fine dance right now with J9O on the bomb side and Iconic on their own, but he's gonna fall back towards that dining hallway. They're gonna be 2 on side and 2 above. It's anyone's round. G2, of course, had to make the first move. Repair drone's going out for info. Maybe a hatch drop.
There's going to be a hatch drop, and the other player from G2 of Doki was heading down those trophy stairs. We've got marks on him. Doki might know. Is there a rotate? No. Just a couple punch holes. Tense moments, final 20 seconds. Sidearm out. Ali Mao swinging in the wind.
Ali Mao
losing the duel. Astralis wins both of those gunfights. We are tied up yet again.
I don't know about the pistol in that scenario. He goes for it, sure. But Astralis, again, they played tight in the 2 versus 2. They had to make that mid-round decision. Does Iconic go for the flank, fighting 1 versus 2, and leave J9O on the bomb site alone? Or just play the 2v2 on site, play that crossfire. They make the right choice.
I mean, what do you do in that situation? You have to drop. That's the issue with this bomb site.
That is
cleared
it.
out above, okay, great. But 2 of the most vulnerable places that you will ever find yourself is retaking stairs up to a bomb site and dropping through a hatch down to a bomb site. It's rough.
It sucks, to put it simply.
Doesn't need to be fancifully worded.
No.
It sucks.
It sucks. Staircases, hatch drops, vaulting in the window as well, especially on a map like Chalet where Frost is often played. Not by Astralis though. They want better guns and more map dynamics, being able to play across and below. The castle, great operator, can deny lines of sight, fortify both the bomb site as well as the roam, get those motion detectors.
Virtue almost losing his head to J9O. Great eyesight. I certainly couldn't have seen that. You and I both wear glasses. J9O used to, right? And I think he got... can I say the name? Can I say LASIK? Do we have a competing sponsor?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
He got super eyesight out of nowhere, apparently. Something. Isn't that a myth? Like, if you eat carrots, you start seeing better? Like
yeah, I think that's mostly nonsense.
Yeah, I think so.
Hold on a second here. Sledgehammer out, gone 6. Amaru, they're going to try to break in as quickly as they can. It works out. 2 very fast kills from G2. And it's a supernova in the hands of Blur. Diffuser going down. Doki, the one guiding it into the bomb site. Astralis now will have to fight in a post plan as Doki sits over top of it. He and Virtue are so low on HP, but even with a fraction of it, they can still fight back, just as Forrest can. But in a 1v3, these are tough times. unable to make it through the rotate.
Wow.
Stokey getting the very final call. 5-4, these teams again just going back and forth, and Astralis have called their timeout.
That was a premeditated attack by G2. Blur even had the shotgun to make that close quarter engagement even more in his favor. Dogi eating half of his own health bar by grenading the window for a fast jump in. It was a full rush commitment by G2 that could not be stopped by Astralis. They simply were too far off the bomb site and not prepared for it. Blur even gets the Supernova Silencer kill to end things off.
Well, we talked about the mental potentially being chalked after those first 2 rough rounds for G2, but doesn't seem to be the case.
No.
Astralis might have called the timeout, but you can see our good friend Carl talking it through. Carl.
Oh. Carl has had statistically a pretty weak tournament so far. But honestly, I'm pretty certain it's due to the role changes in G2 allowing other members to step up, right? Alama, when he first got picked up from that one roster, was known as the superstar smoke buck player that will just kill everybody. And then, again, just like Virtue coming to Europe, it didn't really work all that well. But Alama finding success on the flex support roles, like the Dokkaebi, playing flights with his teammates, playing the floors, etc., and just allowing other members, like Benja, like Doki, to take full control on the opening engagements. And honestly, it's not the LML that people expected by any means, but it's a really good look on him, and even more importantly so, the team he's playing for looks better off as well.
Yesterday in their matchup against Koi, and what has become a trend for most teams here at the 6 Invitational, is that you take a timeout, you immediately win the next round. It's almost a given at this point.
Yeah.
5 of the 6 times the timeout was taken in the Koi Astralis match yesterday. That's exactly what happened. Astralis, on their 3rd timeout, on that 3rd map, didn't win the immediate next round, but the round after that. Also, Big Geek still holds. Astralis should win this round, go to a 5-5, and would you be surprised to know it, but Astralis would take us to all 12 rounds? How peculiar.
That's almost guaranteed to happen. One thing that happened exactly like this against Koi is that after that tactical timeout from Callout, Forward starts playing Ela. Same thing on Oregon yesterday, same thing now on Chalet. It seems to be a common factor where when they struggle with these opening engagements and losing out on those kills, well, the Ela, the Griswold mines to capture any push, that seems to be the solution for Astralis time and time again.
They've got the Ela under watch of Forest from above. You think the timeouts are just like a break glass in case of emergency for a Forest Ela kind of deal?
It might be. It's like you have the permission to go for it. It's time.
Thing for G2 is his offensive threats that they had, whether it was Citizen on the squad way back 2 months ago. Whether it's Benjamaster now, whether it's Doki doing the same thing. You've got a lot of offensive threats for both of these teams. The surprising thing that was noted yesterday in their matchup against Koi was that only a single player went positive on Astralis despite their win. Something similar looks like it's happening, but Forest, swing, 2 kills to start off the round. That's what Astralis needs after this timeout. They need to be able to catch their breath and knock G2 on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, that's Doki and Benji off the board. That means that now the aggression from G2 is going to slow down tremendously, and Astralis still in full map control. G2, they have no way in, but just like hoping for hero plays.
Not only did we see Forest jump on this Ela, but now we also see a 4th bomb site coming out for Astralis. This is a full rotation. When Astralis went to Bar Gaming on round number 7, we got to see all 4 of the bomb sites get played, but Astralis showing their flexibility on a map that was noted, was only played 1 time with Spiff on this roster, and that was in a tier 3 level of competition. So, big stakes at play here for Astralis. For them to gamble with an operator change on a new bomb site is quite impressive. Oh, they're gonna duel so well. Forest picks up a 3rd kill. Alimau gets the down onto Iconic, but not the secure. Seems like it might just elude him, and now a crossfire goes in. Bullets whizzing by the head of Carl as he just slowly walks his way over to blue. A flawless round is denied for Astralis, but Alimau has so much more work to be done. Out goes the smoke to cut off a line of sight, and Spiff's just chilling in the bomb site. They do indeed win the round after the timeout, and we're gonna go to all 12 rounds yet again with Astralis.
It's the coach buff. Forest and the Ela finds 2 opening kills in the round to really put Astralis in a winning position. We see it here. First pre-fire goes out. Even finds a third on the round. Great hold by Astralis.
He don't whiff.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Now remember that the winner of this matchup goes up against
Bomb
OXG
located by
just,
attackers.
what, an hour or so, 2 hours after this match ends? If a team can take this 2-0, reserve some energy, avoid that third map, from the player's perspective, very beneficial, as OXG will be rested up. Of course, for the caster, for the crowd, for the fans, a third map wouldn't be all too bad. Even going all 15, but you have to worry about fatigue in this matchup if you're G2 or Astralis. You have to think ahead. Winning this match is great, but it's not your goal. Your goal is to win both of the games today to go to the grand finals tomorrow.
Not to make this about myself for a second here, but I mentioned yesterday on social media that I've been going through vocal therapy. I've been very forthcoming about that. I appreciate that Astralis are eager to ensure that I got every single dollar's worth of that therapy by pushing every single game to the maximum limit allowable.
How kind of them.
How kind. Good Lord, could you imagine if Astralis makes it to the grand finals with unlimited overtime? The game would never end.
Oh no.
Don't cheer that, you lunatics.
It's gonna be a long Sunday in that case.
God help the viewers. God help Astralis' opponents of W7M if Astralis make it that far. Crucial round and my favorite round of them all because the winner goes to map point. For G2, this might be a stunning result. They picked this map, they like this map.
Mouse on site.
Mouse just bursting in. G2 do not want any more magic from this Astralis team. Mao getting softened up, chewed up, spit out. Doki with 1 kill answered back by Iconic. G2 still with the lead. A minute burned off of the clock.
Yeah, just a small execute. 1 member taking 2 down. G2 playing around it. Carl being enabled for the first time in this matchup on that flex, operate off the nuke, and it pays off massively. Astralis did not expect that to happen.
Now a reset for G2 with plenty of time to go. That's the beautiful thing of getting into the bomb site so early, Nick, is that once you get in, even if you lose somebody like Mao, you got half the round to pivot, you got half the round to make sure that the next steps work even better. Spiff, you can't shoot through that, by the way.
Expecting the third punch to go out, perhaps that did not occur. Benji playing it smart and safe, and you're right, because Astralis, they moved all back towards the bomb site to get it back in their control, so G2 can take this top of control much easier.
Spiff is being focused from 2 separate angles. A mag dump. Doki was in tow, whether it was Benja or Doki, but guess what? Iconic is up top on the vault out. He's just swinging for the fences at this point. Both of these teams trying to draw as much blood as possible. Still a minute to go. This round has gone on forever, you would think. 5 players still upright in the server. Diffuser in the hands of Blur. G2 have 2 bodies to watch, Iconic and J90 as that diffuser goes down. Astralis want to peek, J90 missing an opportunity. A crouch underneath those kill holes. But J90 has another opportunity. It goes in Virtue's favor. Iconic with 3 kills. He will need to ace to win this round for Astralis. He hears the bullets going. Peeking around, getting information, ego challenging. He knows he's got to go. Iconic has been good in the clutch before, but an ace clutch, now that's something different. Flashes go out, Iconic blind, gets the quad. Blur has the time working against him. Iconic reposition.
Oh, what?
How does he do that? An ace by Iconic. You're kidding me.
He does it again, and again and again. It's a trade.
I regret swearing yesterday.
You want it
because
now?
I would have loved to have done it now.
You only get one, Parker.
I'm speechless. Absolutely speechless.
No way.
What has this team done to earn this luck? Koi's watching this from the stands going, yep.
Yeah. That's what happened to them as well. I'm not gonna lie. I was too quick at the punch. I clocked in G2 going 6-5 in that 1v3. I'm so sorry, Iconic. I should have believed more. But when J9 fell early, Iconic not even close to the bomb side. It looked unwinnable. But it never is with Astralis. And it's forced D2, it's forced Fabian to take the timeout, talk some sense into the situation, saying, guys, yes, we should have won that round. They're allowed one. That's it. Go to OT, don't allow it again, take it in overtime.
Excuse me, have you seen the clutch statistics for Astralis? Astralis are allowed a lot more than just one of those.
They are usually.
Statistically, Astralis is allowed about 5 of those a match.
I guess you could say G2 so far done a great job at not allowing that to happen. But once this space is being made by Astralis, it almost seems like it's going to be happening again. Once they find that secret formula in those clutch moments, they share it amongst the members. Iconic might get one, then it's Shuttle's turn, Forest takes one round, all of a sudden, Astralis just steal the show.
Astralis perfect after their timeout, 2 rounds in a row. And Iconic's gonna keep it up.
Classic.
Doki tries to enter, Iconic says no thank you. That clutch that we just saw, the ace from Iconic, has now pushed him into positive KD territory. I would like you to note that he is only one of 2 that have a positive KD other than Spiff. Nades going out, doing no damage on Repel. Iconic is in such a hard spot. Can Spiff come in for the assist? Alibao is now down as well. Virtue gets kill number 1. That's finding the remainder of Iconic. Benja walking in. Taking up space through kitchen. Over to this Bar Gaming bomb site.
There is no more dangerous opponent than someone who just clutched in that previous round, and you saw Iconic instantly going for another gunfight, still having that adrenaline in his body, hungry for more. He finds one, burns 2 grenades, and stalls so much time on G2's initial entry point. He taggers down a member. It's 3 versus 4 in this bar attack, and this is exactly where you want the manpower to be in your favor. There are so many angles to be covered. It's Astralis in a favorable position to win the round.
Spiff chased away from the top of Library stairs. There goes the Keep a Barrier. The ADS seemingly needs to recharge. Both these teams will take a small breather. Just over a minute to go. The tension will continue to build for both of these squads. You saw them come skipping out. Ooh. G2 wants to skip into overtime. They've equalized at 3v3. Benja gets the Azami. Looking the wrong way. J90 posted up inside of Libraries, no more.
Yeah, G2 gonna need like a mini execute here on the blue stairs. Maybe a Reterra drone, Benja falls on in. See if they can get Spiff out of this position.
Oh!
He waits.
I don't know if they expected him to play so confidently. Ice in the veins of Spiff. This is the time that you want to head back to that bomb site, but maybe you have someone on late flank. The Sledge getting into position to wreak some havoc. Tear away at the floor. But G2 has struggled to gain map control. Look at the timing. They're only just getting it now at 30 seconds. And they're going to put some holes in this defense of Astralis.
Yeah.
But the thing is that Astralis can fire back. Those Library stairs that were once under control of Astralis now for Blur. Forest off site. Benja gets another free kill. Forest looking the wrong way. G2 will alert Astralis as to where they're coming from. Shuttle and Spiff are in the same area. Shuttle softening up 1. Now it's Spiff's time to return fire. Can't do it. It's Virtue as the diffuser goes down with Shuttle to watch. Does not get it done. We're going to overtime. G2. They stop the comeback from Astralis.
Virtue body blocking the bullets so the plan could go down successfully, understanding the mission in front of him. It's not about Virtue in this scenario, it's about the objective because the timer is 0 on the clock. 6-6 first map. Speaking of reserving energy, these 2 teams are giving it all they have. It's only about this map right now.
G2 on the ropes on their own map. This is not the result that they clearly want, but once you start to get to this level, lower bracket semifinals, lower bracket quarterfinals, eventually the upper bracket grand finals, you're in a position where you have to be good on most of these maps.
Yeah.
If we're seeing a 7-1, if we're seeing a 7-0, which fair enough, we did see in the OXGW7 matchup yesterday, But if you're seeing these, something has gone catastrophically wrong. Even if this is a team that doesn't really play Chalet, this plot armor from Astralis just seems to be getting thicker and thicker as this run continues on. If you had told me 3 weeks ago that the team most likely in all of North American history to challenge Fabian's undefeated streak would be the 4th place team in their group of Astralis, I would have spent an unreasonable amount of time laughing.
And with a rookie of Spiff, I mean, you gotta question how much they can do, but they're showing up. You said 3 weeks ago, Parker, if you had told me a week and a half, a week ago alone, I'll be equally
Can we
surprised.
say 3 days ago?
Yeah, 3 days ago. Before they started their crazy streak of taking down all the favors, right? Astralis took down Sonic, sent them home. Lost One, BDS, Koi, those are monumental names at this event. And Astralis single-handedly took care of all of them back to back to back to back. And G2's next.
Led by both Doki and Benja, both trading when they need to. Doki having good rounds, Benja going quiet. The inverse being true. Now it's Benja as things open up. Iconic shrugging off a lot of damage. He and Benja have both taken some beatings. They've got a read on Iconic. They flushed him out over towards those blue stairs. Not quite what you thought, right? I mean, they're gonna keep spotting him.
It's time
now
to act.
Benja. He knows this, and he wins it. Losing HP in the process. Iconic was a sitting duck at that point. Now Dokian activating the Banshee, but nobody seemingly close enough to really hear it. Maybe Shuttle did. It seems he has. And he's opened up a sight line to contest against Doki. But they got Benja Master above. G2 looks so good through this round. Doki in the hunt. Oh, how does Shuttle win that one? Excuse me, walking away. You know what that is? That's the 3 armor of Malusi coming in quite handy. Virtue trades it back. G2 in not a bad position in a 4v2. Plenty of time. Blur holding the diffuser as we've come to expect.
Alama hasn't left the drone yet. All those yellow pings comes from him.
Carl doing the Lord's work. J90 is down, and now G2 looking for the map point. You gotta run, you gotta hurry.
Forrest.
You gotta get there, run, Forrest, run! He does it just fine, this Ella working out. Sidearm in, but he can't get more than 2. G2 collapse on the bomb site, and they move to map point.
It might seem silly for Alamau to use the Talon shield in that scenario, but he was alone on that fireplace stairs. All the members hitting the backside door from Trench. He needed to buy time for the trade to occur, and it happened. By wasting those 5 seconds, making it hard for Forrest to take him down, it allows G2 to close the net and get into a strong position on the bomb site itself. And yeah, that speed reduction to Milusi kept Shuttle alive in the round for a little bit at least. Not for long enough. Alamau on drone the entire round, granting G2 3 kills with information. Virtue in basement, cutting off the rotation from Astralis, taking down Shuttle. Leaning it just down to Forrest on the Ella that worked out so well last time. Not that one. Master bedroom bomb site for G2. Astralis going through the motions right now, thinking, what operators do we bring? We got 10 seconds with his attacker repick to finalize it. The last second change does come in. From Nuke onto Hibana, from Nomad onto the Ace. Heartbreach destruction. It appears that Astralis want to slow things down, go for a more common attack, you know, library over, open up those walls, or go for a Solarium attack. Both of these Heartbreach operators speak to a more structured attacking lineup. And it makes sense because right now it's hard to fight G2 on all the fronts because they're just fighting back.
They've got these 2 weapons, we keep talking about that. That last round, Benja Master, guided in by Alimau, who I'm so glad you talked about that. Because the fact that Alimau was responsible for gaining all of that intel, Benja's the one collecting the kills, not Alimau. But Alimau is almost as responsible, if not in some ways, more responsible.
Absolutely.
For isolating those players on the drones, giving that information to the team.
That's so correct.
Say one thing about this, whether you like Astralis or not, you cannot deny how entertaining these matchups are. Nitro Cell goes out from Ali Mao, taking strips out of Iconic. Virtue gets peaked, though. I don't think they were expecting Astralis to double up on the Solarium. Repel. Numbers staying even, though. The Frost of Benjamaster gets on in 17 kills. The solution.
Solution that they needed. J9 looks looking for another kill, but Benja runs away. No one on that Solarium Repel. That means the rotation is freed up for the defending team. Astralis, they have one thing in their pocket. Spiff is inside the library, could go for a backstab late in the round while G2 is distracted with this front side.
G2 are all over the map right now, just roaming very effectively. They see the barrel of the gun. They cannot collapse. J9 good enough for one, but guess who's there for number 2? 18 kills for Benja. Let's see 20. Why not? Keep this one in it.
Oh, they're in. They can plant.
Benjamaster down. That's the raid boss. Astralis swatting away at them. Doki will need to clutch it. He can stop it in its tracks. Manages to do it, but he's given his position away. And what did I say? The 2 most precarious spots for you to be. A hatch drop and where? Up the stairs. Doki's made it up alive. He's a small guy. Maybe they just didn't see him. Astralis have swapped out the bomb site now, getting the diffuser planted. Again, more marks inside of the site. They have information. Doki trying to clutch, missing out! 15 rounds between G2 and Astralis, just on the first map alone.
Doki with a nice attempt of a clutch downstairs, but yeah, going up a staircase is so difficult. And to retake both of the bomb sites, finding out where the plant is going down, and winning 2 separate 1v1s. Great opening here by Forest. The double up on the window, unexpected by G2. And Benja, he keeps trading back the numbers, but it's not always enough. There are always just more members of Astralis playing together, it seems like. And it's a stat line that we've been talking about quite a lot throughout this tournament. Astralis, both on opening kills, on plus minus, almost all their players are negative. But they always trade, they're always there together. And that's the big difference maker for this team. The synergy, the coordination, always playing just 2 seconds of a sprint from one another on those duo roams, on the bomb site itself. You see, Astralis, they aren't going for flanks, they're going for 2v2 on bomb site retakes. They're choosing to play this way, and it works so well for them.
I don't have any idea what to expect in a 15th round.
No.
I just don't know what's about to happen. And that has been the story for every Astralis matchup. Even in the G2 Wolves game yesterday, we were kept guessing. And that's the beauty of it. Live Siege in front of a crowd, you get on the edge of your seat. There's nothing like it. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. G2 wins on their map, or Astralis goes to their pick, up 1-0. What's the result? Fewer clutches than we've seen so far, but no shortage of impressive moments for both teams. A team effort from Astralis. G2 far more top-heavy.
Yeah. I just want to bring up that risk assessment again. When it's the 15th round first map, this is where it's the most difficult to make the tough decisions. Go for the peek, go for the passive play, go for a rush. The nerves will be setting in. No matter how experienced you are, you will start doubting yourself because the risk is so high at this moment.
Spiff's in serious trouble. Can he plug the hole? He's used these Kiba barriers so effectively to box out the attackers from the rest of Office. But now a chasm. G2 will scout in, still in the discovery phase. As we like to see with teams, you can quite effectively roam. There goes a Rotero drone. Spiff losing that position. Another Rotero drone about to come in. Spiff the first target, and now he's in between a rock and an even harder place. Blur starting things. That could be the first domino for G2, but wait. Iconic on the lurk. He'll do some serious damage, but not enough for a kill. Astralis trying to fight back. Acts of desperation. Doki dispatching shuttle. G2 now a massive lead that will continue to grow if they can find Forest. And there you go! J9 in a 1v5. This magic run from Astralis. J9 is the one with the most clutches for this team. Again, we don't need to tell you how tough this is going to be. Exothermic charge going off. J9O hears this in a fight for his life. You don't want it to be the beginning of the end of your miracle run. And it might just be G2's newest addition. So damn good in map number 1. It needed all 15 rounds. And it might be one of the most exciting matches that we've had so far. G2 walks out of their map up 8-7. They're 1-0 on the series.
But if that's G2's map pick and they go 8-7, barely winning out, we're going to Astralis' choice of theme park next with Benja successfully dropping 20 kills. That can't always be the case. Theme park, I think, is going to set us nicely for a very close series.
Absolutely. Astralis love this map. There are always fireworks, even if they don't play it. Even if you don't think they're practice, this team will always keep you on the edge of your seat. But just like we saw in their matchup against Koi yesterday, G2 don't need to be flashy. They don't need those same clutches. They don't need the same heroics. They just need their big players to show up. And Doki and Benja more than showed up in map 1. Does this continue? We've got at least one more map left on this Astralis miracle run. Or does G2's streak and Fabian's streak against NA continue? We'll find out when we're back in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
a way to start. Are y'all entertained? Oh my gosh, gentlemen, that was a barn burner, absolutely thrilling, entertaining to watch. I want to go back to the beginning though, okay? I'm gonna put you in the hot seat first, Fresh. I tend to do that.
Yeah,
sorry. You're used to it by now. Okay, Astralis' pacing on attack. It was fast, it was direct, but G2 wised up fast.
And that's exactly what we expected. And I think round one, you know, we'd barely gotten off the desk here. You know, we're having a chat amongst ourselves, and we're seeing a blitz in the building. We're seeing fast plays from Astralis. You know, the plant going down in that very first round. Then it happened in round 2, and then round 3. It took G2 2 rounds to wise up to it, which actually I thought for other teams it has taken them longer to adapt to the Astralis playstyle. So G2 seemed to be aware that it was coming. They wised up for it. They got ready. They were not caught lacking, not caught just wandering in any of the early rounds, and they started picking up the entry kills back onto Astralis. Got away with a 3-3 half as well, which for Chalet is pretty decent.
And just to put a number on how aggressive and hectic this game had been, the opening kill averaged at only 54 seconds into the round. Oof. That is ridiculous. That is unheard of. Usually, the first phase of the round is the attackers approaching the building. No, we had spawn peaks going on 14 seconds in.
Okay, Dev, I need to talk to you about Doki and Benja. They are leading the charge on that map. What did you like about their play?
To be honest, Benja, for me, the exciting thing is that this is the new blood for G2, the final piece of the puzzle. He hit double digits in just round 6. And by the end of round 15, it was 20 bomb Benja time. He was absolutely nuts. So consistent round by round.
I think both players, you know, Doki on stage 3 G2, stage 2 G2, wanted to be the guy that carried the team, right? And he was forcing on these engagements. Now he's got Benja as a natural, like, that is such a difficult front line to go against. They both feel very natural. They're taking fights that are advantageous to both of them. And this Doki-Benja kind of duo is just fragging the hell out in every single game, it would seem.
And I can't help but think about the fact that 4 years on from G2's ultimate success, they have picked up another Dane. There are not many famous players from Denmark in Rainbow Six, but there is one that reigns above the rest and is iconically associated with this roster and has raised the trophy for them on this stage before. Is this the rise of another star player from Denmark?
Okay, Astralis fans, how y'all doing over there? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, they are loud, Fresh, and I definitely think that's having an impact on them. So talk to me about that.
When Astralis was playing yesterday, there was a pocket of maybe 30 people to just the right of the desk here.
Yeah.
Today it is the whole stand that is Astralis fans. And there's the Astralis support staff down here in front of them, geeing them up, getting them chants going. And they are so important because it is genuinely, it's got so much louder than yesterday. They're keeping, whether they know it or not, Astralis in this game with just the energy they're providing them.
You hear that? You're keeping them alive. Oh my gosh, I love this crowd so much. If we're talking about Astralis though, we gotta talk about Spiff. Spiff don't whiff, right?
It's ridiculous. Spiff has none of the fear that you would expect from a pro player debutant. This is his first time in his professional career, and here he is delivering on the stage. And this is what I'm talking about. I got something on the telestration I'd like to touch on. So Spiff here, right? This is only a couple of rounds in, and we're already seeing some of the fantastic attacking strategies that Astralis are bringing to the table here. So Spiff, right, he's playing the fuse, not typically regarded as an entry operator, and the guys on the cast talked about this. When you're on the mezzanine up here, and you put a fuse charge down, it will go down onto the basement of the floor and start tearing up all of that vert. And as we can see what happens with Spiff, not only does he actually enable a lot of vert here, but he even actually finds a kill off of it. In this round, we have Spiff, the debutant, completing some serious objectives for his team, opening up vert. We have him finding the opening kill, and when push comes to shove in the late round, we also have Spiff clutching out the round in a 1 versus 1 and getting that diffuser down. This man can do it all. We talk about KOST, stands for Kill, Objective, Survival, and Trade. This round right here, Spiff does literally everything.
I actually think that KOST is maybe an outdated stat for when you've got a player that can get every single one of them in the same round. Maybe we need to do like a weighted cost, or just for Spiff.
Can you get like 5 cost points for if you do all 5?
Because obviously if you achieve one of them, then you know, you just achieve cost. It doesn't matter which one you achieve. But he achieved every single one. That was an impressive round for a rookie. And like we say, he made his debut at this event.
And we love our rookie Spiff, but iconic, plain iconic. Am I wrong? The clutch.
Ian keeps calling him Batman, but my goodness, this guy comes alive in front of a crowd. You know, I was there in Charlotte and I kept describing him and the team as an enigma. And all he does is feed off the energy that his teammates give him, that his coach gives him, that the crowd gives him. And he keeps coming up with these massive plays and massive moments. Obviously, that 1v3 clutch that he got was, you know, nothing short of sensational by getting it with the trade on the very final kill as well.
Yeah, and this is it. Now, Jack, I wasn't in Charlotte, so this is my first time witnessing Iconic's greatness firsthand. Now, he already had a 2K going into this 1 versus 3 clutch, and it's so hard to play like this. The name of the game is isolating fights, playing to deny the plan, and G2 played this fairly well. They're just looking to trade, and a flashbang is exactly what they try and use to enable that. He finds a kill while flashed. The final was a hip fire, one tap, trade, which he only won because when you trade and there's no defenders left, technically they protected the bombs and therefore they win the round. It literally cannot get closer than that.
It's absolutely incredible. I think at this point, when teams go up against, and they know that, go up against Astralis and they know they're in a 3v1, a 2v1, you actually see them play it, in a sense, even more cautiously because they don't want to lose the round, and they're still losing it.
And how about that final round where J9O is in a 1v5 and you're like, hey, it's possible.
This is not done yet.
It's the Clutch King, it's possible.
Okay, tough question. Map 2, what do we think?
Oh, look, I think that was obviously the pick for G2. So they're expected to take their map pick. Now, we know Astralis have got that mental resilience to go into, you know, being one map down and carry on through the full best of 3. It's what they've done the whole tournament. Theme Park is another beast, though, because Astralis do like it, but their results on it are kind of very close games, where their attacking win rate is very low, their defensive win rate is very high, and there's definitely a mismatch there. So with them picking the map, I expect G2 to start on the defense and therefore get a good lead. And I just wonder whether that will start snowballing for Astralis.
Okay, so you're thinking G2 doing this in 2?
Think,
what are you saying?
I think this is my famous last words. I think G2 do it in 2.
Oh my.
Jack, I made that mistake in stage 2.
You got booed.
I know.
Jack, I made the same mistake you have just made when they were going to play against BDS, and I am certainly not making that mistake again. Look, Theme Park's a good map for both teams, but Astralis are going to take it. I'm telling you right now.
The crowd liked that answer, that's for sure. Are we ready for map 2? Okay, you heard them. Pengu and Taro, take it away.
Thank you very much. Is this the end of the Miracle Run? Is this a continuation of Fabian's undefeated streak against this entire region? I will tell you one thing. G2 has played in a lot of 2-0s through this event. Astralis has played in a single 2-0, and they won it. Even when they've lost games, they still go to all 3 maps. And now we are going to their choice after being a couple kills away from being up 1-0. It doesn't get any closer than that.
No, and to make things worse for G2, I mean, this is also the map where Astralis has sent home both Sonics and BDS. Theme Park was played in those best of 3s. And sure, both teams have a preference for it. G2 played the map 3 times, Astralis played the map 4 times. One of those being against CAG, which was a bit of a blowout. But other than that, both teams very experienced on Theme Park, unlike Chalet.
Amaru band to start things off.
Don't play
we don't play Amaru.
Oh, bamboozled. Ying being answered back from Astralis once more. Alamau finding himself on that operator quite frequently. Toki says he has PTSD from other game that they played. Alamau says that they don't play Ying, which that's a cap.
I mean, but here's the thing. Let's take what Astralis says at face value. Let's say they don't play Amaru.
Okay.
Historically.
Okay.
If there was ever a time to suddenly start involving that operator in your lineup, now's about as good time as any.
Oh, certainly.
Teams will conceal entire maps, hoping to bring them out at the most advantageous point. That could be a grand finals, that could be when you're facing down elimination. Astralis has been facing down elimination through 5 games now.
Yeah.
This is a very familiar spot for them.
Yeah.
If they had to bring things out to stave off elimination, they would have done that and expended all of their war chest against the Sonics back in the very first round of the lower bracket. So G2 can just look at it and say, you know what? We've watched the footage from Astralis. There's not a single attacker that they bring that we are worried about handling. Let's just ban our own comfort pick just in case.
Yeah, I was going to say, a good team will study your opponent and ban out their comfortable operators, their high pick rate ones that really make or break either defense or an attack. A great team is going to look beyond the scope and say, well, these attacks are amazing, but what if they were to implement this operator as a surprise pick? That very well could be, as you said, Parker, the Amaru to speed things up from Astralis because they are starting on attack. G2 to get the favorable side, set up their defenses, and let Astralis approach the building however they would like to. And then, of course, after 6 rounds, we'll look at the scoreline to see who seems to have a better grasp at theme park so far. But there is one thing. Astralis, by my count, at this event, the best team at attacking theme park by far. Especially against this armory thrown bomb side with G2 stars, but Benji advanced just one. It looked like a free 2 kills, but no, Forest immediately hops off the drone and trades it back.
Good coordination here. Attacking theme park is a mighty undertaking. And as good as Astralis might be, again, just like every other map at this entire event, it tilts towards the defenders. 60% of all rounds played for the defense. Down goes Forest. So yeah, Benja might not have gotten that first pick, but guess who did?
Yeah, Doki follows up.
The other superstar from map number 1. Iconic trades out Ali Mao Virtue in this rat position. Oh my. Almost missing out on the first burst of bullets, but secures the kill on a J90, who walks into Cafe seemingly without any drones.
I will say, like, with the 2 heart breaches being killed off by G2, the question has to be raised internally. Should we fall back to the bomb side and play it safe? Because they cannot really open up any lines of sight. They don't know Iconic has a secondary heart breach gadget. If you got both Hibana and Ace on the board, it's almost safe to assume you don't bring a 3rd heart breach option. And it seems like this question has been answered by G2 because while I was saying that, all 3 members, they ran from top floor down to the 1st floor and into the bomb site. Now Astralis, they have only really 3 ways in. The hatch leading to the bomb site itself, but as we spoke about on Chalet, dropping a hatch, not a great place to be in. And you got the dragon door, and you got that triple door from arcade side, so there really aren't any favorable positions for Astralis to get inside this bomb site, and they have to win the round.
I mean, the only real benefit is that secondary heart breach gadget.
Yeah,
but I mean, yeah, losing your 2 heart breachers first is usually, that's it. That's the round for own armory. You're doomed. Obviously, you don't play these rounds on paper. You play them in the server, so good Fury craft all we want. Speaking of those secondary heart breach,
they breached this already.
Salmas did go off, but guess what's on the board? Blur's Capcan Trap still linger and guard the door frames. Spiff, very lucky to not die to that. G2 don't need to move a muscle. Great patience. Again, it doesn't need to be flashy. Spiff needs to be wary as Iconic picks up his 2nd kill. There's a crossfire. Blur gets it. Iconic will need to shove one of them out, but Blur's just too good. G2 take round 1.
Watching G2 play this tournament, I've tried to kind of attach a simple word to describe their playstyle when they're on defense. And the only word I could really come up with that I thought was fitting was that they're a bully. And I think this round portrays it perfectly. Within 20 seconds, Benja jumps out a window, kills 1 heart breacher, almost gets the 2nd. And then you think, oh, they're done bullying and picking on people now. But no, Doki does the same thing, finds the 2nd heart breach. And then they play disciplined, respecting Astralis' clutch potential in those 2v3s, 2v2s, etc. Establishing crossfires on the side and playing it safe. And that's the other thing. G2 as an org historically always been good at shutting down the star players, such as Iconic on the clutch. Now the thing is, Astralis as an entire team, they all bring that clutch factor. Most clutches in this tournament by far, with W7M being 2nd place. Over 25 individual 1v8s round by Astralis so far in this tournament. And G2, it's only been 1 map. Sure, we went 15 rounds, but only 1 round clutched by Astralis. When you look at that in terms of numbers, that's a good scenario for G2. They only win 1 round from like a 1 versus 3. So they are shutting down Astralis and where they shine in those clutch moments. And it has been the saving grace of Chalet for them.
Wow, G2 winning the bomb site that for a period of time had the distinction of being the friendliest to the defenders. Was that one game you and I casted where it seemed like Throne Armory was played the most and the attackers just kept winning over and over and over?
And you know who attacked on that map? Astralis.
Exactly. It's almost like I remembered the game, but was deliberately pretending not to so that you could chime in. Funny how that works, doesn't it? He might not be chiming in, but Iconic's going to have a lot to say. Droned in and dispatching Alley Mao. This is the power that a Nook provides. The drone does not break the barricade. Doesn't work that way.
It would be kind of cool though, right? Like a really strong toss toward the window. Iconic wants to get out, not surrender himself. Want to maintain that advantage.
Doing his best Iconic impression. Up those dragon stairs, Doki on the retake. Oh. There's a flank drone there though, and has Doki noticed it? He's walked right past it, knowing that it's not lit up. But he's under watch yet again. Forrest jumps on out. Down goes Spiff. Where was that?
Balcony of cash.
And now it's Iconic to follow. Shuttle on the board. Very fast. Again, the desk talked about this. Doki playing by Dragon Corridor. They don't see him there. Forrest in a 1v3 with 1.5 minutes to go. This is certainly not the start that Astralis wanted, but G2 is going to be very happy about it. Can Forrest pull off a clutch? Will he take this time to think and sit? Diffuser within reach. It'll be there in just a moment.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Sounded like the last Kiba barrier went for Doki as well. Magnets will continue to be tossed out from Virtue. Good news for this G2 defense is that they don't need to do anything. Again, G2 have not really played that flashy through this series.
They don't need to. Not yet. Forrest struggling with the Kiba barrier.
Doki just waited patiently. 2-0 G2.
I'm curious what this is going to look like from Astralis in terms of tactical timeout usage, because when they call it, they win the round afterwards, and they need more than just a single round. They need to play their timeout in a way where you get enough information as call out to give you 60 seconds worth of feedback that will change this tide around. But also you can't wait too long to take that timeout because you don't want to be down, let's say, 0-4, 0-5. It's a fine balance right now if you're the coach of Astralis as when to hit the brakes and when to help your team out, turn this around.
Astralis won the first 2 rounds against G2 on G2's map.
Yeah.
They did so on the unfavorable side. So I'm imagining that Callout is looking at this now and saying, okay, G2 have won their very first 2 defenses. No point in hitting the emergency stop button just yet. Theme Park is going to tilt in G2's favor. If Astralis can emerge from the first half 3-3, just as we saw on Chalet, then I'd say that Astralis is in pretty good shape. But said the same thing about Chalet. We were correct, but that needed overtime to seal the deal between the squads. Obviously, Callout is privy to the team comms. We are not. So if there's something troubling going on in terms of emotions, or if the team is not in the correct headspace, then yeah, it's not unusual to see a coach call it the first 2 rounds. The fact that it hasn't been called just yet suggests that Callout doesn't see this as cause for concern.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on Spiff for this one. He's had a slow start in the first 2 rounds, but again, the way G2 are playing, it's not really easy to fight back, just jumping out windows, challenging all the openings. But Spiff had a pretty significant high-value first map of Chalet. His first game on the stage yesterday. He had a bit of a rough start, settling in with a crowd, the cameras, the pressure that builds upon the stage itself. Today looking a lot more comfortable in the server. He is that young rookie of Astralis. He's only 18 years of age. Imagine starting at the 6 Invitationals.
Great point by Dezichu after the first map. Said Ben just got more kills than years alive. Doki continuing onwards. These threats that G2 have not been able to get slowed down. Now it's Benja's turn to get on the board. There's the logic bomb, revealing the position of Doki. Nobody seemingly in sight to deal with it. Every single kill from G2 coming from a separate player. Now Benja hunted down by J90.
Surely not.
Don't see team aces all that often. 5v3, won't be a team ace.
Wow.
Carl gets 2 kills. Doki shuts the door. G2 indomitable up 3-0. That third round done flawlessly.
That is the easiest looking office defense I've ever seen because it didn't really matter where the bomb site was. It has 0 impact on what's happening on the server. They're just fighting downstairs, upstairs, across, and near the site itself.
The one benefit of the 4 games that Astralis played on this map is that there is no shortage of VOD to review for G2. They can sift through every single round. They can sift through every single action. You know it from when you teamed with him. Fabian has a very analytical brain. He sees these strategies at a micro and a macro level.
You sit in a room, 7, 8 people, right?
Yeah.
And you go, this looks pretty easy to pick apart. Let's just go this position, be ready for this, etc. You note it down, you prep it, you talk about it, then you apply it in the server. Astralis definitely looks like they've been studied through and through in the first 3 rounds. But again, when you look at G2's gameplay, as you said, Parker, it's not flashy, it's just consistent. Astralis, they have to find a way to break it on their attack inside. They cannot go on their defense being down 0-6. Then there's no room for mistakes and very little room for adaptation and risks. They need to find just the 2 attacking rounds to be in a great position because that 2-4 split, that's arguably the expected number of rounds you'll get looking at Theme Park across the board.
A perfect rotation through their first 3 bomb sites for G2. They go back down to Throne and Armory. A quick runoff of the 4 bomb sites just to give you a bit of a lay of the land. We have seen Throne, Armory. We've seen Bunk Daycare, and we've seen Initiation and Office be played so far. Lab will likely show up at some point. Teams do like to play it. And in fact, it's Initiation Office with the lowest pick rate, despite the fact that we've already seen it once. All 4 bomb sites, very firmly defender-sided. 59% of rounds played on Armory Throne, won by the defense. 62% on Bunk Daycare. Lab Storage, 61%. Office Initiation, not just the lowest played bomb site, but the lowest win rate for the defenders, still 57% of all rounds won by the defense. Based on those numbers, 5-1s are entirely possible for the defenders. G2 are marching their way towards that number right now. They've already got 3 rounds. That last one done flawlessly. No signs of slowing down.
Iconic.
Maybe Iconic has something to say about it. First pick onto Doki, but Shuttle's gone. Look at this. G2 always trading back. They are not allowing Astralis even a moment to breathe after getting that first pick.
That's true. Every single time they're just looking for more and more, but General plays it smart, walks backwards. Let's just come to him, get that free kill himself.
Iconic doesn't need to go anywhere. He can just sit and wait now. Oh, he gets Ali Mao, thinking he had something, but the logic bomb gives his position away. Down below. In Lab, not the actual bomb site, but still holding it. An important place to sit as a defender, especially if you want to retake through split.
And you can see Astralis attack a lineup, only a single heart breach. They want more gun power for these engagements. They recognize it's about to fight.
Oh, they've got 2 downs from Benja. Pulling off the 3K.
Swapping mags.
That's a way to stop Astralis, blunt their momentum. Benja's luck runs out against J90. Blur had taken some damage earlier on. He's in a very strong spot. Playing in back Armory. Knows one's coming in through Dragon Door, the other over towards Split, but he has a blind spot towards Split right now. Dueling with Spiff, engaging, but Spiff is better. Astralis, after their timeout, they get on the board.
It looked great for them. The hash drop, very risky, doesn't pay off immediately, but they still get the round victory. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I'm curious if the replay might catch it because it seemed like a very, almost unintentional play from them. No, just bad timing. Captain Trap goes off at the same time. Benja was there at the right moment to strike.
The crowd's so desperate. They need anything to get them into this match. The desk talked about it, that the crowd is keeping Astralis in this match and in many matches. This now being the second.
Right back to Throne again. I mean,
came down to a 1v2. Benja.
Exactly.
3 huge picks, keeping numbers close. Astralis were fine on the entry, but I don't ever think once they got those opening picks, and G2 answered back, fair enough. I don't think Benja ever got discovered, which means that you look at your strategy, you say, okay, through the mid-round,
5 seconds left.
Astralis are not hopping back onto drones to figure out where we are off-site. They're too focused on the execute on-site. And they wanted that on-site aggression. They weren't going for the strategic element because, as you pointed out, there was just a single heart breacher. Astralis is going to bring the exact same setup again.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense as well. And I want to say the big difference in that round is that Iconic finds the opening kill, that's normal. But then J9 actually staying alive, finding a second kill for Astralis. Normally that's where it's the opposite way around, where Iconic finds one, then G2 they find two back. So Astralis now playing a little bit slower as a team, expecting the aggression from G2 and punishing it. That's what they need to do. Round 5 on the way, and Iconic just sitting on that rappel, waiting for a rotation from G2, but he rappels in.
He's in. He's hunting down Benja.
Ooh.
This has been quite the duel so far, with Iconic walking away successful most times. Good prioritization over the Kiba barrier. Oh, cannot get a third, maybe a bit too confident. Alimau with both kills so far for G2 this round. Won't get any more. Forrest says no thanks, and now your cams are ours. 3v2 for Astralis. Again, the tempo of these rounds when Astralis are attacking is just, it's breathtaking how quick it is. First kills happening within the first 40 to 50 seconds consistently every single round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
One thing I would love to see from Astralis is somebody helping Iconic. I mean, this man is in fighting 3 members back to back to back with no support, and he's finding so much value in the rounds. Now it's Spiff, Force, and Shuttle to seal the deal, get that second round on the board near theme part attacks. It is thrown though, it's easily defendable by 2 defenders. That's exactly what G2 has to work with.
There's the last logic bomb from Forrest. Doki now doing what Benja had done on the previous round. Play far off site, aim for a retake at some point. Maybe catch Astralis looking the wrong way just as Benja.
Oh,
he almost gets it. Down goes Spiff. And suddenly, Doki finds himself in a 1v3! Oh, cannot go against Forrest! Astralis get 2 in a row. They've closed the gap down to just a single round between them and G2.
Forrest finds the clutch, the second in this matchup. Iconic found the first. The clutch factor, keeping Astralis in it. It's a very close round once again. Spiff injured on the ground. Almost looked like he was just proning, waiting for something to happen. And Forrest with less than 30 HP just lands that DMR shot onto Doki, shuts him down. Things are shaping up to be a close series once more after what could have been a blowout with a 3-0 lead for G2, ending that third round on a flawless even. Bomb side change for G2 after 2 unsuccessful rounds on Throne, and we spoke about earlier, Parker, Astralis is one of the best teams at attack in that Armory Throne bomb side. They always seem to have a way in to problem solve at most, if not all, scenarios. And G2, they challenge it to say, I dare you to do it twice in a row. But Astralis did it.
5 seconds.
Timeout worked its magic, settled the team down, screwed their heads on straight.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Not exactly impressive rounds, but scrappy. And that's what Astralis is. Every time they're scrappy. If G2 are bullies, then that's the word to describe Astralis. They are never out of a round. 1v3s, 1v4s, 1v2s, 1v1s, doesn't matter. Astralis changing things up, juggling the hard breach, putting into the hands of Iconic now. Forrest has earned the Nook roll.
It's like the dog for an attack. The chosen one gets to play the operator.
You're gonna get a lot of value out of this Twitch as well because of the Mira on the board, providing that Benja has put down those mute jammers in positions where you can stop the drone's advance.
Bomb located by attackers.
G2 have 2 ways to play this bomb site. Hard walls to the side, playing a bandit and tricky, but there's no banding on the board because the walls are opened up. It's an aggressive hold across it.
That sucks for Doki, losing that position inside a cache. Shuttle with 3 more drones. Second will now go out. And it just evades Doki, but it flushes him away from his position. He's gonna hold down this spot over towards Cash. He's got 2 Kiba barriers in pocket. At any point, those kunais can get thrown out. He's not gonna die with them though. There goes one, give him some protection after softening up, then finishing iconic. Doki evading kills so far, totally blind. They're both blind. Spiff seems to be able to see quite clearly though. Now Blur is down. Advantage for Astralis with half of the round to go. Yet another round where the action comes so quickly.
But this time it's the injury working for Astralis and Nuke striking secondly after that fact, and that gives them even more map control.
There goes Benja. I think it hits like a truck and you know it. 4v2 for Astralis, plenty of time to work through. 6 drones remaining, including Rotero drones. One that's used to move Alimau out of his position. Alimau decides to swing, he has no choice. He's lost Virtue now, has no teammates by his side, and he's boxed into the bomb site. Tucked away in the corner. Should be good enough for 1 kill, 2 even.
Shotgun.
Shotgun out, he can easily win this. Oh, a J90 is quick to the punch. Just as on map 1, first half, 3 rounds apiece.
And Astralis always playing close together, the saving grace once again. If you are just 1 second further behind your teammate, you allow Alimau to get into security, play that second position where he can get a vantage point. But instead, the moment he goes for the run, they're there to strike. He had 2 Toxic Babes left. He could have easily stalled things out in that 1v1. But Astralis, the teamwork, the communication, it's flawless in that round.
I mean, if Alimau had stood his ground and just decided to fight again instead of running, he probably would have won that engagement against J9.
Possible.
It's very possible. Zofia at that close range, shotgun in hand, you're probably winning that one. And we could have seen G2's clutch compared to Astralis's. Then rank them maybe after the fact. First half going in terms of opening duels. Most of the rounds were trades. Because of the quick pace that Astralis set, G2 were almost always lined up to trade out. This was one thing when you played on that Penta and G2 squad. The biggest compliment that could be paid against that team was you were never, ever at a disadvantage. You might die, but Jonas was there to have your back. Goga might die. Fabian was there to have his back. You were always in position to trade out. Nice to see G2 doing something that I casted 5 years ago.
Some things never change, and I mean, when you got the old man himself, of Fabian behind the squads, I mean, it's no secret he is brewing his own experience and ideologies and philosophies into this roster, saying there's a certain structure, how you play the game, perceive the game, in and out of the server, even when you're at LAN events. Carry yourself a certain way, approach the game a certain way, and it's very evident that G2 is a much more structured and better looking team than just 3 months ago. Massive props to the team for that.
Oh, Forrest! No, that's not the start you want. Forrest has these rounds where he gets a little bit too brazen. Again, confidence becomes hubris. G2 now, no trade. They follow up with a nice nade from Benja onto J90, tossed in masterfully. After that Kiva barrier had gone down, the next one finds its marks. Astralis are not ceding any ground right now, though. Oh, but Benja breaks in, doesn't see Spiff at top of Dragon, and he engages again. But the Deagle, again, might be a bit too much hubris for this Astralis team. They've been reduced to just 2. G2 desperate to get the lead back. They surrendered it just a minute and a half ago.
They got full side control. There are no last members of roaming from Astralis. They can just get down and plant this diffuser down.
You got to get the diffuser in. Once again, Blur holding on to it. Shepherd him in. Astralis will aim to fight for a post plant. Blur getting the diffuser down now at the halfway mark. Two-thirds. It's all the way down. Virtue dies. Astralis will scramble out of their positions.
This retake is so hard.
You have to go through split. And as long as there's a cross, which there is, you're as good as dead. Doki digs 2 graves. G2 take the lead back.
I had to say early in that round, Spiff really surprising and impressing me. Standing his ground on the Dragon Stairs, gets Benja, whips out the Deagle and goes for a second engagement. I mean, note, he could have ran back to bomb site undamaged at any moment. He chooses to fight. Astralis having a game plan saying, do not surrender this control to G2. Fight where you can. Don't get 4 kills in the round. Gets bomb site control, escorts Blur with diffuser onto side. He's doing all of it in that round. He even took down Spiff upstairs.
We talk about it when it comes to maps, we talk about it when it comes to bomb site rotations, but if you're making it to the final four of the biggest event of the year, it is not often that one player on a team will lag behind the rest. You win as a team, you lose as a team. And even when you look at players like Blur, like Virtue, like Alimao, who are not anywhere near the top of the scoreboard like Benja is, or Doki's broken double digits with 10 kills. They're still playing a role. And that role might be to sit on a drone for 2.5 minutes. That role might be relying on other people. Maybe you need them, Doki and Benja, to flush out the roamers, and then you walk in after being on drone, you get the diffuser down, you get some hard breach down. Maybe on defense, your goal is to not overpeak and stay alive.
That's exactly how it works, right? And the thing is, Doki and Benja, they're not just walking in, taking these fights because, oh, they're so much better. No, it's because the support of Cast, of Element Blur, they're there to support them, drone them on in, hold across, or if they push someone out, they're there to capture them. It's always a team effort on all fronts, from all teams.
It's the same thing with Astralis. They do not get to where they are in this lower bracket run, vanquishing all the teams that they've vanquished along the way, if somebody is a boat anchor. And I know that we put a very large and very bright spotlight on Shuttle, but they don't beat Koi without Shuttle yesterday. Again, it's a team effort. Benja the first to die in this round. It comes a bit late, it's been a minute.
Yeah, one of the slower rounds for sure.
Iconic on Solus. Solus banned out on Chalet by G2. Nice to see Astralis go back to an operator that can impact things so strongly. Alimao takes down Forrest, and now the site is under G2's control. Half of the round to go, and the diffuser going down at the moment, once again by Blur. Shuttle will swing out, losing the duel to Alimao. G2 have the site control, boxing them out. Doki with 2 big picks, Iconic with 2 of his own, but Blur seals the deal. G2 2 rounds away from the victory they so crave.
That's 2 rounds in a row where G2 finds himself in the middle of the bomb site while still trying to roam clear with a single member. Sure, Benja might have been shot down by Iconic, but it comes at the cost of the entire round for Astralis. And while down the hatch, in he goes. It's messy, but there's only 1 member of Forest defending the site itself with no trade. Doki, so accurate in these gunfights.
Once they knew they had site control, the rest of G2 snapped into action. And they were surrounding the bomb site. It was not a very linear take by G2. They assessed that there was just a single player through that office area. They go in, they get the kill. Trying to figure out exactly what the crowd is saying.
That's what I was thinking.
Kind of like no, but I don't. Are you saying no to Astralis losing? That's not how it works.
Speaking a victory into existence, saying no when you lose the round. That is not supposed to happen, that is wrong.
It's not quite how it works.
It's not. But you can try all you want. Astralis, of course. They know a thing or two about going the distance, even being down in rounds, being in unfavorable spots. When you lose the first map, you're down 3 to 5 on the second one. That is your map pick. It's not looking great.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue with Astralis is we talk about how it's a team. They've just got, in this series so far, too many players who are losing duels and getting picked off by superior gunplay from G2. There's obviously a strategic element to it. You saw Alimao when he was on attack, how well he was droning. But at the end of the day, who is stacking up to Doki and Benja when it comes to the kills department? And time again, Astralis are just finding themselves in losing positions. Now, in their matches earlier in the lower bracket, maybe against worse opponents, yeah, you might be able to pull off a couple clutches as we saw from Astralis.
Great name.
They were incredible.
Yeah.
But better opponents will not allow you to clutch those 1v3s, those 1v4s, etc. They just will not. And that is what I think we are seeing right now with G2. They are isolating these players, and despite that Astralis is repeatedly in 3v5s, 2v4s, G2 are suffocating them and not allowing those clutches to happen at all.
And look at another slow round. G2, they're choosing this. I mean, they're on the attack, step by step, going through the motions, letting Astralis kind of bleed out, kind of questioning what exactly is going to be happening, and then striking when the moment is right. Doki missing out on a freebie.
Forest is down. G2 get the start that they want. Now it's Spiff to swing into action. Doki traded off. There's a Kiba barrier to go up, keeping Spiff alive for the moment. But he's got double duty. Nade sails in. He gets away with a hair of HP before Astralis get on the board in 2 big plays. Now the advantage goes to Astralis. But look at the HP of Iconic and J90. Very, very low, and there's still 1 nade left for Virtue. If that thing lands even remotely close to those 2 players from AST, they are gone.
Good drone work on the side and on the roam. G2 knows that most members fell back. The C4 being ripped out could take down one of the last 2 members off the attacking lineup. It's J90, primed and ready. Virtue's gonna want to use that hammer and start that vertical destruction, but 35 seconds left to go. They need to start hitting the bomb site itself shortly. They got the info, but can they act upon it? I'm not so sure.
G2 have plenty of time to use that information, but now is when the clock starts to run out.
It's right there.
They know that J90 is in that position. It's a 2-2. Blur will hop into the bomb site with the diffuser.
10 seconds to go.
Are kills even possible here? They're both stacked up. Last 2 players from G2. Iconic chooses the wrong direction, but he clutches it again. The crown shines brightest on the head of the king.
He waits for the right moment, doesn't swing in the first jump in, doesn't even swing in the second. He lets them wrap around and expose themselves, giving up that cover off the sandbags to secure the round. Again, a high risk, but a high reward. Almost sacrificing his teammate. Shuttle actually saving Spiff inside of Cafeteria by shutting down that intro member of G2. Another close 2 versus 2, but Astralis come out on top once again. That lab bomb site, there's so much map to worry about, so many locations of the roamers, and G2, they got close. But the bomb site is so big, all those corners with no drones, no time, it's too much to handle.
I was gonna say, these first 2 rounds for G2, that's where things begin to get troubling. Look back in the first half. G2 goes up 3-0, timeout called immediately. The tail end of that flawless 3rd round by Astralis. They have no parachute. They're soaring through the night sky, soaring through the stars. No way to slow themselves. But then you go onto the favored side on Theme Park, again your map, and you surrender the first 2 rounds. That's when things get really concerning if I'm Astralis. Being able to answer back, being able to get a single round, keep it close, deny G2 series point. That's the position Astralis wants to be in.
Yeah. Fabian as the other coach of G2, I mean, he's gonna know the same thing. I mean, you're gonna be a little bit hesitant calling your timeout as long as you have the lead, because you're gonna give the opponents the same chance to talk to their coach. We always see when Callout he makes his timeout, changes happen on Astralis immediately after, implemented just seconds.
Oki runs into J90, losing the duel. Again, you gotta think, that 3 armor of Malusi, that's gonna come in awfully handy, keep you alive. Another nade goes in, they're being tossed in by G2 so far quite fruitlessly. Now it's Spiff to take matters into his own hands by the arcade window. A trail of Gumines being hit, J90 the first to die, there wasn't much left of him anyway, so a sacrifice to be made as Forest for Astralis gives the advantage in numbers back. Ali Mao runs in, but he also runs into Spiff. Again, this is a brawl, a duel between these teams. G2 trailing yet again. Half of the round to play, Astralis to sit and wait for it. Forest on the Ella, you know he's magical on that operator.
Yeah.
Problem for G2 is you don't have those 2 superstars right now. You're gonna rely on your support players to out-duel those same players on Astralis. Get down to the Throne Armory bomb site, get the diffuser planted. If Blur's focus is objective play, Virtue will need to cover, but he's now lost half of his life. He loses the rest of it to Spiff. 2 kills on the round, looking mighty fine. Blur secures what little was left, and now needs to hastily reposition. This will be going for kills on G2's side. How can you get that diffuser planted when you got 2 players still staring in your direction? Selmas go out, jammed. What is Blur to do here? Drops to split after being stunned. Activates the Banshee, getting through the door. This is always a harrowing endeavor. Look at that.
Stacked.
They are stacked up, and Blur will force them out. 1 through split, maybe. He thinks they're over by Dragon. They're just gonna play keep away. Blur chasing away at their heels. He might be able to get the boat, but Shuttle says no thank you. We're gonna need all 12 rounds again.
Astralis playing some of the most absurd 1 versus 2s in terms of positioning. I think they feel inspired from other FPS titles, because in Rainbow Six Siege, you never stack in a 1v2. It's always about the crossfires, but it works so well for them, time and time again. And yes, we will need to go the distance. G2, while these replays are occurring on your screen, have called for a tactical timeout now that things are tied up 5-5. Fabian wants to secure this 2-0. Maintain some energy for later. They have 1 more match. Either of the 2 teams who wins tonight gotta go up against OXG, waiting for them in that 2nd match. Call out most likely gonna praise his team, saying, you know what, boys, you didn't even need me. You figured this out on your own. But anyway, here are 2 things you can do better.
Based off of what we've seen of the timeouts so far. Back in map number 1 on Chalet. Timeout called. Team that calls the timeout, good enough for the next 2 rounds in their win column. Here on Theme Park, after Astralis called their timeout, they won 3 in a row. One of these teams will move to map point. One of them will move to series point.
Yeah.
The Astralis run perilously close to ending.
Also so close to giving us a 3rd map at the same time.
Give me Villa or give me death. It's very simple.
That is a simple way to put it.
Me plus Villa equals life. Me minus Villa equals death. It's a simple equation, really.
Adaptations we have to look out for now. In terms of operator lineup, Iconic on the Warden. We haven't seen that much Warden play so far. Virtue on the Lion. The only real 2 operator changes so far in this matchup. It's the details that are going to change. I think both teams' philosophy in terms of macro, the overall gameplay is going to stay somewhat the same. But it's those small ways that G2 can try and win out on those opening engagements, because as Astralis on defense always find themselves with 1 member more alive on their side than that of G2. And then it boils down to a 2 versus 1 in their favor, and that's how these rounds have been proceeding. It's been very close, 2 rounds in a row. Maybe Virtue on the Line can make a difference. Play more loose with that global gadget.
You know what I'd love from the desk at some point? I know you can hear me, and now you're looking at me. How many rounds possible could Astralis have played, and how many rounds have they played at this event?
Oh.
That's what I want to know.
The yellow pin. Oh, he says no. There we go. Is that the crowd buff?
That's the crowd buff indeed. A tiny bit of damage to Forest, timed well with the EE1D of the Lion. Zami of Forest able to get away. Spectacular on Ella, but a new operator is in his hands.
That's spectacular use of the crowd, I'll have to say.
The crowd buff is real. Each side of this arena dedicated to the team that is closest to them. G2 can hear them, clear as day. They're sitting right next to them. There's the other grenade, it connects. The first one had Forrest's name on it, the second dedicated to Iconic. G2 now pressing up the stairs, they run into Forrest. Astralis trail by 2, G2's entry, very good to this point. Benja goes down, now it's Doki's turn to take some damage, but G2 have reduced Astralis to just Shuttle. In a 1v3, oh, that bullet just whizzes past his face. Shuttle's lost. G2 on series point.
No information for Charlotte. He can't make the right decision when it matters the most. Has to flick between two different angles. It's too much. Overwhelmed by 3 members of G2. They go on match and series point. The yellow pink grenades again. The information that allows Benja this success, always there for G2.
Reminiscent of when Space Station were in the same spot here in Laval. The Astralis cheering section lighting up their phones, projecting the stars.
They know it's now that, it boils down to this round. Astralis, they need overtime or they'll have to leave the arena as players and join the crowd tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be sitting here for the rest of the day.
10 seconds to go.
I hear the chance for overtime. Believe you me, I want it too. I want as many rounds between these two teams as is humanly possible.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Now Astralis, they changed up their approach. They've tried this aggression, but now it got punished. Now they're playing more passive, right? The Goyo canisters, the Ela Grismot mines. These are going to stop G2 on the entry, but also these rounds are actually coming down to the last 40 seconds for the first time in this series. If we get to 40 seconds now for Astralis, they have tools to stall out those last remaining pieces of action. They're gonna try and bleed G2 out slowly. G2's gotta be quick to the punch. They don't recognize this just yet. They're taking their time, droning out the entirety of the map. There's a clear line in the middle. There's one part that Astralis cares about, and there's one part they've surrendered. That part, well, G2's starting to take it, but the first minute is burned down on the clock. They have to start acting on the actual roam clear in front of them. Spiff is upstairs. He's there with support of Shuttle. They're the first front lines for Astralis that G2 has to deal with.
It's a rough spot for Shuttle to be in. They're gonna chip away at his HP with these nades. Next one hits the Kiba barrier. That's a magic trick, and he's got a couple up his sleeve. Doki taking damage at the same time as well. Alimau goes down. Astralis looking for 4 more kills to propel us to overtime. But G2 have just been magnificent, even when they trail. Benjamaster exchanging most of his HP for a kill on the Spiff. I'll take that trade. I'll take that trade every day.
So close, but Forrest gets out live.
Now it's Iconic's turn to go into the ground. More weight on the shoulders of Astralis. G2 reducing these numbers. They can feel the match against OXG. They can taste it. And Forrest will need to clutch in a 1v4. What a run it's been for Astralis. But the G2 streak is just too strong. G2 will dim the scars in the sky.
16-0 for Fabian against North America throughout his entire career of 7 years. And they got one more team from that same region later today in OXG.
A lot of people thought Astralis wouldn't be able to make it this far, and then every single time they proved people wrong, the thought was, well, they're just living on borrowed time. Eventually, time runs out. G2 continue this run through the lower bracket as well. They're looking for yet another hammer.
I mean, Astralis, they played almost as many maps and as many rounds as humanly possible. Fatigue has to set in. The amount of thoughts you can study as their opponent, they've had to give so much weight because of that lower bracket run, and they had the plot armor for so long, beating so many formidable teams in this tournament. They can be very proud and happy with the result that they got here.
I'm gonna ask you for a little bit of crowd interaction. Can we get a nice standing ovation for Astralis on this miracle run, whether you were cheering for them or not? One hell of a performance and a Cinderella run at the 6 Invitational that will be remembered for a long time to come. G2 might have won the match. They'll be playing against OXG later today, but Astralis won a lot of hearts along the way.
Yeah, nobody expected this. I mean, we all make our predictions for fun before the tournament, and I don't think anybody realistically had Astralis making the run that they did.
I didn't.
Looking as good. I didn't either. Massive surprise.
They weren't flashy. We said it many, many times. They were consistent. It was routine. But G2 are a force to be reckoned with. Whether he's behind a computer, whether he's behind the team, Fabian's magic here in this venue, in this city, it's really just something else.
That's the magic of the 6 Invitationals, the hammer, the biggest trophy in the biggest arena of the year. Fabian's aiming for that 3rd hammer as the only person in the world.
Yesterday, W7M getting a berth in the grand final secured Julio the distinction of being just the 2nd player to compete on the main stage 3 times. Will Fabian join? We'll find out after the next matchup, but before we get there, you want to hear from the winners, and you want to hear from Ian on the stage.
Parker, thank you very much. Now, before we shine a spotlight on, of course, the incredible G2, I want to give it up to Astralis and all of the Astralis fans who've been loud as hell throughout that series. Commiserations, what a run they went on. But they weren't quite good enough to stop G2. And I am now joined by the one and only Doki. I mean, look, I've been wanting to get to a position where you're on a stage like this, doing a winner's interview and in front of a crowd like this. You're getting very close to this.
I'm getting close, but we're not there yet, so gotta keep playing.
What is it about G2 that has clicked? I spoke to Benja about this yesterday. Is it him? Is it Fabian, who's looking to lift his 3rd, but this time as a coach? What is it?
You know, everyone can say it's Benja or Fabian. Like, Fabian's had a massive input. Benja's like one of the best players I've ever seen in my life. But also, actually, I have no idea how we're here, to be honest. I really have no idea, because we were playing bad in the group phase. Well, we didn't play bad, but we were playing pretty poor. And then we've just built up momentum game after game after game, and I'm feeling so confident right now. So, and thank you to all the fans. Like, the support is unbelievable. So, yeah.
Anybody think that G2 can go all the way and lift the hammer at the end of it all? I think that I've figured out what it is that's changed for G2. It's ever since you dyed your hair blonde, bro.
White hair. It's the white hair. And also Nico from the CSGO team, white hair.
That's it.
He's winning everything. It's the white hair. Dye your hair, guys.
Should we all dye our hair at the end of this? Maybe. Look, this lower bracket run that you are on, when you have to go on a lower bracket gauntlet run such as this, one thing that you have to have in high volumes is stamina. And that is going to be, proven again in your next lower bracket setup against Oxygen. Do you feel like you can dig deep and continue this?
I mean, I think the team that plays first always has the advantage because they've already played, they've warmed up. So, absolutely, yeah. And I think also, which is good for us, like Oxygen are also in any team, and we quite like playing against the any teams. So, I don't think the preparation is going to be that much different. Like, Astralis are very aggressive, and they played absolutely unbelievable today. And we managed to like dial in and like kind of, put this point on it. So, the same prep is probably going to do us a good. So, but you never know what happens. Best of 3 and all that. So, looking forward to it.
I just wanted to ask you personally as well, just before we start to wrap this up, like, what sort of a difference and an impact does Fabian's championship winning experience have on you personally?
I mean, he keeps telling me he's going to take my spot if I don't play good. That's a bit of motivation. But no, it definitely has a lot. Like, he's a great player, well, was a great player, not anymore. And now he's a great coach, so he's good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Doki and G2. And good luck against Oxygen, all right? And commiserations once again to Astralis. I absolutely love that roster. But G2 continue ploughing forward in this lower bracket, and to pick that one to pieces, it's now over to the wonderful Jackie on the desk.
Aw, Ian, great interview as always. Fabian threatening Doki's spot. On brand, am I wrong?
No, certainly not off-brand for Fabian, but for G2, what a moment that they have just found for themselves.
You predicted it.
I did predict it. I think, realistically, Lightning struck 4 times.
Yeah.
It didn't just strike twice for Astralis. It struck so many times. It was eventually going to come to an end, and I think they met their maker today.
Yeah, unfortunately. But let's hear it for the Astralis fans. They had their phones out. You predicted them, didn't quite work out though.
I don't know if I'm the curse, but there's one thing for sure is that Astralis had so much additional energy in this stadium from all of the people standing up and cheering them on. Astralis have so much to be proud for during this run.
Certainly, but let's talk about this map. Fresh, the op bans, this had a huge impact.
Yeah, I actually think G2 maybe took a bad choice with the operator ban that they went for. They went for the Amaru ban, which is a combination of it being used against G2 and also the fact that Astralis have used this in the past. They like to repel into those break room windows, specifically on theme park. However, the Amaru left the Nook open. Because you banned the Amaru, the Nook was open. And I've got to say, I thought Iconic was really, really excellent today on the Nook. He kept finding those crevices that he was finding his way into, exploiting the gaps and opening up the round for Astralis. Realistically, on theme park, they got themselves a 3-3 split, with Iconic finding most of those gaps for them. So the way that then played out is G2 then had their backs up against the wall because a 3-3 on theme park, that's never the best.
And yet, moving into the second half, G2 started with 2 attacks in a row, some of which were incredibly dominant. The first one, Doki had a 4K. He took advantage of the fact that after a pick or two, there was nobody on site, completely flooded it. And here's what's more, you talked about that knockban or lack thereof. And for G2, you've got Benjamaster, who is by far and away the MVP of this game, and he was a star on that knock.
He really... Oh, sorry, go.
He really is a star player, you know, Doki said about it. I spoke to Doki in like day 1 of groups, and I walked up to him and he's like, Benjamaster's cheating, he's so good. Like, how is he just getting these kills all of the time? And I think, you know, you just said it to me just before I went live, James. Benja's never played a main stage. He's played 2 LAN tournaments and never made the main stage. He's now hitting the main stage and excelling.
Benjamaster had 30 kills in 27 rounds in that match. As you said, first time he's ever even stood on an international stage. He's just 19 years old, and he is the youngest player left at the tournament. And he has absolutely no fear of getting into the server and tearing it up, because he is one of the highest opening kill players at the event, and it's unstoppable.
He's actually an example for a lot of young players, and I'll tell the story. I've told this story once about Benjamaster, but I've known Benjamaster since he was about 16, you know, 4 or 5 years now. He messaged me when he was an underage player, and he said, what do I need to do to go pro? And I said, Benji, you're already tearing up the rank scene. Everybody in Europe knows who you are. Your aim is incredible. But work on things like your team play, your positioning, making plays off people, your communication, all of these soft skills around what a player needs. He went away and he just worked on them religiously, stuck his head down, worked on them. You know, he was playing in some underage teams, whatever he could, basically. And then he came in as soon as he was 18 into EUL. And to be honest, he said it a lot.
Yeah, Benja undoubtedly a standout. This was such a great series. It truly was the battle of the Grim Reapers. G2 obviously victorious, but Dev, both of these teams fighting tooth and nail, incredible trades.
Yeah, that's it. The way that this map played out was just fighting for map control. And the thing about theme park, you can, as a defense, set up these really extended power positions. We've talked about operator bans. Guess what? One of the holy trinity of defenders was left in the Azami. We saw Doki right near the start of the game holding onto that cash side control with the Azami, but it was a double-sided sword as well, because sometimes he finds one pick, but eventually Astralis can recompose trade back. And so what we ended up seeing was a lot of rounds that ended up in 2v1s, even, you know, the final round, there was a lot of time left on the clock in that 1vx, and it goes to show that it really matters about stepping up in these tight scenarios, being able to adjust your plan. In the past, we've had a brand of Rainbow Six where you can have an execute in mind, and all the round is about setting up for that execute. But when there's so much going on in the mid-round, that all of these late rounds have to be clutches, you have to throw all that out of the window.
And I think the operator choices on the back of that made so much sense. We saw G2 yesterday playing a lot of traps, playing a lot of Goyo, for when they played up against Wolves, playing a lot of execute, anti-plant denial. Today it was very much about being in the faces, making sure that you don't let them take the ground that they wanted to take. And that's why, you know, like you said, we were seeing a 2v2 scenario on Armory Throne where nobody was near site. And the site was almost irrelevant. The map was almost irrelevant. This was just 5 players on each side that just wanted to go to war.
It's like TDM.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, our MVP is in. You've been talking a lot about him. Benja.
Yeah.
I mean, any surprise here, Fresh?
I mean, only that it's not Doki, to be honest. I think both of them will have been very, very close in EPS. But yeah, that's absolutely incredible. You know, he was having a lot of fun. And he plays it off the back of the space that Doki creates as the primary entry as well. He's a very smart, very intelligent player. And he pops up sometimes, and I think even in that theme park game just then, he wasn't getting these big flashy multi-kills, but he was just popping up with a couple here and there. It was predominantly shallow where he was finding a lot of his success.
And
Yeah,
oh, sorry, yeah.
I was just going to say, for me, it's really these openings. He is just so good at finding these openings for the team and giving them a leg in, a way to get into that round.
Well, Dev, we were chatting in the green room earlier. G2 just taking those clutches, the 1v1s, the 2v2s. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, the consistent thing we talk about for Astralis is their ability, when in a pinch, to continue fighting for these clutches. But the thing is, G2 can fight fire with fire. They are an exceptional clutch team, the second best in the tournament, and there's a chance that they could overtake Astralis as they have now overtaken them in the bracket as well.
And it might not necessarily always go down as a clutch, but the thing that G2 have done is their situation management, their late round situation management, time and time again. And you know, I've also watched these boys all year long in EUL, where they would get to a 3v3 and it would look so desynchronized and they would get picked off one by one. In these 3v3s, 2v2s, whatever it may be, they're able to still, in the round, come up with a plan and execute the plan together. Of course, it doesn't always work, but they are winning more rounds than not when they're getting down to that kind of late round. A plan needs to be formulated and a plan needs to be executed, and they're doing it. And it's very impressive to see from the G2 that we saw just 3 months ago that couldn't do that.
Yeah, and Rainbow Six really is about fundamentals. That's the name of the game. People love to talk about crazy strategies, but at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan and you have to just go for it, it's something that G2 absolutely relish. And that's what we've seen in such a rounded roster. Benja in particular, like, he's got 5th best kills overall in the entire tournament so far. And he is absolutely nuts in those clutch scenarios as well.
Okay, Fabian's NA record. Still rolling here.
Yep.
Lifting the 3rd hammer.
It's on the cards.
Someone scream no, be nice over there.
It's on the cards. I mean, already taking down one NA team this morning. Like, what's another?
I mean, the one thing is like, Fabian's record is actually going to get tested because he does have an unreal record against North America, and it has continued, and that is, you know, kudos to him. But they're going from Astralis to Oxygen, who are 2 very different teams to prepare for. G2 need to snap out of the Astralis mentality because they were fighting fire with fire today. They were being very explosive, and they need to get into a much more balanced approach.
And here's a bit of a tease for the upcoming game as well. Yeah, G2 have been playing some fantastic players on Astralis who are crazy in the clutch, but they're about to go up against the best player in the tournament in Newers, and that's a completely different kettle of fish.
Oof. Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit later. I do want to talk about Astralis a little bit. They started off slow, too little, too late. Thoughts on that?
It's kind of difficult because, like I say, there's only so many times that your team as a whole can go negative and you win a game.
True.
And that is, you know, I think Parker referenced it. They were living on borrowed time. He actually asked for a statistic during the cast of how many rounds that they actually played versus their maximum potential rounds. They played 296 rounds up until this point. The maximum they could have played across this tournament is 345 rounds. So you're talking 86% of rounds that were available they played, which means they were super competitive with almost everybody, and they kept finding that way to win. I think at the end it was, you know, I said it was always going to catch up with them at some point, but that run they went on was nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, and even in that final game, the fact that they managed 3 attacks on Theme Park, the fact that 2 of those came down to 1v1s and one of them was a 2v1 is nothing short of extraordinary. And look, I didn't go to Charlotte. I didn't see Astralis play in that grand final. I haven't seen as much of them before, and that's why I was a doubter coming into this tournament. And when I was wrong about the game against BDS, I completely flipped the switch, and this result against G2 has changed absolutely nothing for me about Astralis. I have no doubt that they are one of the best teams in the world, and they will be contending for trophies this year.
Oh, I love the dedication from the Astralis fans. Iconic, undoubtedly their fearless leader in this series.
Yeah, he is. He really is an enigma, and he really is a main stage player as well. You know, obviously Astralis as a whole across the year, you look at the high of Charlotte and the relative lows that they experienced through stage 2, stage 3, and then even into this event. Obviously, they did enough to qualify to this event on points. But then as soon as they're at the event and at the LAN, that's where, for me, Iconic really shines. The amount of times I do call him an enigma, and the fact that we speak to him and he's exactly the same, You see him in the huddles, you see him just making the plays. He must give, when you're on the team and you're the other players on the team, he must give them so much confidence because he's got that much confidence in himself.
And for me, Astralis, I think about their run in Berlin, which was the first time I personally saw them play live, and it is like a black mark on their record for that team. Astralis were astonishingly good in Stage 1, and Stage 2, they really got taken down a notch. And Stage 3 was a real formation period, and post-Stage 3, we're looking at an Astralis that's got Spiff, that's rejuvenated their roster, that Iconic is leading to victory.
It's an exciting time to be an Astralis fan, to be fair.
Absolutely.
Ups and downs, new-ish roster. Going into 2023, I would be very excited if I supported this team.
Oh, okay, well, let's look ahead. Let's look at the bracket. Already been a wild day, and you know what? I'll put you in the hot seat this time, Dev. What you thinking?
I'm thinking that we've got another G2 versus NA game coming right up, and it is Oxygen. This time, for me, the great story, Foxay playing his 5th consecutive 6 Invitational on home turf. Foxay is from Montreal right here, and he will be fighting with the home crowd on his side. Once again, G2 will have it against them.
I hope these Astralis fans embrace OXG.
Oh, you've got
now
to.
That Astralis are at the tournament, keep that NA crowd behind OXG. And I think there's good storylines either way. Obviously, we're going to have a North American team in the final going up against W7M, or we're going to have G2, the first time in 4 years this organization can, go back to potential lift the hammer. The storylines there just write themselves.
All right, well, fantastic analyst desk as always with both of you. But for all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We're going to take a quick little break and also want to preview the Year 8 Season 1 reveal panel. Super excited about that. We'll be back in a flash. Bye.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
When you have 2 teams from the same region going up against one another, you're best friends. But in the server, you want that win. You want it so bad.
Our 2 Brazilian teams in the grand final for the first time ever. Ninjas and Pajamas!
Some tournaments you have a better feeling about winning, and that one, it was ours.
Our 2nd Brazilian team, Team Liquid!
NIP was very well prepared. They were like top 1 team in Brazil.
It goes to Brazil no matter who wins it, but for NIP, it means a lot.
We lost to SSG a year before, and then we knew like in our hearts that this is the invitation we need to win,
It was a very difficult time for us as a team.
It was pretty hard, especially because of what happened to me at the moment. I lost my dad during the competition.
In that final, I think Liquid kind of won people's hearts because of the tragedy that had happened, but because they had also played incredibly well throughout the tournament and through the grand final. They gave us an incredibly entertaining game.
Sidecore goes big with 4 kills to push them over the line on Cafe, and that is going to be NIP 2-0 on maps. There you go, the kill comes in. He knew exactly where the man was coming from, and that's going to be Team Liquid taking our 2nd map of Chalet. Palu, 1 second left to go. Diffuser goes down in the absolute nick of time, but Moringa, he gets a huge kill, Des! He gets a huge kill! We're going all the way to 5. Brazil. Palu cannot find the kill. Out comes the Nitro.
Shot out
by Pino. That is the round in 2020. Brazilian hearts were broken, but like a phoenix, NIP rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the Six Invitational 2021.
It was one of the best days of my life. I think we can compare that as a Brazilian team winning the World Football Cup.
I think winning the Six Invitational was the best feeling ever I had.
Was the best moment of my life in the sports scene for sure. I was crying a lot. I was out of control.
We were very sad to lose, but we understood the limits of the team at the time, and we were very proud. But also, it was very nice to see another Brazilian get a title.
After that SI, like I think it was a motivated thing to grow as a region and make it through a lot of other tournaments.
At the end of the day, everyone is just friendly. So yeah, we have a very nice relationship.
The friendships run deep and it goes beyond shouting and cheering on stage. You know, all of that is part and parcel of this. It's a respect that is given and earned between these players.
It's an awesome feeling for everyone, you know, not just us. We win for everyone.
Commentating the grand final of the Pro League 7, it was amazing.
To see a Brazilian team with a great chance to be the winner of this tournament was an unforgettable moment for me.
I remember that every time we have some international events on the Pro League, we have Liquid and FaZe Clan traveling. On that time, we faced a big problem in the international events, and that problem was called Penta.
Grand final time! Team Liquid versus Penta Sports EU Latin America. Bank Map 1, let's get the show on the road!
Penta was the best thing at the time, and it was a pleasure, an honor to play against them on a final.
Even us from Brazil, we are saying, okay, Penta is there, they're gonna be winning this. In our minds, in our heart, we consider ourselves on that time as underdogs. So imagine underdog going against the best team in the world. Everyone had some fear. It's Penta. How are you gonna beat Penta?
Zig has to carry this here, or else Liquid will go, but no, Jonas will get the final shot, a headshot on the IQ, and a 5-1 victory in map number 1, Penta Sports.
In the first map, we started to see the Penta was going to win again. It was a little bit frustrating for us because all those years seeing the Brazilian team's goals on the finals and always get the second place was a little bit frustrating for us.
Sexy Cake though will drop 1, 2 kills though, a flurry for Liquid, as Goga gets 1, Zig with 1 more, they're on fire! Pengu, last man alive here, but he gets shot from the side! Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid, they survive! And we'll see a third map!
And then everything started to go pretty well for Team Liquid, and the hype was real, you know.
Liquid almost going down, they bring it back in! The energy on this team is absolutely insane!
We already know they are very good, but we trust ourselves, we trust our work. Let's just play as a team and let's have some fun. That's all we came for.
One more map separates us. We actually got all the way through. I was so scared that it would just end in a 2-0. It was so
honestly
close.
Should have, with how Penta played that round.
32 seconds left on the clock as Ness will get one more. He'll get the second one as well. The drop. And Bola with the last one. Penta on the floor. Oh my God. This is getting close. Buck has already opened the wall in the back, and Team Liquid, they're one round away from being crowned the new champions of Pro League.
This could be history in the making.
Sexy Cake peeks, but Bolt will get the kill on Goga. Here's the cleanup from Sexy Cake. 2 alive. Pengu and Fabian. Everybody from Team Liquid concentrating their efforts. You see everybody, every single one of the players here concentrating on the one kill that they need. Have they run out? Yes, they will. Liquid, they win. Latin America, Penta goes down.
I was pretty emotional in this moment. All my body was shaking, and it was a dream come true, you know.
It was the first moment that we have the biggest prize in Rainbow Six from that time.
We became a strong region after that. The victory was a game changer for everyone in Brazil.
This trophy and this victory is such a massive thing, even 4.5 years later.
That moment was unique for me because we lost so many games against Pentas, so it was like a little bit of revenge in a good way and a redemption for the Brazilians, you know. It was a magical moment.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Go. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Disgod from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon, and the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that. They can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
My first impression to Nighthaven was its beautiful looks and stuff. I thought it was a very fresh map, and it was a new map, and I was excited because we haven't had a map in a long time.
I was more so excited just because they talked about it being built for the competitive side of the game, so that excited me.
It was something new. It was nothing like any of the other maps.
I feel it's a really good map, but you need to be more in it, playing multiple times to be confident and comfortable on it.
The kind of rank strats that I like to run would be the Azami on the rafters, kind of just like Clubhouse. That's what I do.
On defense, it's just like setting up like default stuff. Like if you play, for example, in the highest elo, there's like always these tendencies of where to put shields, rotates, and stuff like that. So that's nothing changed on my end. But on attack, I have like certain like pushes and with my team, so it's great.
I have some Asami strats and Mira strats for basement in the heaven, and the kitchen is just reinforce and run out.
The best part is that it's a big map, but you can play the map like you want. If you want to do a control map, like control everything, you can. If you want just to push straight to the bomb site, like upstairs or downstairs, you can also.
Like the first floor, like the new basement, I think it's way better than like all the other maps that have basements like that. It's a lot more complex.
My first initial reaction for when I saw the Sense trailer, I was kind of like confused at like what the ability first did. It looked like a really cool concept. It's like a smoke, but it like pans out like really far.
My first time playing Sense, I remember I was playing on Vela and on Study Bar, and I just sensed all of Study and ran in maps and planted the bomb and just ran back. People were just got confused. It makes like a noise and like just walls and bouncing everywhere.
The first like real map I thought about like when I first saw Sense come out, I thought about Oregon a lot because with Sense you could really cut off a lot of like the crossfires.
I think is Oregon, the kids' bomb site. So you can split the bomb in the middle and go plant. It's so easy and so powerful.
Was Team Park, because it's a map where there's like long angles, it's like a lot of crossfires, and like that wall is like blocks off the enemy's line, so they can hold crossfires.
The best way to deal with Sense is definitely Warden, because he can see through smokes and flashes. Also, another way to deal with Sense is impacts. When you impact the Sense gadget, it destroys it, that part of the wall, and you can see through it.
My favorite like spot to use Sense is probably Oregon Kids, since when you want to try to like go in through the trophy door, you have like 4 different angles on you. So if, with like a Sense lineup, you can cover like almost all the angles with like just one.
On Chalet, there's like a drone outside dining. You can cut off like half of dining room and plant behind the dining table. So you just have a glass, as we showed like on game day against FaZe, but it didn't work out very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th Invitational 2023. God, I love this crowd. Right, we've got another best of 3 series coming up shortly, but before we get there, of course, at every SI, it's all about the Commendations 2, where we celebrate some of the most important people and figures that have been a part of this scene for a long time and give them their flowers in front of an incredible audience like this one here in Montreal. Our next is a content creator that has pushed this game's limits, boundaries. He's done it all, and I know that every single one of you in here know all about him. If you don't, this video will remind you. It's Coconut Bra.
You know, there's multiple definitions of success. I think that's kind of the root of like my channel in the first place, is very unorthodox ways to succeed. If you're talking YouTube success or success in a video game, there's a million different ways to go about it, I believe. My name is Jonathan Soley. Most people call me John or Coconut Bra. That's how I'm known on YouTube and across all social media. Right now, I'm sitting on the big island of Hawaii. This is where I'm currently living. Been here for about 10 years now. My parents were always really supportive of pretty much anything that we wanted to learn. And at one point, me and my sisters, we were so involved in gymnastics. Those were 5-6 days a week, sometimes 5-6 hours a day. It was pretty intensive. When I find something that I'm like truly passionate about, yeah, I tend to get pretty involved in it until I feel like I've accomplished something.
My name is Mimi Soley. I am John's wife. We've been married for 5 years now. John's a great dad. He's actually a really, really good dad. Very patient, very loving, and very attentive to them, which is really good because that's kind of all you really want from a dad, right? One of his best qualities has to be his drive to do something when he wants to get something done. He just always has a goal, and he's constantly setting higher goals for himself.
Almost a decade ago, I think, is when I first started the YouTube channel. The first video that I had that actually did really, really well was a top 10 Spawn Peaks video.
In at number 10, jumping into
After I saw that there was a group of people that played Siege that maybe had a similar mindset of like how I play it, that's when it kind of sparked in my head, like, okay, I can actually like grow from doing this.
He's always been the type of person who's really good at anything he sets his mind to. I know when he first started playing games, he would get kicked off a lot because he would always beat the game in a way maybe it wasn't designed to be beaten.
Everybody has a different definition of like what's pushing the boundary or what's an exploit. So it's definitely like a gray line that I try not to cross. So it's about getting the highest percentage chance of success you can against the other player while still playing within that rule set. Siege takes everything to another level with map destructibility, the way operators interact with each other. Just the fact that you can discover new things after 7, almost 8 years, from like a YouTube perspective, it's infinite content.
And the only reason why he's able to get to where he is because of the hard work that he put into it. Because, you know, he came from having no followers to like 100 followers and then 1,000 followers, and he got that plaque. And it was like amazing to see him hit all these milestones and then have the people who were there from the beginning see him where he is now.
Coconut Bra. He's a legend in the Siege community. You know, he's always known for the most abstract way of playing the game.
I don't think there's a single person who breaks this game as much as Coconut Bra does.
This man has broken the game so many times, and I love every part of it.
There are so many tricks and places and small gimmicks that he will find in the game.
You ask any pro team, you'll find like a Coconut Bra spot, no matter what. You will. It's inevitable. Coconut Bra is inevitable.
That's probably one of the most humbling things, is to be able to be recognized. We all just have that thing in common and a huge passion for Siege. I feel like when you get really creative enough, there's always an alternate way to succeed. If you have a passion that you want to go for, you should really go for it. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid of what other people think. And if you have a passion, you know, there's so many ways to go about it. You never know what's going to happen unless you try. You got to go for it.
What an amazing man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get loud for Coconut Bra! 1.7 million subscribers. I have had the chance to have a little chat with him prior to him coming out to accept this award, and he is incredibly humble, modest, and one thing that is for sure, he absolutely loves this game. So please give it up for Coconut Bra. How you doing?
I'm doing very good.
Can I give you the award? There you go, take it. Beautiful, right?
That is amazing. Thank you.
I just want to roll back the clock because you've been playing this game since the very beginning, right? What was it that made you start to mess around with it to the level that you did? And when did you realize, okay, people are actually watching this and doing it themselves?
No, I think that's what we all have in common, right? We all like to play Siege, and you can play Siege in an infinite amount of ways. You know, you're playing the same round over and over again, but you never run out of options on how to play it. And so that's one thing we all have in common. So yeah, thank you for everyone. Thank you for everything.
Can we talk about the purple tarps, please?
Yeah, purple tarps is an interesting one. You know, it started off with just a cool spot that you could go to, and every once in a while when you'd get up there, Ubisoft would see that, and they would patch the way on how to get up there. But what Ubisoft didn't know is I actually had like 4 or 5 other ways to get up there. I just kept them in the arsenal hidden, and then when they patched one, you know, make a new video on how to get up there. And it went back and forth for a while, you know. It's a total meme on Twitter and everything, but eventually I think Ubisoft gave up because what they ended up doing is now you just fall through them. So I think the Bra fam won that one.
We got the Bra fam in the building, right? What about the name? Coconut Bra. Where did it come from?
You know, kind of like the whole channel, honestly, kind of started as a joke with my friends. You know, I had just moved to Hawaii. We were kind of brainstorming names. One of my best friends, Chris, he just threw out the name Coconut Bra, and then we ended up putting the twist on it because in Hawaii you don't really say "What's up, bro?" You say "What's up, bra?" So we put the H in there so that it's like that. But coconut bras are also very stereotypical of Hawaii, you know. So yeah, it just worked out like that.
Can I just get a collective "What's up, bra" from the crowd, please, in 3, 2, 1? You feel at home now?
Yes, I love it. I want to say thank you to everyone. You know, whether you've watched one video 7 years ago and it was a Jaeger ACOG bullet hole spawn peak, through purple tarps to now, thank you. I mean, none of this would be possible without any of you. Yeah, love you guys.
John, we learned from that video you've got a beautiful family, you live in a beautiful location, kids, you're having a fantastic life, and I wish you nothing but more success with whatever you do next, all right?
Thank you very much.
One more time for Coconut Bra. Well, as we go along, we will continue to celebrate more of the people who make this game tick, important figures behind the scenes, and this time, let's meet some of the gameplay programmers.
I'm Maxime Larivière. I'm a gameplay programmer.
Gabriel Desev. I'm a gameplay programmer.
Gaël Robert. I'm a product owner on the operator sales.
I'm Steve Gagne. I'm lead gameplay on the operator sales. On Rainbow Six, we have 2 big families of programming. So we have the first one, which is content. They're composed of the gameplay programmers. We have the AI programmers, which are working on the bots that are in the Terror Hunt, for example. We have the UI programmers, They're working on all the interface, the menus, the HUD that's displayed in the game, all the menus for customization, etc.
After that, we also have the tech family, I would say. First, we got the engine team, composed of 3D programmer, sound programmer, and physics programmer. After that, we got the network programmer. After that, we got the online programmer. And finally, we would have the tools programmer.
For gameplay programming, we're mostly focusing on the 3 C's, so the character, the camera, and the controls. And on the operator cell, we're mostly focusing on the gadgets. It's what makes each operator unique, and that's what we spend the most time on. We are working with the game designers. On our side, we're trying to bring the ideas to life. We start with prototypes. We try to see what's interesting with something quick that we can do in code.
So when we implement the gameplay of an operator, we need to make sure that the operator is made in such a way that it's scalable. So we have around 70 operators in the game. So we need to make sure that every operator we develop is functional with the previous ones, that the code will not break in a year or 2 years because it was made the wrong way.
The way we work to build an operator is to have a dedicated team which will be entirely focusing on the operator for an entire year, and it's basically 2 gameplay programmers, 2 game designers, dev tester, UX designer, realization as well, and obviously the product owner. The idea is to have an autonomous cell that can iterate super fast and create the content we're going to deliver. If you look at the high level of the production of the operator, we have 3 phases. The first one is one of the strongest and hardest one is the conception. Conception for us is L0. Once we're done with the conception, because we're happy, we start the production, and then we hit L1, L2, L3. L1 is you have all the functionalities. L2 is obviously you have the functionalities plus some of the key aspect of the operator. And then you have L3 where you polish basically and you enter the debug phase. Once we debug, we're happy with the product, we ship, and we reach L4. It's on a test server, we test, we have feedback from the community, and on, and we ship the final product 3 weeks later.
During the conception phase, it's really a fun phase for us programmer and for the designer, because it's the moment we can try a lot of different ideas. So we can try a pretty simple and safe idea. We can try really funky ideas, thing we are pretty sure will never make into the game, but we want to try it because it can spark an idea, maybe an iteration where it could be in the game, or even something into the event cell, for example.
So we do plenty of prototypes. We reach a state that we call fun approve, kind of design approve, where we all agree on the fun factor of that operator and the fact that it inserts itself properly in the meta of the game. And to reach that point, we obviously use Pro Workshop, we use play sessions within the team, we ask the directors, the game designer to give them the inputs. And from there, as soon as we have reached that state, we inject the realization to the operator.
So when we have the fun approve, we have our realization director that presents the intentions behind the gadget. So is it going to be an electronic gadget? Is it going to be smoke? Is it going to be with lights or so on? During this presentation, we elaborate all the different aspects of the gadget. It will be animation, it will be VFX, audio, etc. How the gadget is going to work in the game. So based on that, all the technical experts in the game will raise flags and identify the risks that are associated with that gadget. So sometimes during the conception, we identify operator ideas that are really cool, that are very promising, but are really complex to implement. So we like to call those operators unicorns. So those are operators that are very good gameplay-wise, but are technically very complex to accomplish. So for Azami, we had this great operator, this great idea of rebuilding the things in the map. So in Siege, we're very good at breaking things, destroying the map, but we're not so good at patching that up. We started with that idea with Azami that was very complex to implement because we didn't have the tools in our engine to reconstruct the map. So we iterated for a long time during the conception. We went to a fun approve, but the de-risk, we didn't make it because we were missing some key elements to reconstruct in the map, and also the sound propagation. So when we, for example, you make a hole inside of a wall or a floor, the sound will go through it. However, we didn't have the tech to say, okay, now that hole is blocked, so the sound will not pass anymore. So we had to put Azami on the side.
A technical limitation doesn't usually mean that it's the end of like an operator. What we try to do is to find a creative solution and either try to tackle it later when we have the time if it's just a complex issue, or just try to find a different solution, and every gadget in the end will have to evolve.
During the de-risk phase of our operator sounds, the obvious realization we had in mind was to use smoke for the gadget. However, when we started to put smoke in there, we realized that it would be very costly to use smokes. The smoke in Rainbow Six is costly in performance. And we could end up with something like 15 or 20 smokes at the same time in the game. So when we realized that it was too costly, we had to rely on a fallback plan, and we thought of having some pellets that spawn a wall of light. And those wall of lights were a viable alternative to using smokes for that operator, and enable us to ship sounds.
It's for people all around the world. It's the one event that everyone gets together for. It's just the biggest gathering for Rainbow Six fans.
It was a very incredible experience to get to watch Siege in a venue with a crowd. It's very different compared to an online experience.
Watching the pro players just kind of inspires future content for yourself. You are watching the elites play.
Through this event, we can really bring people from all around the world together. All these people that really are core to this community. It's really that moment where we can all celebrate.
I've attended all the SIs, all 4 for now. But the first one, for me, it was like a very personal event because I still felt like a nobody, but that was like the first time I felt like people actually knew me.
Probably one of the most humbling things is to be able to be recognized from it. You know, if somebody comes up to me and they're like stoked and excited to meet me, like I'm excited to meet them too. To me, I'm that same person. You know, we all just have that thing in common and a huge passion for Siege.
I remember having a signing session where I got to meet some fans. Part of me knew that I was recognized a little bit more, and I wasn't sure how that was going to play out because I had never experienced that before.
I think that's the best. You actually put a face to a name. It's such good vibes, such positive vibes. It's infectious. I'm always happy to hang out and talk to people.
To make videos, to make content about a game that you love, and then to be in a room with the people who actually work on it and create it, and then to recognize you as somebody they want there is so rewarding.
2020 was kind of the biggest one for me, playing the show match at the Invitationals. It was something that I really wanted to do. The feeling of playing on stage is unmatched.
The feeling of the crowd roaring when you get a clutch play or when you get this like sneaky kill is something that is so cool and so rad.
To go there and actually see some of the people, shake their hand, give hugs, and establish a real connection with the people that you interact with over the internet is priceless.
I always say that there's nothing like seeing Rainbow Six Siege played live, and sharing it with other people is just something that is so incredible.
There's just nothing like that feeling of being part of something bigger, and I think that this event is all about it. It's really what gives the word community its full meaning.
When I saw like a trailer for Azami, I just knew like bringing in like a character like that just brings a lot of creativity.
You know, I see her throwing these gadgets across the rooms, like blocking off walls and doors. So in my head, you know, there's a lot of things that I could be able to do with her, and a lot of things that other teams and people could do. And yeah, she looks really strong.
So I was like, wow, what's that? You know, that's so incredible.
I remember the first time playing Azami. You can play like really aggressive with her, you know. You gun one side and then block the other one.
She was putting the Kiba barrier at the skylight. I was like, oh, I can't take that. I can't break it. I don't know how to play against it.
The best way to deal with Azami is bringing a Habana. Habana can shoot her pellets.
Is to play slow on attack, you know. But yeah, she's really annoying because sometimes you can't play that slow.
Azami changed the meta because she can create a new step to the attack side.
She's so powerful and strong that she can create new strats just off of her.
Azami changed a lot because, you know, you can build a lot of things that no one can stand there, and, you know, you're gonna like ruling the tempo like every teams you have.
My favorite spot to play Azami is in Oregon, the kids bomb site.
On Chalet.
Cafe, top floor.
It's still Oregon.
Ooh, the biggest brain in G2 has to be Alamo, if I'm being honest. But second is a close me, by far. No, not by far. By it's 7 a.m. man, too tired. Should we go again?
Biggest brain, no brainer.
The biggest brain, again, I'll just say Gio, just because he's the guy behind Sonics. He does all the main stuff, the strats, all that stuff, so he is the brain.
The person that has the biggest brain on my team is probably Dash. He's the IGL, he's always doing strats together with Norris, our coach. Dots is a brainer too, but I think Dash is the one.
I think the biggest brain in the team will be probably me or Ifak. But yeah, not Shaiko for sure.
The guy in my team who has the biggest brain, well, that's obviously me, I'm the IGL. He's definitely not convinced, but it's like...
My first reaction of Solis when I saw the trailer was that she was pretty broken.
Like it looked nothing like any of the ops that like came out over like the few years, like literally nothing.
The first time my interaction with Solis was when I was on Heroic and we kind of played like the beta before everyone else against Vitality, and to be honest, no one in that lobby knew how to play the operator.
The best map that I've seen her played on, honestly, was probably Oregon, because it's so destructible from like bottom up. It's just so good. Like her ability, you can see the bomb literally anywhere because it's such a small map.
Was Bank, because it's so annoying to chase the drone in main lobby. So I was like, yes, no drone in main lobby anymore. But at the same time, I'm the guy who's putting the drone in main lobby in an attack, so you know, it was kind of mixed.
Honestly, I don't think there is a counter to Solis, like, without banning her.
I'd almost say there's kind of like two metas right now. I think Solis has changed it, like, you can be super playmakey off her, because you just see where all the drones are. They can't, like, you can just shoot their flank cams and make plays off that. And then also if teams aren't playing Solis, then the game's in a whole different meta.
Chris Price getting ace in our team is easily Solotov. That guy just walks in. Just watch out, that's all I'll say.
Who would be the quickest to ace a team?
It's either Shaiko or Renshiro, I think.
It's probably me. I'm the guy that always doing flash things, playing fast, and getting the first frag. It's probably me.
Because Renshiro, if he's on point, like, he's just kicking heads. Who on my team would get an ace the quickest?
Jake Virtue. Jake Virtue, he's fast. He's very, very fast.
Probably Newers. Probably New, just because, you know, he would get one and just keep going. He would just snowball through it.
The one who could get the quickest ace is definitely Mowgli, because when he starts killing, he doesn't stop.
In my opinion, honestly, it might be Gio. I think there's these moments with Gio where he's just like, he goes dead silent and he kills like 4 people. It's crazy.
That's a case because this is a lion.
The first time I saw the trailer for Grim, I was like, that's kind of funny. We have like a lot of bees, like lighting bees going on the maps.
It's maybe a good player, maybe can change a little bit the meta, not like Mira or Zami, but can be interesting.
The first time I played Grim, I think it was on screen with my team, and we said, okay guys, we need to rush. I was like, I need an operator with 3 speed.
I'd say the first bomb site was Bank, because obviously with the trailer, you know, I thought you could put them down as like flank things, and if they walk into it, it detects them.
Chalet, like master bedroom, gaining information on the master. You could shoot the Grim through the window, and you can maybe like shoot people from below. I always thought like this, or like clubhouse, gym, stuff like this.
Was on club, server, top garage, the catwalk. I was like, I can deny the top garage guy, but it didn't work.
The best way to deal with Grim would be to kill Grim, because I don't think there's that much else to do but you just kill him.
Best way to deal with Grim is probably just move. It's the easiest counter, like just don't stand on the B and you'll be perfectly fine.
Who is the worst at throwing grenades? I would say...
Me. That's for sure me. I am the worst at throwing grenades.
The worst player in throwing grenades is Dash too. He killed our teammate with a C4, he killed himself with the Flores drone, and on screens he killed like 4 times in late, so he's not good with explosives.
Probably. I'd probably have to say Sweater, yeah. We can't give that guy utility.
The worst player at throwing grenades on our team is Usus, because he can't control his mouse.
I don't know why, but I just suck. And actually, compared to online, on the land build, the nades are like, because there's no ping, the nades are like so responsive, and I blew myself up like 3 times. I don't really care about it. It's definitely me.
I would say... Actually, like, we've never had a Doki's accident, so no one in my team, to be honest.
The player I'd trust the most in a 1 versus 5, I think I would trust Dream the most in a 1 versus 5. But from this event, I feel like Vert has been really pulling rounds out of thin air. So I guess I would say for this event, Vert.
Oh, player I'd count on the most clutch in a 1v5. In our team. No one. We suck.
The person I would trust the most is obviously Rexing, because he's done it at this event. So if I saw anyone do it again, it'd probably be him.
But probably me, actually, probably me.
1v5, Vopes for sure. He done it this before against Chicho.
I think it will be maybe surprising, but I would say Bride, for sure.
Probably, and I hate to say this, Usus, because he's got ice in the veins.
The person I would trust the more in the 1v5 is Maya. Like, he did the one before against BDS, so what can I say? He's the man.
The person with the funniest comms in our team is probably Usus as well, because that guy in scrims talks like a mouse. But when we get to the official, he's screaming in your ear, and you just want to like, it's 2 different people. So in the real games, usually we just mute him.
The funniest comms in the team will be me. 100%. 100% me.
I think I'm just going to say me for all these questions.
If it's not me,
It's again me. I'm the guy that talks pretty fast, and sometimes when you're inside a gunfight, you start to miss the words and just I don't say anything. So it's very funny to hear it.
I think Cryan has the funniest comms, or Deepak. It's weird because they just talk a lot of random stuff sometimes. So probably them too.
Funniest comms on my teams definitely has to be Newers, probably him or I feel like we both try to just say the most ridiculous things we can.
You need to make sure that all of you watching at home one day come to an SI, because this crowd is nuts. Hey, you're awesome. Now, you know what time it is? Does anybody want to know what the next season of Siege is going to look like? Because Ubisoft told me that I'm only allowed to show you if you get loud enough, so I'm going to ask you again. Does anybody want to know what it's going to look like? Okay, good stuff. Year 8, Season 1. This is how it all is looking like it's going to go down, because it is Operation Commanding Force. The time is now. The crowd want it. You want it watching at home. It's time now for the big reveal.
Hello and welcome to Operation Commanding Force. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and there is no better way to kick off the first season of Year 8 of Rainbow Six Siege than to be here with all of you. Whether you're here watching the best teams in the world compete in the 6th Invitational, or at home excited to learn what's next, this is the place to be. In Operation Commanding Force, all eyes are on Viper Strike, the squad led by Hibana, who will be welcoming a new operator this season. To tell us more, please welcome Creative Director Alexander Karpazes.
Year 8, Season 1 Commanding Force starts off with us seeing Brava, our saboteur from Brazil. She'll be joining Viper Strike, led by Hibana, and is made up of the experts who have every tool at their disposal to get the job done. They're essentially the elite Swiss Army knives who can jump into any operation and execute at the highest possible level. This squad is also being joined by Red Hammer, which was introduced earlier, being led by Thermite. This is the squad of force and destruction, and with Viper Strike and Red Hammer joining the fold, we've introduced all of our squads that are making up Rainbow Six today. On top of this, we have a lot of exciting stuff to share. We've got balancing changes that reinforce the tacticality of our game and the gameplay that you can expect. We are constantly reinforcing the game with anti-cheat, and you'll see even more player protection coming down the line. And finally, newcomer rewards means newcomers jumping into Siege for the first time experience the vocabulary of the game and get rewarded for it, and veterans of the game as well will have rewards. All of this and more, our team's been working very hard, and they're excited to share with you everything that they've been working on today.
The Viper Strike faction is stepping onto the stage with Brava, a new Brazilian attacker who pilots the Kludge drone, a dastardly device capable of hacking Defender electronics and either destroying them from a distance or changing their allegiance entirely. Imagine a Defender triggering a Kapkan trap, or getting slowed by Malusi's Banshee device. Imagine an attacker causing chaos with an on-site Maestro turret in a post-plant situation. This is the world that Brava is bringing to you, and it's coming soon.
Defenders will need to be on the lookout this season as Brava and her gadget seek to give them a taste of their own medicine. We're gonna dive into the design of Brava with concept artist Sunshine Kim, then get the details of what makes Brava's drone unique from Director of Gameplay Design Jeremy Carval and game designer Mathieu Lacombe.
Brava is a natural-born leader and an expert in advanced technologies. She really values her family, hometown, and her heritage. You can see that she always wears the capybara patch, which represents her hometown, around her strap, as if it's part of her. She's a strong leader with years of experiences, just like her cousin Capitao, but she's not an intimidating and strict leader, unlike her cousin Capitao. They're alike, but they're different in many ways. We wanted her outgoing and lively personality to be really reflected in her visual design. But instead of approaching usual traditional way with heavy gear setup and multiple layers, we simplified it. Having that minimalistic gear setup, but still looking professional and combat ready was the main challenge.
When we started to work on Brava's device, we were looking for technology that could disrupt electronics in a distance. So we dig into the fantasy of anti-drone rifles. These rifles are powerful weapons that can break the connection and the control of drones. We really like the feeling and the look of this, so we wanted to make our own version of it. Once we were happy with our version, we scaled it down, mounted it on a turret, and we put this turret on top of these four-wheel drones to create this little tank. When you are controlling the drone, you will see this dedicated interface with a ton of little elements that will be used as important feedbacks. We even put the cannon on the side to really give the feeling that you are inside the machine. And finally, we've designed this new overlay that will show on different occasions when a hack is performed.
Brava's gadget is the Clutch Drone. It's a new observation tool that we are bringing to the attacking team. It's an observation tool that focuses on stealing and overeating defender gadgets. It's a drone, so similar to what we have with Twitch. You can move around, drive with it, and you can also shoot. When you shoot at an electronic device, you can steal them from the defender team. Our experienced players will be able to do a lot of crazy things with this. You can steal a Capcan Trap, you can steal a yokai drones, all of those defender gadgets that you can turn against them. So obviously there's a lot of possibilities and it's sky is the limit here. For newer players, well, it's a safe way to explore new maps, get to know interactions between some gadgets. It's an observation tool, you gather knowledge, you gather intel. It's always going to be good. Brava brings two primary weapons. We have the Para 308 and the Cam RS. We have the assault rifle. It's high damage, low rate of fire, but you know how it works. We have the DMR as the other option. If you want line of sight, more destruction, this is the one you want. For the secondary weapons, we have the Super Shorty and the USP-40. You know the deal here. We have a secondary shotgun for utility. We can create some rotation holes for drones. You can slip by the defenses with this. Or you have the USP-40, which is a reliable pistol. If you want to move fast, you want to catch up to your team, that's the one you want to use. For generic gadgets, we have the Claymores and the smoke grenades. The Claymore, obviously, you're going to spend a lot of time hunting down defender utilities, but we want to make sure that you're safe. So you will be able to use the Claymore for this one. Or we have the smoke grenade. The smoke grenade is the one that creates a lot of noise, that draws a lot of attention. This means that you can slip by a clutch drone and maybe steal something. Like, that's a window of opportunity for you. We have a 3-speed and 1-armor attacker here. It's mostly so you use the speed to catch up to your team. You're going to spend a lot of time on your clutch drones, and we want to make sure that you're always relevant during the round, so we gave you the best speed that we have. The first synergy that we can see is IQ. You have this ability to track all of the electronic devices, and it turns out that Brava can hunt and steal those. So you want IQ to scout ahead, and Brava to execute on them. And one of the things that we really like is tag teams. And here we are proposing Brava and IQ. Attachers and the operator that have access to the generic EMP grenade can allow the clutch drone to move forward if there's a pest or a mute jammer in the doorway. And don't worry, if you disable a gadget and you try to convert it, it will still work. Some of our maps have these critical important walls to open. Ace and Termite might have issues because there's electricity or mute jammers on those walls. You can send a clutch drone to shoot those gadgets and remove them, but there's also creative ways of doing it. You can steal a Maestro, use the Maestro to deny those devices. That's the kind of things that you will learn about Brava, and that's why it's exciting. Astralis is a great way to counter Brava. Either you can spot Brava when she's droning, well, she's vulnerable, and you can spot the clutch drone coming in to steal your gadgets. Mozzie is an interesting counter here. We have a two-way relationship. You can steal the pest and do all of the crazy things that you can think of. But the pest can also steal the clutch drone, and then from there you can steal claymores, steal air jabs, retake some drones. There's a lot of possibility here. So it's really a counter and counter synergy. The clutch drone is an observation tool. It navigates on the floor. The way that we know to counter this is good old mute. You place jammers, you passively deny the entry to the bomb site. You just have to be careful and place them in ways that she can't shoot them. The clutch drone can steal the jammer, and then it's going to disable defender gadgets. Vigil's gadgets allows him to be cloaked to drones, so obviously the clutch drone will not be able to see Vigil, which means that he can jump on your drone and destroy it. I think our experienced players will be able to make Brava shine the most when they repick into this operator. When you notice that there's Capcan, Melusi, Aruni, Maestro, all of those defenders that brings high-valued gadgets, well, you want to steal them. That's when experienced player will make Brava shine.
Our next updates are focused on the team's ongoing efforts to ensure that Rainbow Six Siege is fair and balanced for all players. The use of mouse and keyboard on console is a disruptive problem, and this season we're putting a new solution in place to tackle this issue. Gameplay programming team lead Jan Stalaka is here to share the details.
So on Siege we have a problem where a lot of players are using these little widgets called input spoofing devices, and they allow you to play with a keyboard and mouse on console. Now, along with toxicity and cheating, this is one of the biggest complaints that we get from our community. And we heard you, we agree. It feels really unfair to play against other players when you have such a disadvantage. So this is a problem that all console shooters have, especially the competitive ones. And there hasn't really been a reliable solution for this yet. In fact, the devices they're using are specifically designed to be undetectable. We wanted to build our own system that would sniff out mouse and keyboard players on console so that we could build a better picture of exactly who is using these devices. And we called that system Mousetrap. We have been really quiet about it, but actually it's been running in the background in shadow mode for several seasons. We've been gathering data and analyzing the results, and now we have a much better picture. We know exactly which players are spoofing, when they were spoofing. We also know that at the highest ranks, spoofers become much more common, where they have the biggest advantage and the most to gain. It would have been really easy for us just to ban all those players, but we want to try something a little different. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and remove the advantage that they get from using one of these input spoofing devices. Starting in Season 8, Year 1.2, when we detect you spoofing, we're going to start adding extra latency to your inputs. It's going to start out really unnoticeable, but it's going to ramp up over several matches, and it will definitely be noticeable. Controller players will find that their disadvantage against mouse and keyboard players will be much reduced. To remove the penalty, simply unplug your spoofing adapter and continue playing on controller. After a few matches, the latency will be reduced and you'll be back to normal. We've worked really closely with our accessibility group here at Ubisoft to make sure that we take the needs of disabled players into account. We have designed the feature so that disabled players who use adaptive technology to access the game should not be affected by this penalty. However, if you're a disabled player and you feel like you've been unfairly penalized, there will be a QR code in the game that you can use to contact us. We will then investigate, and maybe we can use your feedback to improve our system. So additionally, we will be updating our code of conduct for all players to say that using external devices to gain an advantage is not permitted. I want to mention that this is an experimental solution. Nobody in the industry has solved this problem yet. We are trying something new, but it's not the final iteration. We intend to keep monitoring the data to update our detection system and to continue to tune the penalties. It's an evolving situation. We are committed to continuing to work on it to improve the fairness of Siege. Mousetrap will be coming Year 8, Season 1.2.
In the same vein, Operation Commanding Force is continuing to bolster our anti-toxicity measures. To tell us more, here's Player Protection and Game Security Director Emmanuel Larive.
I'm very glad to announce that we will perform a new update toward the reputation penalty. This new update will be looking at everybody that is doing some disruption at the voice chat level. It is really important because we're seeing case of misconduct, hateful message. We want to reduce that. Players being detected by this new system will be muted by default to others. So the people that still want to hear them will be able to unmute them. The goal of this new initiative is to reduce the impact of the top offender on other players. We also want to reduce the case of misconduct and hateful message that you are facing. At the start, we will be only looking at the top offender, so a small population of players. They will be receiving a set of warnings, and when a penalty will be applied, it will last several matches. Later down the road, of course, we'll continue to monitor this system, but also to expand it to everybody.
In Siege, every decision counts. Starting this season, reloading will be more tactical than ever. Associate Game Director Joshua Mills reveals details about the reload rework, and game designer Robert Cole has some news about a balancing update for Zero.
The issue with the current reload system in Siege is that it doesn't reflect the reality that most players are perceiving, which is if someone's reloading, they are non-lethal, and I have opportunity to push that fight. In the live build of Siege right now, if you initiate a reload action, you can cancel it at any time. What that means is the magazine has been removed from the weapon, and somebody starts pushing you, and you cancel that animation, and the magazine pops back in the weapon, and as long as it had ammunition, your weapon is again lethal. With Operation Commanding Force, you will no longer get the benefits of reload canceling. And what I mean by that is once the magazine has cleared the weapon, it will not magically pop back in the weapon if you cancel that animation. In fact, it'll drop and then you'll have no magazine in your weapon. But if you had a little bit of ammunition left in your magazine, you'll still have one in the chamber. And at the end of the day, it only takes one. Ultimately, the objective here is consistency with the tactics and strategy of Siege, which means if you perform an action in Siege, it has consequences and is purposeful. When a player initiates a reload action, you're committed to it. The objectives here are to enhance our teamwork, so if I have to reload, my friend's gonna cover me, and to make use of the loadout that players already have, which is to use their secondary weapon if needed. Ultimately, it realigns our players' expectations with the game reality. So players, when they know somebody's reloading, expect that they have an opportunity and an advantage in that situation. Right now, the game doesn't actually support that. This is one of those updates that is actually affecting our core mechanics of the game. It's an important thing to be very careful when we make those changes, but we know this is the direction we want to go in to bring Siege to be more tactical, more purposeful, and more strategic than ever before.
Zero is not in a bad spot right now, but it's true that his gadget can be a tricky one to use, as it's getting destroyed most of the times before being even used, mainly due to the sound it makes. We are changing the Argus camera so that it will no longer auto-deploy to the other side of the wall once being attached. Zero will now need to manually perform the perforation from inside the camera, and additionally, any teammates can swap either side of the camera but not perform the perforation. With these changes, we want the Argus camera to be a much more powerful intel tool, as well as being much more collaborative and improve the options and survivability of the gadget. We believe that these changes will make the gadget much more interesting and bring a new layer of strategy to Zero.
In Year 7, we did a big update to our attachments and to our recoil system. The goal here was to enhance the player choice, give you more options to play the way you want to, and make the loadouts you want to use. Looking into the compensator and the muzzle brake is the same philosophy. We're just bringing those in line with some of the changes we started in Year 7. For the muzzle brake, we're going from 45% up to 50%. For the compensator, we're making an adjustment from 15% to 35%. One great feature that was introduced in Year 7 is the shooting range, and I highly recommend you go into there and test all this stuff out to find the perfect kit for yourself. As always, with any balancing change or any update we do, we will be listening and monitoring the community feedback and continuing to find ways to empower you, the player, to live out the fantasy of being that elite operator.
You're going to notice some cool changes around the play section of the menu when Operation Commanding Force is in full force. And senior UX designer Cecilia Pasquale is here to give you a sneak peek.
We are introducing 3 categories that will contain our existing and new playlists. The categories are competitive, quick play, and training. We are going to also introduce a dynamic button for each of those categories, and it's going to be right below the tile, and it's going to allow our players to directly access their last played playlists inside that category. For those playlists, for example, as Quick Match, that have different game modes to select to matchmake with, we are going to add a settings button right below the tile that allows our players to select the game modes directly from there instead of having to go through the global settings button. For the future, we aim to further improve the menu navigation, but also we can't wait to hear your feedback about our latest improvements. This feature is directed to our PC players, and it's an access point in the homepage of the game that notifies when a test server is available. Upon clicking on the button, the game session will be closed and the test server will be automatically started. For those players that still don't have the test server installed, they can access this button and directly download it, meanwhile still playing the game. The main goal of this feature is to give players the ability to check the availability of the test server in the homepage of the game. By giving a faster access and more visibility of our test server, we hope that more players will be interested in downloading and test our new features.
Last season, we rolled out the revamped Battle Pass to give you more control and flexibility over the new gear you unlock. Now, we're introducing a new spin on Bravo Packs aimed to give you even more choice when it comes to earning cosmetics. Business Strategy Director Mohammed Ben Hanada will break down just how this works.
So last year we introduced the Bravo Packs. This feature was actually really liked by our community. What we want to do this year is actually give you even more choice as to which reward you unlock from the Bravo Packs. So for the players that finish the 100 tiers of the Battle Pass, we're giving you what we call the Bravo Pack tickets. This will actually give you the opportunity to browse all of the rewards from the Bravo Packs and choose the one that you want to unlock. We launched the new Battle Pass last season. We've had a lot of feedback from the community around the UI and the UX of the feature. So looking forward into the next seasons, we're going to be focusing on improving this experience on the UX and UI side. So stay tuned for this.
The best moments in Siege are when a plan comes together. But for this to happen, everyone on the team needs to be on the same page, which could be tough to do when you're first starting out. Don't worry, we got you. Our new beginner challenges will make it easier than ever to understand the strategies of Siege, and will even earn you some nice rewards too. Associate Game Director Christopher Budgeon is here to explain it all.
Siege is a highly tactical game with a lot of different strategies, depending on the operators, the maps, and the interactions of the gadgets. We want to support new players on their Siege journey by adding the tools that allows them to learn how to play Siege and how to perform at their best in PvP. In Operation Commanding Force, we're introducing the Beginner Challenges. Beginner Challenges are a new progression tool which allows new players to progress and learn about the different facets of Siege. They can do this by every match that they play. They're actually progressing these new challenges, which are created into groups that we like to call operator specialties. Operator specialties are a great way for our current players to teach their friends how to play Siege. For example, you could talk about Hibana as a breacher, and this is how we're going to group the beginner challenges. Every time a newcomer plays a match, they'll be progressing their beginner challenges. They'll be able to see which operator specialty they've been progressing, and as they do so, they'll unlock different rewards such as renown, boosters, or newcomer packs. Additionally, players can unlock operators of that specialty. So for example, if you're playing as a breach operator and doing well, you're progressing those challenges and you'll unlock another breach operator to play as. It will be a great motivator for new players to be able to progress towards a specific operator, all while learning what that operator does within the game. All operators within Siege will now have an operator specialty assigned to them. You'll be able to refer to that when playing with other players, such as, we already have a breacher, or can somebody bring an intel operator? This is a great way to introduce your friends to Siege, because now they'll be able to use the language of Siege to make the choices about which operator to play. All players will have access to beginner challenges. For new players, it will replace the Battle Pass tile on the home menu. Our current players will be able to find it in the play menu. By giving new players a progression tool that's been specifically designed for them, we're able to reward players with items they can use immediately. This is the first time we're unlocking the ability to play to unlock a specific operator within Siege. Players will be informed how they're playing and be able to identify the type of role that they perform best within.
And finally, you could play Operation Commanding Force on the season test server next week. You could put your sabotage skills to the test with Brava and her gadget. Have fun exploring the new features and be sure to share your feedback on R6Fix. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and this is Year 8. The fun is just getting started.
What do we think, Montreal? Are we excited for Operation Commanding Force? I want you to carry that momentum and that excitement forward, because we have now reached the point where we're about to throw you into our lower bracket final. One of these two teams that are about to step out onto the stage will book their spot in the grand final alongside W7M. Montreal, are we ready? On a lower bracket run that is for the ages, on a mission to put their org's name back on top, ladies and gentlemen, it's G2! They just sent Astralis home earlier today, hence the mixed reaction from the crowd. But they are experienced enough, especially with that coach leading the charge at the back, to not let the noise disturb them. Ladies and gentlemen, G2. Now, we were chatting earlier with Doki, and he was telling me that there's just something fresh, there's something unique, something different about this team. And him, his roster, and their amazing head coach, who could potentially lift his third hammer, is ready to go to business, but standing in their way. And I am expecting a huge reaction here. They do not want this to be their last breath. It's Oxygen! As they make their way through the smoke after a hard-fought loss to W7M yesterday, they've regrouped, they've reset, and are gunning for a rematch in the grand final tomorrow. But to get there, and you can hear what it means to the crowd here, they're at the right side of the arena, that's for sure. It's about to get loud here at the iconic Place Bell. And to preview this lower bracket final, who is going to step into the grand final, Jackie? Who's it going to be?
Thank you so much, Ian. Who's it going to be? Who is winning the lower bracket final? Are y'all excited? Oh my gosh, my heart sings every time I hear this crowd. They are just so excited, so full of energy. Dev, we got the EU-NA showdown again. Let's go.
It's the last hope for North America versus the last hope for Europe. It doesn't get more iconic than this. Only one of these regions can meet Brazil in the grand final.
You got a nosebleed. That's how excited
I got a
you were.
nosebleed. I was
Literally,
so
I don't know
excited.
if you all saw, he sprinted in here last second because you were just so hyped for this.
Yeah, between the season reveal and then coming on to this game, my nose bleeding. If I have to walk off, that's on me. But yeah, I think, we saw what EU has already done to NA this morning. Why would it be any different coming into this game, Jackie?
I know, I am so excited. Listen to this crowd. Oh my gosh, they are on fire. Okay, Dev, OXG, let's start with them. Never broken the top 4. Foxy's been here though before.
Once or twice, yeah. Foxy's been to a 6 Invitational. This is Fox's 5th 6 Invitational in a row. And he hasn't broken the top 4 since 2019. It's been a long time coming. He's played on this stage time and time again alongside longtime teammate Vertical, who's also having his 5th Invitational here.
Yeah, and I think so. I think, particularly for Fox and Vert, they've been looking for that success. They've always been known every time they go to an international event as a strong team. When they were with Reciprocity, now they're with Oxygen. It's always a matter of when, not if, these guys step up and make a final. They've got a huge chance to do that today.
And Fresh, Newers is literally the best player at the tournament right now.
He quite
literally
is. Like, he's so consistent, levels above, even players, like Shaiko that we've seen and Spoit. Newers is the guy. He is the man. And look at him. He is full of absolute confidence. And he's got so many fans here in the crowd. I've seen so many signs about him. But yeah, NAL 2022, stage 1, finished first, rookie season, 19 years old, and it's just consistently good every time he's in the server.
There's a lot of rookie players that are especially hyped up when they join the league. A lot of people named Spoit the Rookie of the Year when he won the Berlin Major, but there is no doubt in my mind that Newers will be able to steal that title from Spoit should he be a champion here at the 6 Invitational. 19 years of age. It is unreal that this guy is at the top of his game and delivering on the biggest stage with all of these eyes watching.
And we've got players where they give a lot of energy to their teammates, and Newers is one of these players as well. I was lucky enough to be there in group stages and during the playoffs where it was in the hotel, it was a bit more intimate, and we could hear them talking to each other, we could listen to communications. Every time anything happened, he was hyping the hell out of his teammates as well. So he's not just the consistent fragger, he's not just the scar guy, he's actually the hype man for his team as well.
Hype man and a fragger. You gotta love that. Okay, now to G2. We gotta talk about Fabian, right? He is coming for these NA teams right now. 16-0?
Yeah,
it's frightening. It's a little scary.
NA just doesn't beat Fabian. Have a look at all of the teams Fabian has put in the dirt.
Oh, the crowd going wild now.
7-year tenure. If you're a North American fan looking for a villain, look no further. And of course, Astralis, as of just earlier today, has been added to that kill list. This man, he might not be a player any longer, but I'm going to be honest, that curse, that still lives well and truly, and it is breathing some oxygen right now.
There were some crazy organizations in there. There's been organizations that haven't been in Siege for a while there. Evil Geniuses. There's Reciprocity, which obviously is Foxay's old team as well, that Fabian is undefeated against. Like, this guy, I don't know what it is. It might just be, correlation, causation, all that, but he knows how to win against North America.
Truly, and there's so many big names here. Benja, Doki. I mean, where do we start? Each of these players, they have a story.
Can I start somewhere a bit
Okay,
personal?
let's start. Where do you want to start?
Right.
I know where he wants to start.
All right, so
Australia.
there's this guy called Virtue. And he's an Aussie, and he plays for G2. No Australian has ever been to a grand final on the international stage. No 6 Invitational, no Major, no Pro League finals. The best that Virtue has done with Fnatic was top 4 at Milan Pro League finals in 2019. In 2020, with Fnatic, Virtue knocked out G2 and was immediately in conversations to be picked up. I know you can vouch for that, Jack. And here he is with G2 playing for a spot in the grand final.
I think the conversation that we had in 2020 was, holy crap, we've got to get that guy. He is so good. But yeah, Virtue, I've said this about him a couple of times. He's an unsung hero on this team. He kind of will do anything for the team dynamic, even if that means he's not in the spotlight. There's been a lot of players that have come and gone on G2 from 2020 that feel that they need to be in the spotlight, that feel that they need to be enabled. And Jake Virtue, he's had to take a back seat and help enable those. But it's great to see him doing so well in this current team dynamic.
And Fresh, both of these teams, they're balanced, they're flexible, they're versatile, right?
Well, both of them can prove there's more than one way to hit a nail into the wall. You can either hammer it or you can screwdriver it. They approach, and I think it's both to do with the roster changes and the role changes that they've made. Obviously, you know, the sweater and the OXG changes, but then also the introduction of Benja on G2. Both of these teams have got so far in this tournament because they've figured out different ways to beat different teams. If I look at G2, for example, the way that they played against Wolves, I said it earlier, they played a lot of traps, they played a lot of slow, a lot of layering, but when they were going up against Astralis, they were very in the face, very aggressive, taking gunfights. They understand the various win conditions that exist within Rainbow Six Siege and play towards them. So I'm looking forward to like a real arm wrestle in this game.
Yeah, honestly, I am very excited for what the chances are for this going to map 3. We didn't get one earlier today, and I was pretty disappointed. I know that G2 are extremely confident. In fact, I heard one of our colleagues mention to me that he passed Virtue from G2 in the hallway and said there is no way we're not winning this game.
All right, well, we have some interviews with the team, so really quickly, roll the tape. Check it out.
We don't really pay attention to too much unless it's group stage where we're like, maybe we shouldn't play this many maps or that. But now that we're in playoffs, we just go one by one, do our homework against the team that we're playing, and we'll see at grand finals, I guess. The main strength in G2 is that they are very aggressive and coordinated. They work together very well, and that's pretty obvious shown that they've gotten this far. My message to G2 is, we'll be playing you soon, and this is for Redeemer.
We're going to approach this weekend just like any other day. We'll be playing until we stop playing. I'm not sure about Oxygen, to be honest. As a team, I think they're pretty weak. But I would say that they have like young players in the team compared to like Foxa, for example. Like, he's really experienced, so it's like a complete 50-50. That could maybe bite them in the back. Bring it on, Oxygen. We should have picked you guys instead of Wolves, and you wouldn't be here right now.
Oh my goodness, I have chills. We are getting so close to getting this series started. All right, you know what? Let's get into it. Let's get right to the map bans and information coming up on the screen any second now as our players get to their spots. But in the meantime, I mean, talk to me about the pressure that these teams are feeling right now. One team going home, one going to the grand final, Dev.
There's a lot of pressure on these players, but let's also remember something that Doki mentioned. There's a lot of rookies here. Newers, he has played on a big stage before, his very first debut into Tier 1 of Siege. He made it to the Charlotte Major, but it's quite a different story to be here at the Six Invitational with the crowd on your side. And the crowd is absolutely going to be cheering for Oxygen. I have no doubt about that. But with that hope comes pressure.
Yeah.
A pressure to deliver.
Map bands up, y'all. Okay, Fresh, what you thinking here?
So G2 are going to get rid of their 2 permabans this event. That is Border and Clubhouse. They did play Clubhouse once, but they're not liking either of those maps. Interestingly for me, the big question mark in my mind is, do Oxygen surrender the veto advantage that they've got? Oxygen generally had a bigger map pool, but that result yesterday they had on Theme Park was a big question mark. Will they ban it? They have banned it. That allows the map veto to hit. Now, Oxygen have picked Bank. It's a map that they like, but it's also a map that G2 love. G2 in turn have picked Skyscraper, a map that they love, that Oxygen like. And then we go through to the decider of Cafe. Now, this is a curious one, because OXG is quite a low preference for them this event, but Foxa's talked about improving their map pool to the point that they've got a 9-map pool. And for G2, Cafe was a permaban through stage 3, and is their #1 preference this event.
Isn't it funny how it feels like Oxygen tend to go big or go home? We saw that yesterday in the W7M match. They defeated the Brazilians 7-0 on Border. So yeah, of course, G2 going to ban that. But then they came and lost 1-7 on Theme Park. And it just goes to show how things can flip on a dime in these BO3s. For me, the big one is Bank. It's the pick from Oxygen, and it is a huge gamble. This was not a convincing result so far from Oxygen during out the tournament. They have not had the greatest results on this map, 50-50 win rate. They lost to BDS 7-3 and beat Astralis 7-3, whereas G2, they played this map a whole bunch. They've got a 3-1 record so far throughout the tournament, and they've beaten some huge teams. It's also been the unplayed map for G2 3 times throughout the tournament. So G2 highly preference Bank, and yet Oxygen pick it.
I wonder if that's something to do with the fact that Wolves beat G2 quite convincingly yesterday. on Bank. And I think maybe Oxygen have read into that and thought, hang on, if we can play to those same win conditions, this should be a fairly similar result. G2, obviously, like we said, they've had to prep for Astralis, so they won't have been able to prep that much counter-analysis in terms of like Oxygen or the map bans or anything like that. They've just got to go into this feeling warm, feeling good. So Oxygen might have an in there.
And in contrast, Oxygen knew that this morning they would have quite a bit of chill time. They would watch G2 and Astralis' game, and they would play whoever was the eventual winner. Not only that, they would have had all of last night to watch over that Wolves game, and I expect that the Oxygen support staff were absolutely looking at Bank from the get-go. They're saying, look, this is a strong map for G2, but we're going to counter-strat. We've got the time advantage. We've got the prep. We're going to counter their roam game, and that's what I'm hoping to see here on map 1.
Okay, really fast predictions, go.
I'm going to stick with G2. I'm going to stick with G2. I'll keep playing the villain for you all.
You're the villain!
You can all boo me, yeah. I just think G2 are in such a good run of form, and I think they've found that special balance that you get when a team is on a tournament run.
Fresh the bad guy today. Okay, Dev.
I feel like I won't get out of the venue alive if I also go G2. And hey, the last time, Oxygen and G2 have never played, but the last time Foxay and Vert played against G2, they 7-0'd them in one of the maps.
Oh, no.
Back in Six Invitational.
Who won the series? Who won the series?
I'm not going to give you that one. All I'm going to say is this is absolutely going to all 3 maps, and I reckon Oxygen's got what it takes to take down G2 on Bank.
All right, thanks so much, gentlemen. Who wants this series to begin? I can't hear you. Oh my gosh, Happen Fluke, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And yes, here we are, Happen Fluke for the lower bracket final. Oh, exciting.
There's one more spot to be given away to the grand final, and we will decide together who is going to be that grand finalist. Those 10 players on the stage will be playing their hearts out to see if they can get a shot at lifting the hammer.
Will Fabian remain the worst thing to happen to NA since, well, a lot of things? Will they finally be knocked off their high horse that no one rides as gallantly as the man himself? I don't know. That's really down to G2 at this point. We open up on Bank, the start of the series, and I don't know if that came through.
I don't know if it did come through. Are we going to be leaking it to the entire audience?
There it is. Nice some OXG chants. Threats of kissing each other.
Yeah, definitely.
That's C.
Oh, there we go. Now we can read it.
So the winner has to kiss the other team. That's how it goes, I guess. Turkey, Nurk. Yeah. That sounds about right. They're still just talking about kissing each other. Shout out to Nathan, he's in the crowd.
Shout out, Nathan. Cade is banned as well. Let's get one more going on for the last band to come through on the fence. That's what I've missed.
No.
Valkyrie gone as well.
There hasn't been a single Tachanka ban.
No, I think everybody has learned from banning Tachanka on the big stage.
Yeah. Lockers CCTV, and they talked about it on the desk very briefly there, is G2 can be good at this map, but they weren't recently, and that's the main thing. OXG, they've had time to look over that, to digest, and sure, OXG had 2 teams to potentially prepare for as well, but you're looking at it as they're very familiar with one of their opponents, they're very familiar with the interleague play against Astralis. That hasn't come together.
No, it hasn't quite come together fully yet. Will not come together either. Lockers is the first side we will head to, and this side, of course, is for many teams the primary side you often see. Now, there is a big difference in win rate between G2's defenses here and Oxygen's. Oxygen is actually a 60% win rate on the Lockers on the bottom floor, which will give plenty of opportunity for G2 to get themselves in with a good lead in here, with a good first attack, because the stronghold is not really that strong for Oxygen.
It's such a vague concept, isn't it? It's the one where you sort of go, how much prep have they done? How much prep do they still have to do? And did they really do what we thought they might have done? G2. The problem here, and the problem that seems to have struck them, is sometimes they get a little bit loose. They get a little bit lost in the hero plays. OXG, their run has been so solid because they have shut that down. From so many other teams, the sort of roaming routes, the way they've sashayed around the maps itself hasn't really squandered against the OXG backline, and it will start up here. Newers, obviously, all eyes on, and he's jumped out already. Finds the swing on Sablur, quickly picked back up there with Alamau getting a second, Alamau even getting that, and Doki getting the second, and hey, we're on bank. Welcome to it.
Instantly starting off very explosive here as the G2 fans are starting to come through as well. Bit of a pre-fire near Foxay, needs to be careful. It's going to be hunted down slightly. G2 still very active on that top floor, but the thing is, you want to get a drone out on Foxay. However, he's soulless. He's going to be able to go for a jump up and misses the shot. The fuser dropped outside. Foxay running out as well, knowing he probably will have escaped with his life. But how is Foxay going to be able to get back into the site?
I mean,
which option is he choosing?
He's chosen the worst option. That's the one that they'll have the instant lock to. They got top square, they've got the top of the balcony. However, it's a lot of time that's been taken away. The diffuser, the kit, is on the far end of the world. They've got to try and get that back. They've got to focus themselves towards, oh wait, where's the site? It's on the bottom of the building. All the attention being paid to those windows, to outside, to whatever is sort of a statement. OXG saying, you're not going to let up, you're not going to get comfortable. We're going to waste so much time, because time is a very precious resource on this site more than probably any other.
It definitely is, but there is also the big point that G2 can leverage right now. They have a man advantage, and it is only 2 defenders left, so you don't really need to be fully clearing everything out. Dream, however, still out on the server stairs, is going to be able to provide a bit of an issue as he's playing out there with the shotgun, but also might allow Vertical to be isolated, because these hatches are opened up, the main stairs can be utilized. G2 might just collapse on Vertical and not give Dream an opportunity to try and take him down.
They have the player isolated. They last knew of Dream on the top of blue, so Vertical has to get himself a little bit closer towards the duo, because if they get picked off one at a time, yeah, that will probably be all that they can get themselves run in for. The drop onto the back end of the elevator. There's a bit of a rotate in the site. Doki just saw the side of Vertical, who tucks himself in 15 seconds. And a slow rotate round the back of the vault itself. They've held up the front, the corridor. There's Dream with the rotate right round onto the door. Takes care of Benjamaster. Doki, he's in the middle of 2. Sees 1. Goes for the pistol. Can't get the connection. And it's Dream. He just has to find the man getting the plant down. Virtue, can he get up? No!
Way too close for comfort, though. Doki, as he swapped over to the pistol, not quite able to connect the final shot for the clutch. And Oxygen find themselves in the lead. Next up on the block will be the CEO office. So we're going from the basement all the way to the top.
G2 starts slow.
Yeah, they do start slow.
And they've started slow. And that could be one of the things that OXG are looking towards punishing here. The pace, the double jump out, the sort of responsive, well, you want to be in the building, we have different ideas. It's that idea, that gameplay of, you know, where do we stack people away? Where do we pull them off? And
it's for people all around the world. It's the one event that everyone gets together for.
As we get ourselves ready, the castle barricades are being tossed up to create a, you know, some long angles.
Unfortunately, we're just having a couple of tech issues. Hopefully get it sorted in just a second. It's just a prolonged shot of Redeemer for now.
Either way. So we're waiting until we are showing you the game again. The least we can do is tell you what is going to be happening.
Yeah.
It's kind of our job. So whilst we're getting that figured out, I'll just let you know that we are currently on CEO. We have the castle barricade set up for a long line of sight to the top of square that is being watched. Pressure is being set up as well from the sides of G2. Drones rolling through, trying to get information down. I believe the first player has just been found, but the kills haven't come through yet.
We're sorry that this is a radio play right now.
Yeah, we've got to radio cast this.
I promise you I'm begging to find out what is going on.
Either way, we're going to have Oxygen at this moment dealing with Kanto, which is being opened up by G2 from the back. I believe an impact grenade just came through just to make sure that that wall stays closed. In the meantime, the pressure is coming in from the windows, though. Doki ready to toss him some Candelas might mean that the site will fall just momentarily.
Yep. I guess we'll treat this as a radio for now, and hopefully something happens soon. It's a steady drone game. You've got Benji going for a pinch on the far end of Square. To give you a perspective, 2 GT players are currently outside of the building windows. All of the OXG players have got themselves set up around the top floor, the lowest extension. They're playing themselves much closer to the fight. Kanto has been opened from some faraway pressure from Blur and Habana. Virtue's trying to beeline. They've just jumped in towards the site, and Virtue's got one with Doki getting a double. G2 have swarmed their way in. Dream gets Virtue back, but gets traded out by Alamau, so Sweater and Vertical are all that is left of OXG. One of them is in stock. One of them is currently holding on to the top of White Stairs. They're trying to find themselves a pinch towards it. Benja is still in Square doing what Benja does, which is apparently killing Sweater. Locks him out of set, and it's only Vertical left. He's trying to get back into Long Desk, is pushed back towards the arcade cabinet. He's about to fight Benja, and he loses.
Anticlimactic end to the round, you couldn't see, but at least you heard. 1-1 we are. G2 with a very efficient clear. You didn't see it, we did, so you just got to take our word for it. We have paused the game, don't worry.
The game is now paused.
We're going to be fixing the issue before we continue.
Fox A cam and Redeemer cam still.
Yep. I think this is a good moment for everybody to practice their chants, you know?
I think you should practice some chants for Fox A. They have no idea that they're on camera right now for this size. We want to hear some OXG chants. We want to hear some GT chants.
Yeah.
There. Everyone give him a wave.
He must be so confused right now.
Oh, he has no idea. But the game itself is paused. So there will be at least, we don't have to.
Yeah.
We don't have to fill too much time. Cheers, drink! One more drink.
One more drink. One more drink. One more drink.
I think Newers is trying to convince him as well. He's gonna watch this back later. Yeah! So, I'm getting updates. There's gonna be a black screen for 15 seconds. Everyone say bye, Fox.
Actually, Fox is still on screen.
Well, he's still on screen. There we go.
It's just a quick reset before we're headed back in, don't worry. It wouldn't be a LAN without just one technical issue.
Nope. There's the full step.
Now you can wave at everybody.
Yeah, everyone wave to the camera. There it is. So we should hopefully be back in soon. The round, as far as I'm aware, will stand. So it was G2 round, was the second round. It was a take onto CEO on the top. It was a very sudden break-in, is the best way I can describe it. The Candelas came across from Doki at the same time. Alamau swung in. They won a couple of important fights towards Long Desk. Dream put a little bit back. Oh.
Right. Just can't see Fox's.
We'll see who wins.
Do we know?
Yeah! So we're gonna have a couple of highlights. They want to do a. They want to do a wave.
Oh,
we're gonna do a wave.
We're starting at blue side.
All right, blue side. Mexican wave across.
3, 2, 1, up!
Up! Oh no! The wave was fantastic, everyone.
Sadly, everybody else is seeing the replays instead of your perfect wave.
This is round one. This is how round one broke apart. We saw this one. Hopefully we'll get some eyes into round two because we just had a top-down view as well. We saw...
I mean, technically, every player POV is being recorded.
Yeah. That was round one. It was a magic time. Here's round two. As I said, Virtue came up. Doki broke there. They swung around the first fight. Dream on long desk. He was able to get himself out, but got picked apart in Janitors. There it is. Then it was the top square. Hey, I said that. Oh, there's so many lights!
Lights are coming out.
Oh, we need the spider cam. There's so many lights.
We're back in!
We're back in the game!
Well, I mean...
Can we request the camera of the room, please? That would be so cool right now.
We'll just continue this until the big screens are back on as a radio cast. We are headed towards the open area. Again, we're going to see a Maestro, Azami, Solis, Smoke, and Castle on the board for Oxygen. Up against that is going to be Ash, Yana, Ying, Hibana, and Ace from the G2 side. First, those castle barricades are used to block out the quick entries towards that side. We are back. Where did the air horn come from?
I don't even know. Siege's collective brain cells come together in this room, and I'm so proud of all of us. But back into the game we go. The lower bracket final, if you've somehow forgotten. And one apiece. G2, they're able to claim the second round. And they're going to see if they can try and steady on the similar approach, but a different site. It's over onto open this time. They're trying to get that first engagement, that first lead. They hit themselves with a double strike last time, and it was pretty powerful. Fox, what can you do?
It's that big question. We'll receive some pressure soon. The keeper barriers are going to be protecting him, but he's blinded out. Elamau is going to be repelling in, using another instantly to follow up so they can go for the hunt. The pings are coming through. A grenade right into the elevator. Is it in time? Yes, it is. Doki finds Sweater. That's the top floor. Not completely clear yet. There's still another player they have to find with the name of Newers. He's receiving a bit of pressure from below from his friends to see if they can help him out vertically.
Holding on and waiting for somebody to peek their way in as a Benja special, but Doki's trying to force that motion across the top. You see the replay of the play on the grenade right in, followed up with the gun skill. It's the swing back and a steady break here. They've got the open, they've got the rotate, and that's the thing you can do on this side. But now you're concerned. Are they going to push their way back up green, up blue? Well, they have the choice of both here.
They do have the choice, but Doki's waiting on one of them. And as long as the Solace has just seen this drone pass, he is not aware of the fact that he might be watched. So Doki will wait in patience. He's just going to see if there's any movement coming across. See a big rotation over the top happening from G2. They're getting themselves in a better position. As now the push comes through. Openings will be made as well with the Hibana Excaras. Newers will be forced to drop back as he has been droned out. G2 will continue their preparation.
Benja, he's trying to get that angle, he's trying to get that break across the big quad wall, but nothing is being handed to him. Look at Blur on the far end, though. He's crouched above stock, right next to Candelas, and they're waiting for the push to start to come down. Doki finding one more, screams his way down the stairs. They're going back towards the hatch. Newers, what can he do? He gets one, and he gets himself a rotate out of there. He's going to look for the second fight, and he finds it. A huge follow-up. The Candelas are popping off in the site itself. Newers is going to have to waste this round if he wants it to be one for his team, or at least just stop the plant. No! G2 get their second.
Bring themselves to 2-1. Take that advantage as well. And this is what I was personally afraid of when we did head to Bank. G2, you know, they might have lost it recently, but they are still a good team on it. Alamar hyping up the crowd.
And Fabian disappointed.
Well, is he disappointed? It's just a bit of a smirk on his face, isn't it? You see the grenade kill coming through? Oh, it wasn't really a grenade kill, but it would have picked it up if it wasn't the ARX first. A beautiful shot afterwards. And as G2 just cleaned up very consistently there, some of the issues that we saw the previous time they were here are not here yet. G2 is looking more composed, and that might be due to the fact that they have played the earlier game today. They are warmed up, they are ready, they've had that competition already.
It's always that forever question. Is you can ask any sort of team, you can ask any sort of player, and they'll have a different opinion each time of, do you want to be the team that comes in on the second game where you're heated up? You cannot have a better scrim than game one versus, well, game time. It's a different mindset, it's a different mentality. Or do you want the ability to watch to sort of get that idea of where the play is and shape it? Every single player and every single person is different. But OXG, as I said at the start of this, one of the reasons that they've been so good this tournament is the just steady nature of the team. It's a hand that has been entirely balanced and level. They keep on finding themselves against some of the bigger opponents or whoever and saying, we're playing our game regardless of what else is going on around it.
They're aware of at least one player with his Benja all the way up on the roof, so not much they can do with that information. Doki goes for the jump in though, following his drone, the hot drone coming through. He's going to be able to pick one off. Well, not yet. Is he aware of the fact that there's a player in open area waiting around the corner? Also doesn't seem to be the case, as Foxay is hiding steadily, not making too much noise. He's of course on their Solace, has the opportunity to spot out any of these drones coming through. And Doki might be facing 3 players very soon if he's not careful.
I mean, it's such a dangerous game. You can see the break is coming directly onto the site itself. They have Newers watched, but Dream has Alamau locked. An important fight, and Doki has to pull back. He can't entirely swing that. As Virtue's waiting, the rotate hits the hatch. They force the play, and that's a very nice barricade. Stops the swing with Foxay getting one more on the way back. They hadn't checked for him. Benja does get the trade. But another unexpected loss is taking a bit of the wind out of the sails here of G2's approach once again on a site where they're a bit too late to the punch last time.
Yeah, but last time they had that man advantage they could work with. That isn't there this time around. So G2, they will have to pull out an amazing round to turn this into their own hands. Openings will be made with the X-Skyros. Quickly checking if there's anybody on the other side that wants to go a bit cheeky. Not the case. Keeper Bearers are going to be locking off some lines aside as well, and the only way to break those, I'm afraid, is just to stand on top of them. It's not going to be ideal. We want to get rid of the player on the service stairs. The grenade will be bounced around the corner. Don't think that will get anybody, but the second one might as they're swinging through.
Oh no, the wrong side! Benja just gets the lockout there against Dream, is able to get the pick back up. Almost tragic. With Blur quickly swinging around to offer some support and, I don't know, maybe getting the kit planted. A bit of a close fight. They've got the fire and the Bulletproof is watching all of this. Newers, he still has 2 impacts. They still have some danger they can do from range, and Sweater still has a C4 as well, and you're looking at not much time left. How do you do this? They know exactly when you're going for the plant, the bait. You're waiting for fire to pass anyway. We just heard the C4 rip. Virtue's going to have to try and drop the fight and take it. Cannot. Benja gets one. The C4 gets the lockout. And OXG find themselves 2 apiece.
Timeout requested now by Fabian. He's going to be having a talk about what has just happened and how they should be able to approach these next 2 rounds to at least secure themselves a 4-2 split. Of course, it was difficult losing those 2 players initially for the side of G2. You find yourself on such a big disadvantage early on. And as you mentioned, they still need to go downstairs. They still need to clear out the service stairs. There's so much still left to do that there was just not enough time. Hence the timeout. Slow it down, just to bring it back together.
I mean, it's twice in a row it's been that side. Twice in a row they've struggled breaking it across. And a 4-2 attack in half isn't too uncommon. A 3-3 split as well. It's bank. It can work well for good attack teams. There's just something that isn't quite connecting right now, and they want to make sure that they can sort of take themselves over the line. You have to remember that this is where it was opted to be brought. The fight is what OXG wanted to.
Yeah. Statistically speaking, over the 6 Invitational, bank has been 52%.
Just Virtue.
No, Virtue's an operator now.
Oh, Virtue's.
But it has been 52% defense-sided over all the rounds played, which means that a 3-3 split is considered good, you know? I mean, that's common at that point.
Yep.
So that's why G2 probably are aiming for that 4-2 split, just to give themselves the extra edge over that second half on their opponent's map pick, so they can just feel a little bit more comfortable going into that second half. Either way, we are back to the round that you have not seen before. Pretty similar lineup that is being brought, a pretty similar kind of setup that is being shown here from Oxygen. And then that big question will become, what are they going to do to make sure that G2 is not going to be able to go for as clean as a take as they were able to find before? Because back then it started off with Virtue sneaking through the lobby, up the spiral stairs, taking that first kill. From there on, they just exploded over them. And Oxygen had nothing left to say.
We move on, and we move back in now to the post-Team team talk conversation. This rest of the run will be here, and G2, I pointed it out, they sometimes start a bit cautious, a bit slow. There's a slightly different approach. We can almost use comparison to the round that unfortunately was lost to the effects of time, and you weren't able to see it. Slightly different approach here. More attention is being paid slightly further towards lobby. There's still a couple of players on the windows, but they want to take Newers out first. They want to try and drive the fight instead of going directly onto the windows and breaking themselves in onto the site itself. They knew that that was probably not going to work twice. Fox, is close to the fire, has the catch on at least a grenade. They seem to have some idea. The C4 won't get anybody though. It has turned into the hottest property around.
Always need to be a bit careful of those grenades coming through. Luckily, there is those magnets as utility. Foxa runs across. Might be eyeing up for a run out here. 2 players on that window. Stun is going to get caught by the magnet as well, which means you do not actually get the proximity. You don't know if someone is going to be close. Foxa, of course, did get stunned, but tosses out a second magnet, which is active already, and that means there's still 2 protecting him.
Started the pressure, the break, and there's Foxa suffering the double impact, but the survival is the worrying bit. They have the ping on the player and the impression that they're still there. There's Benja. The nade game, he has connected so well. Vert, what are you going to do? Well, the first fight is maybe on the top there. They know that you're there, though, and that means the jump out cannot come, and you can't even escape. Benja gets his second for the round. The player who in a series earlier on today, when you needed him the most, got more kills than how old he is. And he's starting to see if he can do even better than that. Newers, he's under a big bout of pressure here, trying to keep himself together. The swing and the rotates coming around underneath from Sweater.
He took out one that was up on the rappel to the Yingon as well, a crucial factor for an execute. But Benja's coming around the corner as Newers finds one more. Sweater might be coming up in the back of him, so they need to be very careful now. He's going to find himself kind of stuck in between as Dream strikes him down, leaves G2 in a 2v3, even though they had the advantage. Blur strikes back, comes up on the main stairs, hopes to find one more, spraying a lot through the wall, but won't quite connect.
Blur and Virtue, the support line structure that has really started to turn up for G2 these past couple of days. They're all that's left is trying to see if they can get this round, but look at the time. Only 20 seconds left on the clock.
And a solace against them, so if a plan goes through, you need to be very certain of the fact you can get it down.
I mean, can they be? There's not really anywhere that's safe from this point. The Solace, hello, how you doing? Not very well. Virtue all that's left. He cannot get to the kit. He can't get the fight. In Oxygen, they get a third round.
They retake the lead after having it lost to them in round 2. They got their 3 rounds. They got their 50%. Now they need to try and get one more to achieve the same that was able to be achieved, or wanted to be achieved by G2.
It's unfortunate, I think, here from G2.
It is.
They're being punished from time to place. It's after the timeout as well. It's man advantages they're throwing away. It should be a little bit more controlled. It should be a little bit more coordinated. Obviously, a Solus going under in a 2 versus 2 is a nightmare with 10 seconds left. Not even Pengu knows how to get like that.
Yeah, I think he needs to update his boot camp in that matter. How do you deal with the Solus? There's 20 seconds on the clock. We're headed back towards the open area, back towards that first floor. Let's see if there's any big changes. Well, we do not see a castle this time. It is going to be an Azami played. It's going to be the architect of the team to make sure they slow them down just enough. Now, this was also a very clean and consistent take from G2, where they managed to find the first pick and then just completely snowballed the rest of the defense. And we've just seen Oxygen counter that on CEO. Can they do it again on that different site for the 4-2 split?
G2, you know, 4-2. We talked about it. We talk about 3-3, and we talk about how that's still kind of standard. You don't want to be on the back foot going in on the opposite end. It wasn't, you know, the sort of best performance from them. There's no 2 ways about that. Last time they were on bank, there's weaknesses that are being exploited here by OXG, but G2 have obviously come in with a sharpness. It's just not quite getting them over the line. Foxa gets out of there before the pressure gets a little bit too hot. It was across all the windows. The late last second keeper barricade is just going to draw more time away from them. It's been a long day for G2, and keeper barricades just make it that little bit longer.
Yeah, as utility, you're going to have to either play around or destroy Valkyrie just take out the Izami. Now, Newers did take a little bit of damage, but nothing lethal. Be a good way to deal with any future keeper barriers. Kanto is going to be receiving a little bit of pressure, not the player, but the spot as the wall gets opened up. It's going to give a clean line of sight all the way through, which is going to be making it so much harder for players to rotate if they are up on that top floor. Little do they know, though, no one currently is on the side of Oxygen.
But they are watching. Directly underneath, you have the Solace, you have some problem causers, you have some impressions of if we enter, we're going to maybe make a hastier exit than we planned. So it's come up this. A big rotate, the break ground onto the top of square. They've come up lobbying. Come up against Foxay, who's been able to take pretty clean and easy take against Benja. Knocked them off the board. Doki, does he expect the swing? Oh, not as much as Newers does.
Newers knew he was there, took him out. Now a 2-man advantage for Oxygen, which they just need to leverage out, and the best way to do that is to play time. They don't need to swing, but Alamau does, finds vertical. Brings it back, at least one more. They still don't really have an opening. They've created some verticality, but that's literally about it. They need to open up the quad wall as well to basically force these players into more uncomfortable positions, which are more easily dealt with. I believe he's heading downstairs just to see if there's any rotations through those hatches as Mute Jammers stop Blur from opening up with the X-Skyros. And there is one, and he finds them!
I mean, Newers was taking that with the impression that there's only 30 seconds left, but to be honest, G2's attention to the site in a last-second moment hasn't always been so succinct. Foxay, he's holding one angle. Dream's going to try and swing it with a shotgun, gets one unpunished. They didn't have the trade out from the back end. He saw the man go down. He knows they might be able to get them back up, but it's precious time once again being removed from G2. The walls are locked. They've just got to swing this and try and push their way into sight. There's an aggressive fight on the door. It's a triple kill, but unless you get that diffuser planted, you're going to lose the round. He's holding on to it, and it's an Oxygen round.
Gives us the 2-4 split. Puts them in a really good position here for the remainder of this game. All they need now is 3 rounds to find themselves with that first map.
There's the cosplayer with a working.
Honestly, I was going to say that pulse cardiac sensor
unbelievable
works. Like,
yeah,
insane.
The one that you all just saw on stream, it actually works. Siege cosplayers terrify me.
All right.
OXG, solid half. They played the time game. They obviously looked at what G2 was struggling with. That's what they were putting pressure on. You saw it in their motions. They only made them when they knew it was going to be something that slowed G2 down. They cut them back a little bit. They made things problematic just before G2 were ready to rock and roll into the site. And you lose a body, you lose 2. If it's still part of your plan of making sure they lose a minute and a half or 2, then that's the plan. And it's a round win is a round win, regardless of how close or scrappy or the KD of it.
Now I'm going to be giving G2 fans some good news here. Over the entire tournament so far, they've only lost their defense on Armory and Lockers once. The entire tournament. They've won it every single other time they played it. So that is why they're starting off here. They want to be making sure they at least pick up those 2 rounds. Stokie almost gets sprayed down. I don't think they actually knew he was there. It might just be actually to open up the door, but he caught a stray or 2.
He's going to try and keep himself slightly further away from the danger as we get OXG's approach. And you can talk about how good G2 are on defense at the minute, but they got to make sure they don't get pulled apart. As I said, consistency is key, and it's OXG's biggest key for many, many locks. Doki. You can see he's trying to find a fight. He wants to be the start and the first point, but it's not being offered to him. At this point, he has to pull himself away, has to move, has to keep looking for empty spaces, because if it comes suddenly, then he's in a dangerous position.
There's the cardiac sensor, there's the C4, there's the kill. Picked up the buck. That's going to be removing a lot of the vertical opportunities. Of course, luckily, Buck, not the most important operator for his side. As Newers goes aggressive and finds Doki.
I mean, he just kept on leaning in. You could see Doki sprayed it a little bit earlier. Benja's not going to give up the territory immediately. He wants them to have to keep checking it and rechecking it. But look at the pressure around Gold. They go into the back end. They've got lobby. They're getting that droned out. Benja sort of had the big reveal. A minute 30. And OXG aren't too interested in Square, but Alamau is interested in Vert, and that might change things. Alamau Off on an adventure on the top floor, finds another. Benja takes a bit of damage in the site itself, and with the drop right onto the back of the gold, Virtue.
3-4. And G2, they continue their trend of winning Armory Lockers. Of course, as mentioned, only lost it once this entire tournament so far. And that's going to be giving them potentially 2 rounds, but that means they need to find at least 2 other ones on different sides to find themselves at 6 and an opportunity for OT. And Oxygen, you know, that they feel confident. This is why they chose this map. They know they can take G2 here.
I mean, you got to have confidence. You know that it's a team that's dispatched pretty much every NA team.
Yeah.
They've been up and down at points, but against North America, very up. And up and up and up.
Yeah.
And that's a terrifying stat. That's a statistic, because you always have how a region plays. You have the sort of writing on the bylines of this is what we like to do. And yeah, teams have differences and there are changes, no doubt. You cannot compare a team so succinctly in the DNA of it, but still there's mentalities. There's a core of a region. And if somebody's got that sort of pulled apart, it becomes a bit more of a challenge to break it intrinsically.
All right, here we go for the next site on G2's defense. Are they going to go aggressive?
Maybe.
Are they going to slow it down? We don't know. I mean, there is going to be an Oryx on the board, so jumping up and down these hatches might be a name of a play they are going for. But as the first RC, Retiro comes in, that is going to be taking care, no, not actually of the keeper barricade on the door, but the one right behind it, because that table is a menace to play against.
It's also a very smart call. The one closest to you expect to be able to get because, well, they're not expecting it. And that's why Doki then leant in and sort of said, well, I'm going to be expecting the next one. It's a game of expectations. You try and drive the first, the deepest. Doki, he was waiting, but looked the wrong way, and he'll be kicking him for missing that one. And that is almost every single one utilized.
Yeah, one more RC.
One more is left, unless it happens sneakily. But look at this. Talking of Newers, he was hoping to bait the fight in the swing, hoping Doki was still sitting around, so no. And that's a little bit of a tight timing there, Doki. There is a player around the top of square, I believe, though, that might try and cause some damage. No.
Newers already fell back. Doesn't want to stick around.
Yeah,
he's going to go
moved
out.
off.
Yeah. He's going to find a different way into the building. He's aware of the fact that he's been spotted and he might be hunted, and doesn't really feel like that is the best place to stay as the next RC Retiro will come through. Now is a decision to make. Either the one closing the door or the one that's right behind on the B-bomb chassis. Again, 3 for 3. Takes that out. But that means that this one stays up for now. How are you going to deal with that?
Ben's just going to deal with it. Swings his way around inside Archives, gets the take on the box, and he hasn't been intently challenged. They obviously pulled off, and as I said, there was the player up there, but they moved themselves all the way around to push from the opposite end, and there's a rotate happening on the top floor of G2 itself. They still have so much control. And you can see OXG, they're kind of curious about how to try and take it. The breakthrough, Foxy's watching the rotate, so nobody just hops down behind, and they're going to trust Newers, as you probably would, to fight the engagement themselves, but they're still a bit cautious. Probably even more so now. Doki finds the header vertical. Benja, he's waiting, and he's taking. Newers is off the board. Virtue gets caught in the drop down, well watched by Fox, but it gives away the game of where he is, and well, he might be alone. If they know where Sweater is, they might be able to close them down.
40 seconds on the clock. Oxygen, they find themselves in a disadvantage, and now all they need to do is try and lock out 1 or 2 more players to have themselves an even fighting chance on the actual site. Fox is going to be doing that above. He's going to be leaning in and finds Benja. Brings it back to that 3v2. That's the first, but there's only 20 seconds left on the clock now. They need to find themselves a way in to get that plant down. That's a free spot. That's a free kill. Blur taken out on the site.
Disaster might be striking here. They're going to pre-fire and swing. Just sees the side of the head. The smoke forces. Doki is able to get one and a trade out. One more G2 player standing, but it was a 2 versus 4. They got dangerously close.
They got way too close there. 2 kills. Well, Benja leaned into the fight as well, but wasn't able to connect. It's just that free spot on the side is just, those are the kind of things you don't need in a situation where it could suddenly turn back around. Either way, a tech timeout from Oxygen in the meantime.
Yep, time to talk. Time to try and put the wheels back in motion in the right direction. They had themselves, obviously, the 4-2 split, but it was a little bit later. but roughly around the same time with the same amount of losses of rounds when G2 did their own timeout.
Yep, 2 rounds lost in a row. Time to call that timeout. It's about to be ending. We're about to get back underway. Oxygen, they've had their opportunity to...
Cool hammer.
It's a cool hammer. You know the nickname? The game name?
For the award, for the trophy, or for the actual hammer?
The actual hammer.
Yeah, sledgehammer. We'll be back in.
We'll be back in.
With the next round in just a moment. As the timeout, I believe, has now ended. And we'll find ourselves heading up to CEO now. After a timeout, after you sort of get your heads back in the game, you're moving towards what is technically a tertiary site. You've got to look at what we've had, lockers open. OXG putting it there is saying, this is the one that we have to win. Because if this one slips away, the half slips away.
Yeah.
Numerically, mathematically, spiritually.
I wouldn't say spiritually.
Well, what would you say?
What I do know is that G2's only played this site once before throughout the entire tournament. They have won it, but that does mean there's not a lot to go on. Are they going to go for a completely different hold? Are they going to be playing this in a different kind of manner? How have you been able to prepare for this? Now, luckily, of course, it is CEO. It is very normal sites to go through, normal attacks. Like, people will have practiced this, and that's what Oxygen is going to be banking on here as well.
OXG. Pressure's on, and pressure will start towards the windows. They've prepping the knockdown on the castle. They're hoping that it's something where they'll go in, assuming it's entirely safe. Alamau will say, surprise, punch that out and shoot them in the face. It's just a different way of approaching it. It's a different sort of route through. I love the SAM cams of Zero. Obviously, they've got the buff that was put in the video slightly earlier on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the little rework coming through. Makes it a little bit more reliable as the first E1D pops through. It's going to be a little bit of information given Doki aware of the fact that someone could be above him now. Needs to be careful that no one just suddenly drops down that skylight and takes him down, because we have seen quite some kills like that this tournament.
Dream eyes on the windows. 2 minutes, plenty of time here for OXG, and well, actually, they don't want to waste any of it. Vertical hops his way into CEO and up onto the table, suffers a bit of damage from the side, and the smoke makes things awkward. G2, they had an awareness, and they're doing everything to hold him back, but hello, that's my kill. Vertical cleans out janitors, takes long desk, and angles towards the next fight. Cannot get further than that, though. They're still swinging into the site itself. Alamau, he's watching and spraying over the top of Dream with the kit. Dream is stuck in a very dangerous situation. He needs a sliver of support to cover the sliver of health that he's otherwise sitting with. Sweater, round on the back. New is getting Alamau, and this could be the lifeline. There is Sweater, hitting janitors, almost hits. There it is. Suddenly, it's just down to Virtue. It was a bit of a stalemate, and now there's only one mate left, and he's able to get one down. 3 more players. One's hopped out the windows to make this very awkward. One army man crawling behind the desk. You assume that's Dream with the little amount of health that he had. He's just going to sort of play the time aspect. There's the lockdown, though. OXG get the round.
Brings them one closer to that 6 mark, that magical 6, which at least secures you for overtime. And I said it before, like, they've played it once, G2, they've won it back then, so how are you going to be playing against this? There's little to go on. The answer? Just jump in and run through the side. Try to get that first kill.
Sudden.
It is very sudden. They did not expect that to happen. And of course, it was a bit of a scrappy fight, but Oxygen, with the panic that G2 had and having to over-rotate, were able to punish those players coming back to the site and found success. We're headed back towards the basement, everybody.
Bleep. We're getting a little bit of player.
That's a bit of a bleep. We're getting some player comms again.
Oh, I missed them. All right, back down, as you said, towards lockers, towards a site that is entirely fallen into the favor of the defenders throughout this game. Attacker has not been able to breach it. We saw a little bit more of an actual fight on the site, I would say, in the most recent round from OXG than G2's first, but G2's second was a bit of a step up. They just sort of suffered time, and if that's the conversation, I mean, obviously in the previous round, time became less of a factor and more of a let's be inside and fight.
Kind of a G2 way, right, as well. It's like, just fight. And whilst at the same time, they are very structural with their falling backs, you can almost, like, write down an entire time schedule on how the G2 roamers will play on this side and when they will fall back. Normally it's somewhere between 145 and 120 left on the clock. That's when they start headed towards that first floor. Something needs to be like particularly happening for that not to happen. It's going to be quite some pinks to come through. Luckily for them, not the actual player inside of Tellers, because there could have been an instant kill to come through on a G2 player there.
I mean, it likely would have been. Do they know about Alamau? Oh, Foxay's able to win one out, but he exits out the second as well. Foxay somehow connected with Alamau there. Benja, he's able to bite back, hopes Foxay tries to finish the swing into him, but instead it's on the window. There's the replay of the second kill that came through, and oh, Alamau's gonna be kicking himself for not getting that. The drones roll on by, put the pressure onto Benja, who's otherwise just sort of popping up and trying to pop them right back down. Look at the time though, look at the body advantage. I talked at the start of this about G2 suffering. Can OXG prove otherwise?
That's it. Hatch gets opened up. That's going to be allowing some extra flexibility here for Oxygen, especially with the amount of time left. I think all Benja's going to be doing here is just stick around and try and go for one more fight before he drops towards the site. And soon Oxygen will be aware. There's some pings coming through. They have an ID. They're like, I cannot quite see that corner, but I hear something, and now the drop comes through. C4 gets ripped, ready to be tossed in.
Ready on bleepers, ready on C4, nobody's ready to catch it. He moves past the next hatch just as that gets broken open too, trying to find somewhere that's
back up, maybe
safe. Yeah, there's always the chance of backup, but in the 4 versus 3, you always got to be super cautious.
Pressure coming down towards the server stairs. Top of square is getting opened up as well. They're afraid that someone might still be here. Benja goes aggressive. Oh, actually gets a spot. He's going to get 5 to kill. No, he does not.
He was trying his hardest, but it was such a dangerous position. You can see the pressure and control over the top of the hatch. They want to see if they can get the kick down. But with the smoke and the fire and everything burning around them, what do? You have to wait. Or you have to try and force the fight elsewhere. A huge risky play, but Virtue finds Newers in the meantime. Fox is looking for revenge. It's not being gifted to him. Another canister pops, Virtue. He knows he's buying himself a bit more time, and there's a rotate, there's a change of ideas. They cannot just go for the plant and the default. They're gonna have to try and drive themselves from either the hatch above the site, or maybe even a full rotate. It's the site hatch. They're gonna get themselves right next to the pillar. They might even try and go a bit deeper. They're not able to win it out. The 2 versus 2, the 2 versus 1. Virtue gets the last! And G2 pull themselves back level.
Again, they've only lost it once in the entire tournament, but this came very close to becoming his second one.
Lonnie Lightning.
And that brings us to 5-5 and round 11, where one of these two teams is going to be finding themselves on the map point.
That was filth from Fox. I mean, it's sort of back and forth. You're seeing these, like, almost statements of power. These statements of, I'm not going to hand over the territory. They have almost learned a lesson, as cautious as I am to say it, because it's early in the series, but it's real late in the tournament, of when to hold and when to fold. And it's always been the toughest thing for G2.
It has been. They have a bit of a, you know, it's not quite the M&M reputation of losing XC1s all the time, but G2 does give away the you know, number advantage every now and then and lose the round on the back of it. And that's something that I'm pretty sure Fabian has been hammering down on for the majority of his time here, that they just need to slow it down, because there is that saying, sometimes all you need to do is just nothing.
Or there's 20 seconds left on the...
Or there's 20
seconds
left on the clock, and what do you do, right?
That's the other saying.
Yes.
One of these two teams will find themselves on map point, and if it's OXG, well, it's their map. They'll probably be very happy with that, and G2, less so. However, obviously, their fight from earlier on in the day was one where they almost lost it, pulled it back, and pulled it back. Virtue. He's waiting to see if he can get the first line of the approach. He's hot droned against, but no one gets the kill. Gives himself a little bit more width and wiggle, and takes it. On the lockdown there, onto Sweater. He's playing against the time, playing with the motion. It doesn't really care if you get pinged, in the words of some of the teams and coaches. It is just a ping, but on the back of these ones, a lot of guns watching.
Ready for that jump out. Virtue just needs to stay patient, but these drones are giving away the spots. You can see the shadow on the desk. He's running past there with a Ramadash. Gets away with his life. He's going to be joining the rest of G2 now. On a bit of a better hold now. They have that advantage in long-range engagements. Newers is not going to be able to do any damage. Instantly gets pressured down from Tellers down below. Impact as well. So he just has to get out. He cannot stay there. Rotating with Oxygen.
Over towards the top of box. Alamau is holding firm behind the paper, which probably isn't the best thing to defend against the bullet, but as long as they don't have the intel, he's there. Oh, wait. They have the intel, he's there. He has to pop himself a smoke. He's going to buy himself a little bit of time and wiggle room. They're stacking up and drawing focus for Virtue. And there's so much movement in the Oryx on this map. Now, the 5 versus 3. G2 have lost it before. This time, are they able to eke out one more kill? There's a C4 underneath Vertical. It doesn't quite get the full bite. Virtue can take the drop if he wants to. He's waiting before another trap laid. Foxay, perfect combination there of OXG.
Yeah, they knew he had to come down, or otherwise it was going to be a Vertical free fire, so they would have had that kill either way. And that just puts it back 1 in favor to Oxygen, but still the disadvantage to go with. 45 seconds, and how much have they actually prepared this side is always that question. Because soon they will have to go for an execute, and there is some hatches that have been opened up, but it's always a bit of awkwardness dropping through them. And so Foxay is going to be trying to cut the pie as there's the Kiba barriers on its way. He's going to use the breaching charge to get rid of it, just to provide himself some more width, as there's 25 seconds left.
That's it, you put the fear in, you make them think you might swing one way, there's otherwise the remaining players putting pressure from above, but as we said, there's not a lot of time, and it's a very difficult one to go for the stock drop hatch plant. And that's what they're entirely stacking behind. They need Fox to find something on the back end, but instead they just lose on the front. 2 players down, it's only Foxay left of the round itself, but even in a 4 versus 1, G2, they're not going to throw that one away. They are sitting on map point for the 3rd time today. This time, the first of the series.
There are 1 more rounds coming through. Can they get it? Can they convert it for a 3rd time to a map win against NA? It was a good trap on Virtue. It's just a shame that so much damage already had been done to Oxygen. And all they really had was the hatches to drop through, as the rest had been barricaded off with the Kibas. Now we're headed back towards that top floor, 2 CEO. And the last time we were here, we had Oxygen put up the pace, repel in, run across, get that first kill, make G2 panic, and punish them as they rotated in. Will you be ready for this time? You would hope they are.
They gotta be, but the 4-2 half is in the most unknown half, and if there's only going to be one site that falls from both teams, that's what OXG's got to build behind. We're still far away from this map potentially being over. It's down to OXG now, before they find themselves on G2's Skyscraper, a map that they've very much enjoyed playing throughout this tournament, or potentially a cafe.
We'll find out if 2 or 3 maps is what we need, but first we need to decide on this one. Bench out on the road needs to be careful as Oxygen is getting quite close. He's going down below. Doesn't worry too much about it for now. The rest of G2 also just set up around that top floor. This time more bodies able to strike instantly if a quick push is what the plan is going to be for Oxygen. Newers on the hunt down below. Benja seems to be somewhat aware of the fact that there might be someone coming up from this staircase.
A bomb has been located.
It is always that risky swing, that rotate on the door. We've seen Newers take these many, many times before. The bench has actually drifted away. If he's gone unchecked, that could buy him a bit more safety, but the drone game has been pretty good, pretty succinct. They obviously have utilized things like the SAM cams this time. Instead, they want a bit more of a direct force, and G2 can only wait. Pressure on the windows. Not the pacey swing in they did last time, but there's still plenty of time left in the round. You've got to make sure you remove Benja first of all. Alamau, he's watching, and Newers is going to do just what I said before the fight. Isn't his though, Benja. He's able to take the pinpoint precision needed, and that is a risk because now you know Benja's underneath, and now you know they've got a C4 there too.
And that's the pressure of Oxygen below gone as well. No grenades going up, and instead, indeed, as you mentioned, you cannot just go for a blind plan because that nitro cell will come for you. Sweater is looking to lock that down at least somewhat from the top of square. Benja is leaning back into the archives. It's going Gonna see if he can go for another fight. Sees that drone, knows he's getting hunted and gets shut down. Deals a little bit of damage as another trade comes through on the opposite side of the map.
Very important there, OXG. They keep it balanced with the one that they got back. They made sure they were just one more step in, but they got to get that diffuser over. They got to try and put the pressure on the site itself. If it gets caught out on the window and drops to the floor, that is a very, very, very long fall. Sweater, he's holding on the back end of Square for now. Doki, he's dropped out. Pinpoint from vertical. He had a bit of a slow start to the map, but if he strikes now, they're the impact kills you need. There's another that almost wants the engagement, but once again, G2, from being a body up, have slowly drifted to being one down. It's pressure coming all the way from stock. They're clearing themselves towards the plant. They know the objective, and Blur's going to see if he's got his own objective. Stop it connecting. The first fight is his. He doesn't know about stock to his right, and that's the quick pick back up. And Alamau, all that's left inside the site. The 2 versus 1. The C4 cannot stop the catch. They're spraying too high. They're fighting too low. And OXG got that one more round, and we potentially have 3.
Best of 3 in rounds now. We needed at least 12. G2 will be starting off on the attack. And the 4-2 splits have been prevalent for the defense, which means that Oxygen do theoretically have the advantage for this map, as they're headed down towards the lockers first.
It's always these moments with G2. You can never really truly escape OT fights with these teams, and that's the steady on. Will the fact that we're leading in on defense, as we said before, lockers, this site has been flawless from defenders. Nobody this game has been able to crack this. No one's been able to put the pressure on. There were moments where you think G2 should have, but that man advantage thing is perpetually a problem for them that they just can't seem to solve.
If they were able to solve that, it would be probably like one of the most scary teams in the world, just like W7M. I mean, they are already top 3,
I was gonna say, let's be fair,
but that will make them even more scary.
They're rubbish.
You know, that's not at all it. But that would just make them a lot more scary. If they can like convert every single opening kill, you don't want to play against that. Now they at least bleed.
They do. But both these teams want to fight W7M in the final. And they want to make them bleed, probably more than anything. Fox A is close to the fire. And he's in a position here where the spray is coming down from underneath. They don't expect the jump out. They don't expect the watch currently. It's a Solis. And what the Solis might do is see if anybody's on their cams on the window before they make the movement. But they're not entirely sure about it. They think there might be some pressure coming from elsewhere. They know it is. They see the drone, and instead of risking it, why? It was successful in the very first round, but this is the very maybe last.
In that very first round, we had that 2 jump out gameplay from Oxygen, but in the end, G2 came out with a numbers advantage, which they weren't able to convert. Now they need to try and find it again. Doki descending the main stairs, or at least he thought of doing that, but first he's going to send his drone in. And just preparing himself, instantly dropping through. They're wanting to get some pace down on the actual side. A minute 40 left on the clock. It is plenty of time to do your preparative work. That's exactly what they are doing here, creating rotations as well. And I believe some X-Kairos just got shot out there.
Yeah.
It's soft.
They were playing against the X-Kairos. I mean, you shouldn't truly run out, especially when you've got Blur on the role of the Thermite as well. Slightly different approach here from G2 in that they're going to focus themselves onto Blue first. Seemingly, the stuns, the bounce, the grenades, you know you got to move away from the shield. Can they get the catch on the back end? But Fox A, he wanted to watch, and he's caught in the fire! G2 swing their way through, and they've pincered the person in blue. They're able to get the swing and the take. They take a lot of damage in the meantime. They were watching the hatch as well above the site, making sure that nobody rotated around to give some support. It's locked in, and they're locked out. The Aussie gets a triple, but he's kind of hungry for more.
Seaback in the bulletproof camera there is letting them know we're coming for you, Oxygen. This might be the last time you win the lockers. but they're ready for it. There's still C4s, there's still fire on the board, and 40 seconds left to waste. Grenades are being rolled in to get rid of that utility. Sweater is being pushed back as C4 gets tossed out. Will it find anybody? No, as it gets destroyed. Smokes are blocking lines aside. He needs to go aggressive now. He needs to go for the swing to stop them from trying to get that plant down.
They're holding so patiently, but you can't really be patient when they're entirely swimming around you. They don't want to give themselves to the fight, but the fight comes to them. It has to be an ace for vertical. They're going for the plant, but they get the man. G2, once again, one step and one round away from taking map number 1.
And I can bet they are going to lockers themselves as well. Of course, they got close there before. But again, it is just a side that is almost so perfect for them. But what a take this was, by the way. Just first of all, that fire, putting the opponents on fire themselves, and locking off those 2 players. That was a very hard advantage to throw away for G2, and they did not.
I mean,
if they threw that away, we would have a bigger problem.
When they play like they're a unit, when they play like they're a team and not 5 individual players, they are one of the scariest teams in this game. We talked about it yesterday, watching them with Dez, and you see it from them that if they're sort of corralled and shepherded towards an idea, G2's collective IQ gets them over the line. Unfortunately, it takes a lot to keep them on the rails at times. Chance.
Arena.
Fill the arena. But OXG, I mean, they were 1 round away before. They're more than able, more than likely to pull this one back. Lockers has had close moments for them. There's been moments of growth. There's been moments where they're getting more and more dangerous, more and more interested in the angles, the ideas.
That's it. They were close before, but then G2 able to turn it back around. If the entry kill is this time being preserved though, G2 managed to play it slow and take as much time as they can. Oxygen is going to have a way harder time than they did in the previous round when they were trying to attack the lockers. Now, still some entry denial devices are being set up. A lot of the hatches actually have been opened up by G2. Might be wondering as of why, but that could be just to send C4s back up or just to have rotations out as Virtue gets the first on the dirt tunnel.
G2 with a start, and it is a big player from the last few rounds gone. OXG, they're going on a bit of a direct hunt. We know how many times G2 has extended up here to open. They have players above the hatch. This time, they've locked themselves away. They've pulled themselves further back. Whether the hatcher is open or not, it means they're not giving them the fight this early. They've opted to instead say, look, we know this hasn't gone super great, just good enough, and we want this to be a final round. We can work. There's a bit of a hold. Benja. Well, he's not even going to get the fight yet.
Yeah, the barbed wire got punched. They knew someone was coming from there. So what you do, you hold the angle, you get the smoke in, just buy yourself some time because they don't want to stick around on servers. They don't want to have the same happen against them as what they did to Oxygen. And as Oxygen is getting themselves together near servers, they're going to be opening up that wall. They're going to be trying to get rid of as much of the fire that could possibly be there. And, of course, those serial laser gates, because they need to get that plant down at some point. There's just so much utility still left. 3 C4s. There is going to be smoke canisters left. You need to go for kills and execute on the default A side is not going to stick.
That's what they're trying to work out right now, but they're at least getting a lot of the work done earlier on Dream. He waits, he wants to plant, and he's got to try and bait some of this. There's the last canister gone, the fire pops its way around. Alamau with the pulse will have the heartbeat read on anything that is trying to matter, so Foxay is going to matter on the back end. Benja blows him out of the vault this time. There's Sweater getting one back, and Dream swings wide, removes the gold hold. They lose the pulse, they lose the C4 not used, but Blur wins one on the back end with a heavy hitting DMR. It's a rotate over the top. They've got the split push. Newers has to go massive as he has throughout this whole tournament. It's not over until it's done. Newers on the plant. G2 swarms. There's one. He goes back on the plant. There's only a pocket full of seconds. He looks for the next fight. The C4 gets removed. We cannot get it. G2 do. And map 1 is theirs.
They will again take Lockers. It was indeed a hard-fought victory. And a lot of relief on their faces as well. You see it on the cameras. That's one leg into the grand finals. That's one step closer to the hammer.
And Fabian, he's thirsty for his third hammer, but he's the biggest tool of all. We'll see OXG, can they try and bring themselves back? They have been so good throughout this tournament. They were obviously runners across the upper bracket. This is their first game down here. We'll throw to a quick break before we're back with our analysts.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
everyone. First, I want to give a little shout out to the cosplayers behind me. They gave us these little treats, and that was really sweet. So y'all are amazing. And talking about amazing, how was that series, everyone? I love this crowd. I really cannot get enough. But okay, let's get right into this. And Dev, we got to talk about this map pick, right? It was definitely a strategic choice here, undoubtedly.
Yeah, look, I always thought it was going to be a risk for OXG going to Bank. We talked about it in the pre-match. Oxygen know that G2 are very good at this map and have won it 3 times so far in the tournament. But Oxygen, they clearly went in with some counter strats in mind. And we did have a nice couple of hot tricks and ideas to try and get an advantage in the first round. Foxay using Solus to do some jump outs, the Flores to clear some Azami kitchen setups that they clearly already knew about, and Zero Cams to cover roams and flanks. And yet, what do we still see happening? Successful roams and flanks from G2, successful power positions established by things like the Azamis from G2, and consistently opening kills traded back.
I think when I was in teams, it was always a very dangerous game that you played when you picked a team's good, like a good map for a team into them with a specific counter-strat in mind, because it has to work. If it doesn't, you don't really have any other option, basically. Now, obviously for OXG, it did. They got it to overtime, but for a couple of rounds going the other, you know, a different way, that's an OXG map. But what I will say is it was a risk, it was a calculated risk, but ultimately it was a risk that did not pay off by picking into Bank.
Fresh, I gotta be real. G2 was slow in attack. That hurt them. Oxygen was ready for them.
Yeah, I think so, and I think this was part of the counter-analysis. If you look at the rounds that OXG won, particularly rounds 4, 5, and 6, where they were playing the win condition to try and bait G2 into the plan, and then playing, you know, we saw the Solace from below, we saw the C4s on the lockers, and on the open area, we saw G2 still 2 people alive when the round had ended. I think OXG had a really good plan for their defense. It was just their attacks that came a little bit unstuck. They themselves then became slow, very, very slow in a lot of the rounds, and G2 were just waiting for them. The rounds that they did go fast in and they brought the pace up, they actually caught G2 off. So, you know, it was a real mixed bag of tricks from OXG.
And if you want to talk about the rounds being slow, there's actually 3 rounds in that game of the 14 that we played that ended on the timer, which is actually really uncommon. Usually there's something going wrong. Usually there's a plant denial or something akin to that that's happening if that's what's gone wrong. And I think it really leaned into the play style of these teams. Both of them had this get aggressive early and defensive late mentality. So in early round, you've got these extended roams, you've got castle setups, playmaking from Solus, Pulse. Alamau had a great round on the Pulse, by the way. And then in the late round, you're relying on things like the Goyo, the Smoke, and the Azami setups to try and lock in your defense and try and whittle down the timer so the attack gets desperate.
Yeah, Dev, you know, Virtue's up on the screen right now. Virtue's ears were burning. You were hyping him up.
Oh, yeah.
On the top of the leaderboard right now.
Which is not a place he's used to being. I mean, this is the 2nd bottom-rated player on G2 throughout the tournament and one of the oldest guys in the tournament at the age of 28. He's meant to be the leader, not the fragger, but every kill he got this game was impactful.
One of the noises coming out of the G2 camp, and they keep consistently saying it to me, is Virtue is the best fragger in our team. Now, he's not on frag-oriented roles, so we don't necessarily see it in stats. But I also think he's one of the smartest players in the team. It was just in the highlights package just then, and it was the first round of overtime, attacking the lockers. No attacking team had won it yet. And what does Virtue do? He takes the initiative in his own hand, and he drops the server hatch, and he manages to get a free piece. He gets the guy, Foxay, that was covering the server stairs player, kills the server stairs player. But the 3rd kill out of that was the most impressive for me, where he was waiting for the player to push through the site, anticipated it, and killed the Azami as well.
And what's more than that, Virtue is not just great at his role and fulfilling his Smoke, Hibana prerequisites, but on top of that, yeah, he's top fragging. And he's got 4 opening kills and 0 opening deaths. When you play an operator like the Hibana, when you're on that smoke roll, if you're the first one to die, that is a massive detriment to your entire team's chances of winning that round. So if you're getting into those opening engagements, you better hope you don't miss, and he doesn't.
Okay, let's talk about map 2. How are we feeling about this now?
Oh, this is
hesitant to me. I mean, that was a barn burner. It was a nail biter.
It was. I mean, I feel great, Jackie, but I'm not in the server trying to fight for survival in a $3 million tournament.
Right.
And Oxygen are, and they have just lost their own map pick. To me, Jackie, that's actually really scary. Next up, I mean, we're going to Skyscraper, which is a fantastic map to G2. They're on a 3-game winning streak. On the flip side, Oxygen have only played it once, and they 8-7. They got a 15-round narrow victory against M&M. So this, to me, just feels G2-sided.
Yeah, I would have to agree with this. Genuinely, is like, it's not often that I will just quote stats straight off the bat, but if I look at G2's defenses, it's a 78% defense win rate for G2 in this tournament on this map. That is incredible. But backing that up, they're also hitting 50-50 on their attacks. So a 3-3 attack split as well as an absolute, 5-1 pretty much as a usual defense split. They seem impenetrable on this map. It is their map choice for a reason. So I would have to back G2, because Skyscraper for the longest time was known as one of G2's ultimate favorite maps.
And in contrast, on the Oxygen side, it's actually a 50-50 win rate on both sides. So you can clearly see that G2 have a little bit more going on their defense. And for me, Oxygen really need to be able to hack that, be able to make pace. We've talked a lot about operator bans. Now, there are some massively powerful operators that can manipulate Skyscraper. When Thatch is in, it really can be a headache. When Kaid is in, it can be a headache. But to be honest, we're probably not going to be playing a game of Wall Denial. This is going to be about the Azami, right?
Well, I think this is the really curious thing about how Skyscraper, just across this tournament, has played out, is either teams have gone for one of two for options. They've gone for the bans focused towards keeping walls open, which has been, your Bandits, your Kaid. We've seen a lot of Bandit, Kaid, Thatcher bans when Skyscraper's been played. What that does is it allows the attackers to open walls and create pressure, but that Holy Trident is therefore back for the defenders. Or you ban the Solace or the Azami or the Valkyrie, but then good luck getting any of the walls open. So it's really curious to see which way these two teams are going to ban it out.
Okay, we are ready for map 2. I'll be honest, I think Dream is Sexy was my favorite chant. OXG fans, what are you gonna give us now? Okay, some woos and yas. Okay, we'll take it. Hap and Fluke, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And yes, we are back and expecting a lot of noise in this room. OXG, let me just rephrase that. NA, you're one map away from leaving Invitational 2023. It's time to bring the noise.
No, I think they can do better.
Oh, you can definitely do better. NA, bring the noise.
All right, that's way better, that's way better. I was going to say, it was a bit quiet the first time around. Let's hope it's not Oxygen sleeping on these kind of calls as they get into the next. I do hear a lot of EU fans around as well, though, but we are getting underway for map number 2, which is going to be Skyscraper.
This is dangerous. This is a territory that G2 has been happy to play on, and it's sort of that double-edged sword, but both sides hurt. Because one side is G2 likes to play here, the other side is a lot of other teams don't.
Yeah, that definitely does make it a double-edged sword for Oxygen. Rather, like the handle is also a sword.
Everything is
so everything is just going to be hurting if you swing it or not. Valkyrie band as well. We know that Valkyrie can be really strong on a map like this in terms of information. As the last band comes in, it's Azami. Also a strong operator. It's kind of funny to see how most of the operator bans on the defense really do come down to 3 operators.
Yes.
Solace, Azami,
yes.
Valkyrie, and Mira being a 4th.
Yep. It
shows how good they are.
It shows that we're in an era of very powerful siege operators.
Jackie's just getting cheered on as she leaves the...
She just naturally gets cheered.
She just naturally
celebrated. Yeah, unless obviously more and more of the Team Rainbow are killed off. We're in a dangerous situation.
Oh no, don't remind me of
Thank you,
cinematic.
Universe
I will
team.
Try. I am live on stage now, don't do this.
Yeah, not that Harry was playable, but...
Or Harry.
I know that there's people from the Siege Universe team that are in the room right now. Why?
Why did you...
Simple question. Why? Anyway. Simple question. Can OXG pull it back? Give me an answer right now.
I don't know.
Oh.
it's I mean, G2 is favored on this map statistically. The only play that Oxygen have on this, I believe, was against M&M throughout this tournament. Which means that there is a smaller sample size to go. Of G2 in the meantime, they've beaten DZ, Elevate, and Wolves. Consistently.
All right, G2 leading in on that defense here, and to be honest, when we did see G2 on this map the other day, it didn't actually start super convincing. There was a couple of rounds when things weren't quite hitting the mark. They had a conversation. It's, for me and my money, when we started to see players really get into the series. You're looking at Byron and Blur, you're sort of looking at Virtue, and look at this, Doki, no! He was so close. He's buying himself a safe route out, but safety doesn't last very long when that's open as well. He was concerned he would be swung, but it was obviously being covered and watched by the back end. OXG, they didn't get the kill on the back of it, but they're also lucky to survive.
Now the house area has gotten a lot of attention from G2, a lot of long angles. There's going to be barbed wires, there's 2 or 3 players out there, which is going to be making it quite difficult for Oxygen to actually take control of that. Rather, it wastes a lot of your time. You're not even going to be certain if you're going to be able to get out of it what you want, and thus they decide to pull back. It's a rotation that's coming through. Now, normally what you do is you put a thermite on that wall and you can open up onto the drum as well. Now, that's no longer the case. It's going to be Selmas that open up and provide Oxygen a route into Geisha, which is currently still being watched, by the way, by Blur. Looking to go aggressive.
I mean, he is a surgeon with the 9mm. He's so happy to just play around space. Give him a long fight, give him a short fight. As long as you give him a fight, he's engaged. The motion comes in underneath. You can hear the hot drones working. Newer's ready to catch the fight, but they're ready to fight back and has to pull himself slightly further out of bar before he finds the next fight, Doki. He's in an engagement, not of his own making or end there, and OXG, they get the first foot in the lead in.
Doki came around the corner there, had no clue there was a player waiting for him, whilst it seemed like the information was there on Oxygen's side. And what we saw in the house area basically has been extended towards Karaoke NT. Lots of long angles to work with, which is going to be making it very awkward to play here as an attacker when you want to get that diffuser down. Relatively little safe space, which means that Oxygen, they will really have to leverage their man advantage here, but the diffuser gets dropped by Benja. Instantly putting a pressure towards the Geisha balcony because they know there's still another player out there.
Look at the time though, 30 seconds. They've got to try and put the pressure upwards. They are looking for an in, but it's just not being offered to them. They have to force the engagement. And at this point, it's either straight up the stairs or the pinch like this, vertical. He's on the back end. There's a player right in the middle, but he suffers from the cover. The rotate comes onto drum door to trade out with Alamau getting one alongside the fight. Benja swinging across 2, and G2 seem to have a very good idea of just where everybody is. The break underneath, but pockets full of seconds. He can't even get to the diffuser in time, let alone the site in the first round as G2's.
Let alone up the stairs, just being pressured there by G2. And the G2 chants are coming through. And so does the chicken. Welcome back.
Well, it might be a... Oh, it was the chicken?
It was the chicken, yes.
Oh, the chicken's made it. Thank you. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
It was only a matter of time before we saw that one.
Here is the swing, the fight. So as I said at the time, they needed to force a fight, and this happened at the same time the other stairs fight happened. One was won, one was lost. Both had been lost. Suddenly OXG's got an idea, but they still didn't have a huge amount of time. That's the worry. But first sight, first hold, first defense, first G2. As the follow-up, we head over to the other top floor side exhibition room on the far end. There's the sort of half opening. They bait in the engagement, but that little idea of let's give them a little bit of a sharper fight to the outside might be something that allows OXG to have an inroad.
Hasn't been massively successful for G2. It's a coin flip, whether or not they win this side every single time they've played it, which is a little bit worse compared to the average for the tournament, which is 60%, which means that the teams they've been playing against have been able to dissect them their whole more consistently than they were able to do that against other teams. The mirror windows are making an appearance here, which is going to be making it quite difficult to actually use a triple wall. Gonna have to go from below to try and take those out. It's a grenade! And Doki just saw it coming and was able to step away in time. Still took some damage, but he lives.
I mean, I didn't even know if he saw that coming and just realized that they weren't at that point. They catch the Selma. Very good use of the Kaid claws, and Alamau, he's gonna put it up high. They're trying to push against the chance of a Thatcher. Obviously, the roll is probably within radius, but the pocket EMPs are not. There's the Thatcher, there's Newers. getting Benja underneath, getting some control, and it's a little bit more direct, a little bit more aggressive, a lot earlier on this time from OXG.
Now, a lot of pressure coming in from below as C4 gets popped. It's going to be making Sweater aware of the fact that some verticality could actually hurt him. Blur falling back, fortifying his window. Of course, still has the mirror windows to play with. Alamau suddenly just finds one below. Does he know about the player in pantry? Seems to be the case as Nuers drops. Alamau as well.
He was surrounded and he fights his way out. Alamau has all of them. And he's still focused, still firing forward. OXG. They thought they had a semblance of safety. They thought they had themselves kind of pieced together. And he ripped them right apart. At least the benefit is there's still some time. They can try and cook this. They can try and put the pressure. The window means they've got to pull themselves a bit further back. They cannot just go for the straight engagement over Terrace. They cannot just swing Dragon. You're looking at such a deficit of bodies. It's going to have to be something a little bit more direct. And there's Alamau being as direct as he wants to be. A C4 still in pocket, but I think he wants them at the end of his gun.
There's no utility to get rid of those mirror windows indeed, and that means Vertical's gone for a bit of a different approach. Spots ahead, but is unable to quite connect to it right away. Through the Dragon's feet. Dealing a little bit of damage. I believe a mirror window just has been popped by the defense. It's Dream that finds it down onto Doki, brings it back slightly. But no confirm yet. Are they aware? It's always that big question. And are they going to be able to go for a pickup?
Well, they've rotated. They've got themselves much closer. As I said, it's got to be direct.
Alamau.
But there's direct. Alamau on a quad. Can he get the ace? The last fight is in Terrace. They're the next on his engagement list. And he's got an engagement with a final, but it's Virtue. Takes the last. I mean, Carl wanted that, but if he got an ace, maybe Fabian would remember his name.
The audience wanted that as well. Like, Virtue gets that last kill, people are like, oh.
But, I mean, it was the first... It was almost that thing, that breakdown of intel and information. And it's the toughest thing about Skyscraper is the way it's built. How it's structured, the shape of it means it's really awkward to get a true read on just where everybody is. People move, obviously, but they move in very small, boxy rooms with a lot of corners and a lot of ways to tuck and cause damage. G2 have that knowledge. They're on their defense. They get to work around that, but they just seem comfortable.
We're headed toward the hungriest site of them all, as they call it, Barbecue Kitchen. And there is a clear name of the game brought by G2 here. Frost, Legion, Capcan, also Thorn. In terms of the trap operators here are truly here to make sure that life is going to be living hell for Oxygen if they want to be even making their way into the building or the site. So drones are going to be very important here. They need to clear out all these traps, because otherwise you're going to find yourself either with your foot stuck in a frost mat, or you're going to get blown into pieces.
Who will be the first to fall? The entry engagement hasn't been the biggest deciding factor between these two teams. It just seems, as I said, the follow-up. The trade game that comes on the back, if they can try and get one, maybe get two and get away, OXG might be in a much comfier place. Alamau hasn't died yet. Isn't trying to make a habit of it and has lent himself in with a huge opening couple of rounds. They're trying to hunt, though. They're trying to force the player to move out. You're looking at a little bit of an awkward site here because you've got to get control, obviously, of prep and of pantry, and then you got to maybe get the control above, or you can sort of do it vice versa. And to get that, well, you've got to control it, and it just goes on and on and on.
Openings to be made. Gumine still coming out, and that's going to be making pantry a little bit more secure. Just that first step, fall back, pull it out. Second step, again, stepping into it afterwards if they don't shoot them through. Nuers was leaning in, but is falling back just slightly. Oxygen are looking to rethink their approach here. Not quite having anything under full control, and you see it over the rooftop, just massive rotations coming through. It's going to be a drone sent in just to check if there's any free kill they can find, but nothing is being given to them by G2. And as they want to go for this top floor hold first, well, with just 90 seconds left on the clock, they need to be very quick with clearing this all out.
This will just pop its way around, get the breach, and get the breach open. They can try and potentially impact it against if they were stacked for it, but otherwise they're not that interested. They're more than happy to let this wall fall. They have a bit of support behind it. They have some rotation, and they aren't going to utilize it. instead of sort of trying to stick the point of Karaoke and sort of try and stick the point of Geisha, let's peel back just a little, rotate underneath. We still have control and they still only have a minute. This will just tuck its way round on the opposite side behind the box, and there's Blur with the cross angle. There's Alamau with one more. Blur slips his way past Drum. And that echo once again of what do they know? Not enough. They cement the kill. Fox does get one back, but this G2 has had a lockout.
Tactical timeout from Oxygen, and if you think about it, it is a right call. 3-0. You've managed to get the opening kill twice, but twice G2 able to leverage it.
Chicken.
Chicken. Is that just what we're going to be calling now every time you see that? Just bringing it back to opening kills, as you just mentioned it. G2 has gotten a total of 10 and translated 8 of them into rounds. Whereas Oxygen, they have gotten a total of 7 and translated 4 into rounds. So, as you mentioned, it is not that every opening kill equals over towards a transition round. It is a bit more difficult than that.
I mean, it's confidence. It's confidence is key. It's a team that is so happy to be dancing the boardwalks on Skyscraper. Teamwork makes the dream work.
That dream is the hammer right now.
I mean, the dream is the hammer. It always is, and it's something that OXG, they're bitterly close to. They want to fight. They want a rematch with W7M. They want to be the reason that they have something to bring back here, but it has just been such a strong opening for G2, and it's not that the rounds have been specifically close as well. That's the big problem. That's the big key takeaway.
Yeah, a total of 5 kills on Oxygen's side in these last 3 rounds. I hope you can all hear this at home. But the arena is becoming more and more G2 favored here.
You say it's quite funny inside the arena. On the blue side, a lot of EU fans have generally gathered. On the orange side, a lot of NA fans have generally gathered.
Yeah, people just they choose where their teams are sitting.
They gravitate.
They gravitate to where they are.
And in the middle, you have fans of City. People that just want people to have a good time. 3 rounds, OXG. You can try and pull a couple of them back too, and you've still got yourself a lot on this map. But remember, this could be the only map. That's the big key moment right now, is they don't just need to put this map as a fight. They need to take it, and they need to try and tire a team out that at the minute is seemingly hitting a bit of a stride. And obviously, there's probably nothing more tiring than having to play a game against Astralis, who will run the gambit and the gauntlet with you until everybody is exhausted.
It's just that exhaustion doesn't really seem to be a thing this tournament, because every single time a team has played a best of 3 before the second one, they seem to be getting away on top out of that.
Doki smashes the Salmon before it can get themselves a proper rotate. They still have an angle, but not a great one. You might be able to get a shot via rappelling on the opposite end, but it's not going to be clean, it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be a bit noisy. So instead, throwing their way around, get the ping, see if they can put the pinch on the player. There's a bit of motion coming underneath. Sweater, he wants to try and swing up house, but he needs a read because Doki is otherwise unchecked, unpressured. There's the pop of the goo mine, there's the swing of the Doki, and there's the kill of the player. A great take built on the back of it. Benja, he's got the support line. He's making sure that there's cover, and there's Blur on the back end. There's just always another G2 player.
It's a similar kind of setup we have seen in the first time G2 was here, but this time it's working out better. They're not losing these opening engagements, and they're not letting it back down to a clutch. Foxedo does get quite close to be hitting a head twice there. Quickly tosses in that stun grenade so he or his teammates can move through. Vertical takes small amounts of damage as Impact is being tossed in after him. Just dodges that. With a minute 20 left on that clock. Oxygen, you need to find yourself some security. You need to give yourself an opportunity to fight back, and that's what Foxey does.
I mean, it's the moment when that experience and that sort of history of the player comes together, when things are slightly piling against them. Foxey takes a lot of damage. Doki still holding house stairs, and there's the swing. How he's been in this position the whole round. By doing things like that, OXG have been unable to remove him. And Foxey cannot get the kill. The trade out, 4 in a row for G2.
What does that say? My car was stolen today. Aww. Oh, I feel sorry now.
Oh no.
I hope you get it back.
There's Blur making those shots. I talked about it before as being the moment when I saw last time G2 were on this map of forces sort of changing away. We saw a sort of resurgence. We saw G2 fight. The fact that they don't need that this time, the fact that they're sort of a little bit ahead of their own curve is a worry. And I like the little Doki scream at the end.
I mean, they've just had the tactical timeout on Oxygen as well, right? So if you don't bring it back now, G2 is just going to start running away towards that grand final tomorrow.
You have to think how many kills in that previous round happened on the other side of the map as well.
That's it, right?
All of the engagement.
It's all house area.
It was around house. You're on exhibition. You're trying to fight the side that's not quite bringing it together, and it shows how tricky attacking this map is.
5 seconds left.
It does, especially when you're playing against a G2 on which every single player is feeling confident right now.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And as the mirror windows are being set up for exhibition, we are seeing another identical hold to what we see in round number 2. Back then it worked out. Will it work out now? I mean, we just saw it work for Karaoke, and they were actually doing better on their second attempt on the defense here. Normally it's the other way around. Normally the attack gets a little bit sharper if they attack the same thing twice.
Newers, who has obviously had an unbelievable tournament so far. He's been a little bit shut out by Benja, who's also had an unbelievable tournament, to be fair. That's always the worry with G2. You never really know which gun is going to be the hottest one on the day, and Alamau, this series, this showdown, a great play. Mirror window's gone. The drive of the Twitch, the fight on the door, Dream. He's going to opt not to repeat that. He peels away pretty quickly. The worry is Benja doesn't want to be chased. He puts down a slowdown, and Doki hops out the Soulless. A read and a destruction of Vertical.
It's not the entry you want to have, but he just spotted a drone near the black stairs as well, so he's aware of the fact that there might be someone following up on him. Or is he not? Because Sweater's about to be coming through towards the barbecue side. Pre-fires a little bit, doesn't hit anything. Doki, he's just stays put. Virtue as well, and that he's hiding in drones will drive by him. They have no clue he's there. And if he goes unspotted, well, that could be very problematic later on.
The terrifying nature of Soulless consistently showing up throughout this tournament, and the many uses of an operator that is, you know, when it was added, we had questions. This SI, we've gotten so many answers. Do they know of Virtue? No. Not as much as he knew. They are ready for a fight back. They're either side, but look at the location here of Virtue. Look at who's around him, and look at the time. There's a minute. They're trying to hunt the player inside the T-room. They're trying to force them out of the engagement. They're looking for something that's quite awkward because Virtue's not moving. He's not giving them anything.
Still trying to hunt around the drum now. Impact's coming in from below. It's G2 letting them know, hey, we know you're here. We are coming to get you. As Dream now focuses on the side itself. Alamau's going to try and put up some bit of pressure as well. Send some tracers down his way. Doesn't quite connect to Newers. Doesn't quite spot the head. Benja finds Foxe. Newers is being taken down. And Dream finds one kill. Needs to strike back with an ace clutch, but he will not succeed. Benja shuts him down. G2 5-0. 2 more rounds and they find themselves in the grand finals.
5 in a row, G2. And it has been one of their strongest moments and performances this late in the day. The creativity is there, the confidence is there. G2 is here. And OXG have to try and pull one, have to try and pull something out of their attacking half, because otherwise it'll be a very long one on the defense. Just a slight little bit of extra hope is what OXG need right now, because it's still never over until it's over. G2 kind of want it to be over.
G2 want it to be over, but as you said, it's not over until it's over. But if you look at Oxygen, they haven't been able to hit the mark. 8 kills, 5 rounds. G2 is just filled with confidence right now. How do you stop that? How do you stop this confidence, this momentum that they currently have? You would say it starts with a round.
It does.
But you're going to need way more than that.
Starts with a round, and at this point it has to end with 5 rounds.
It ends to end with 5 rounds after that as well to put yourself on 6.
What are you doing?
I mean,
they know.
Okay, good.
OXG have to cement this kill. They have all the knowledge, all the idea. The drones come around, the player's there. Newers has the up-to-date yellow ping. The hop comes around. Oh, Alamo! Alamo wins it out, and sure, you get the trade. But that should have been a clean drop there with everything in their favor. And you can see the caution, you can see the concern in the motions of OXG. They have just lost the hold of G2 on their attack here on Skyscraper. The round has a lot of time, and it's a 4 versus 4.
At least they had that trade. But you could have just chosen a safe way by tossing a grenade in the tub and... Like I would just see his camp.
Because it's his second death of the whole map.
That's it, but I mean, they're just so confident on G2 now, and they're starting to pull these kinds of tricks and still get away with at least a little victory. It's just scary. A scary team. And they're growing more and more into this tournament. After their quick shutdown from Wolves in the upper bracket, they took revenge. And the lower bracket run so far seems like it might be completed. And they would make it to the grand final, but there's still 2 more rounds they need to win for that. Are they going to go flawless on their defense? We're about to find out in about 1 minute and 15, because Oxygen, while they're wasting some time, they still have a lot of ground to cover, and the majority of them are currently still looking to take that top floor in their own hands. And you might just be left out of time.
That's it. This is what we talk about on this map. How much you got to pay attention to, how much you got to break your way through, and what's been lost. A firefight again. Benja swings the double window and pulls ahead away. They've now lost the rest of their hard breach. C4 is Benja's, 1 more, and at this point, you wonder what can stop them, and if you're OXG, you hope it's the other half of this game. Sweater with the spray over, hasn't been able to have a connection on this map as of yet. It would be the perfect time, but look at how they've got to take this. Foxey's underneath, 20 seconds left. There's 2 stories of separation, and it's all being watched. Virtue wins out, and there's a second. G2 push themselves onto map and series point, and they have 6 very long attempts to move themselves into the grand final.
Talking facts now. What does Oxygen have left? After the first map went away from them, and now they have faced a flawless half against them. 1 round and you will be placed 3rd on the 6th Invitational, an incredible feat. But they want more. Oxygen want more. Can they go get it? Because G2 is just overflowing with confidence right now. It seems like there is no stopping them. And we're headed to karaoke first. Is it the first out of 6 they need for comeback? Or is it ending here as G2 is looking to send them home?
10 seconds to go.
It's a game of 2 halves. It's a game where there's chance here, and obviously having to go flawless on the biggest stage the game has to offer, this close to the final. Okay, it's not easy. There's a lot of stress. And I can't imagine being the one that has to lead it in. Newers, he wants to try and get just a foot in on the round. Foxey, as I said, he's got experience and he's trying to step in. Looking for the rappel, looking for the bite on the player, but the attention's being paid directly underneath for now. It's still a chance of it happening. If he's gone unchecked, the calls come through. And the grenade underneath, it's a trade out. Doki and Vertical find each other. Benja can't get a connection and gets scraped just a little. Cannot find it, Sweater. Top to bottom, rocks Benja's world. And for the first time in a long time, OXG have a body advantage.
In the past 4 or 5 rounds, they haven't been able to get that.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now they need to convert it, but Foxay drops. Alamau takes him down. He's playing with that DMR on the window. The question mark comes through.
Oh no.
That might be a tilting factor. G2, they have what they need. They're opening up the wall. There is still a bulletproof cam that will give away the game. Cannot do anything about it yet, but Blur has that talent shield. Virtue is going to be giving the cover.
They set themselves up. They now have this, a bastion of defense and a smoke to push them back and buy some time, but it's precious seconds. Alamau watching from far away, and maybe the question mark was he opened that window and got a kill on the back end of it. I'd be confused too, but I'd be sad if I was on the other side. Hits damage into Shredder. The pull, the ping, they have to force themselves back, which will buy Blur a little bit of movement. They're letting the top of Black Stairs become dangerous, so another canister comes across. But that one goes directly to the plant spot. They might not know that that ground hasn't been taken, and it's an early play and a ploy on it. Alamau has to rotate closer, though. It is still a 3 versus 3, and there's very little you can do on just that window alone.
It is. But as more smokes are being tossed in, and the talent shield soon could come into play from Blur. The utility that is left in Oxygen's pocket is slowly being taken down. There is a player below. It is going to be Alamau. He's going to start and see if he can push the main stairs. If he finds that kill, it opens it up for G2. And he does! Is it a double? No, he gets shut down. But it gives the moment for Blur to start to push in and see if he can plant.
They're going deep on the side. It's Blur. He's able to get one more and lock it out. It's the 2 versus 2 Virtue. He's on the slow creep on the back, and it's a 2 versus 1. Newers, the young prodigy, the Phenom has to go phenomenal if they want to stay in this fight and stay in SI 2023. The swing on gold, he's round the back, they know. The post plant and the rotate round, he's trying to isolate one of these engagements. Sees a sliver of health, sees a sliver of a body, but G2 have kept themselves cards close to the chest. They're on either side of the door in a line, but that is all! G2 will be moving on to our grand final. And NA confirmed themselves in 3rd. A hell of a run by OXG, built on a combination of some of the old and some of the new. But the only thing coming to this showdown was G2.
G2 played 4 maps today. They dispatched off the last 2 North American teams. And that makes it now only 2. W7M and G2 will be your grand finalists for tomorrow. One of them will lift the hammer.
Not the way it could have gone, but you've got to remember how we got here. A long, long road of the most intense siege any of the players on our stage will play, and it's heartbreak. But it's also the important fact that it takes so much skill to get to this point and this stage, and only 2 can make it. Only 2 teams can fight, and only one of them will walk away with it. But for now, we have ourselves those 2 teams.
Again, G2 will be taking on W7M. Will Fabian lift it for the 3rd, or Julio for the 2nd time? That's going to be one of those big questions we will see answered tomorrow. But what we do know is that G2, they have fixed a lot of their issues today that we've seen over the rest of the tournament. And tomorrow is going to be a hell of a game.
And you see the fans
following with the camera, nicely done.
If you shy away from the camera, we'll stay on you. Hey, Sam Stokes.
Hey!
The working heartbeat scanner, terrifying. I see a couple of devs there. Everyone here celebrating, but I mean, it is just a terrifying performance. And you have to be terrifying because you know what you're up against. And that's the thing, is for all the heat, all the attention, unfortunately, we still have to call Fabian entirely undefeated against NA, which I know he's going to love.
And it won't change today.
And it won't change until the next tournament. Someone has to fight W7M, and someone has to be ready to fight W7M?
Will G2 be ready? That's the big question, because we mentioned it before. It's W7M's tournament to lose. But by the way G2 played over this series now, over the series earlier, and especially that last map of Sky we just had, it is going to be, again, a historic matchup.
I like them cheering for Wolves.
I just heard the Owus coming in the back. Sadly, they are no longer here. But EU's hope is still. Now, as we wait, people back at home are going to start theory crafting. Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be W7M? Who is going to be taking this away tomorrow?
I mean, now's the time.
Now's the time.
Put your word where your sort of money is to put everything down. However, I think we're close to having enough of our word. In just a moment, we'll be getting some sweet tones. In fact, let's wait no longer as we throw it to the one and only Ian Chambers.
Emmy, Hap, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for G2! What a run it was for Oxygen. Unfortunately, they drop out of the tournament here, but it is G2. Alamau as well, you will be in the grand final against W7M. This is pretty much in touching distance.
Yeah, it's really excited that we are here right now. Like, I knew we were a great team, but I was not expecting a grand final with 1 month with Benja, a new player. So I'm really excited to play the final tomorrow.
Well, you mentioned his name there, Benja, your new player, and what a player he's been.
Yeah, probably the best player I ever played with. He's literally amazing.
High praise from yourself. And Doki said the same. You know, he wasn't expecting to be here. This has been quite a turnaround for G2. So many, you know, influences that have played a part in what has made you a better team, arguably, at this Invitational. But you've made one hell of a lower bracket run that showed no sign of stopping, and now you've made it into the grand final. Are you exhausted?
No. Job's not done.
Job's not done. You're still fired up. 2 best-of-3 wins in one day, and now you've got an evening to reflect, to rest up. What is it you'll be doing in the next several hours to prepare for W7M?
We studied them. I expect a normal game, because on group stages was quite easy to understand them and reading them. So I think we can beat the final boss.
You know the players in W7M. You've played against them. You know how good they are. How much of a threat are they? I mean, look, it doesn't get harder than a grand final of SI, but this team in particular have been on an absolute trailblazing run of form.
Yeah, I'm happy to beat them, to play against them, because I wanted to beat them on the final.
Do you have any part of your mind, because Fabian is staying well and truly in the background. He doesn't want to get too involved. He wants it to be all about the players. But is there any part of you that wants to help him raise his third hammer?
Yeah, I said this to him. Like right now, I want to win the hammer just for him, to give it his third hammer, and so he will become the GOAT.
Amazing. All right, so I want to give you the opportunity to say thank you to your fans before I let you go.
Thank you for my fans, everyone who's supporting us, guys. Thank you very much. I love you guys. Also for my family and friends who are in my home. I'm also playing for them. And especially for the haters, because there's a lot of them.
Cal, before I let you go, last thing. You're being very modest and humble here, and I know that you can get very loud. Just an opportunity. W7M will be watching right now. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Be ready.
Give it up for Alamau and G2, your SI 2023 Grand Finalists. So there you have it. We know exactly where we're going. We know the lay of the land on Sunday for the grand final. We've got one more analyst desk here this evening to wrap things up and talk through what we just saw, but this is shaping up to be an electric Sunday that you do not want to miss. Am I right, or am I right, Jackie?
Oh my gosh, so right. Are you ready? That gave me chills. G2 going to the grand final. Oh my gosh, what a journey it has been. But real talk, that map, what just happened? Like, what just happened for real?
They allowed... I don't know.
Speechless.
Oxygen allowed Skyscraper through. Oxygen allowed Skyscraper through. I don't know what happened.
That was step one, right?
It does make you wonder.
Step two is then picking to start on the attacking side.
Yes, exactly.
Makes you wonder. What a
You
game.
had some wild numbers for me. You're just like, Jackie, how did this go down?
I mean, I'm sure that everyone studying G2 would have seen the stat that you said earlier, 78% defense win rates so far in the tournament on Skyscraper. You don't want to start attacking G2's Skyscraper, and we saw exactly why. What a dominant showing. Every single one of these incredibly talented players was firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh, G2 dominating today, 2-2-0s. Fabian was just chuckling back there. I don't know, every time he came up on camera, I was just like, oh, he is so amused right now.
I think one of the things about Fabian is generally his coaching style with this set of players hasn't been equivalent of his IGLing style when he was a player. It's been very much a soft approach with his players, being, you know, their friend, leading them by kind of experience, just giving them tips here and there. Obviously, he's brought in an analyst to help him with the kind of analytical side of the support staff role as well. He had his moments during this tournament where he has had to shout at them, where he has had to say publicly, I have been disappointed in your performance. But then when it all comes together, he does look like one happy man back there as a coach.
I've got no doubt about it. Honestly, I've been very interested in how Fabian's impact is felt within the team. This is a guy who has raised the hammer twice before and been at the height of Rainbow Six in a dynasty that has never been mirrored since the age of Penta and G2. And now, I mean, talking to him the other night, he was saying he still believes if he got in the server and practice, he could play just as good as anyone. And yeah, that sounds like big words, but this means that he has such a high standard from his players, and he expects nothing less than 110%, 100% of the time.
All right, W7M, though, we got to talk about this. An absolute force. G2 coming in hot right now, though, Fresh. This lineup is out of control.
Yeah, I think so. I think G2, you know, they played, actually, W7M all the way back into groups. And I think if you look at how G2 played W7M, I think they got the banning phase right. I think they got the execution, maybe a little bit of nerves, all the way back in groups wrong. And it was a very, very close game. So they know what they're going to be coming up against. W7M know what they're going to be coming up against. It's all set itself up for an absolutely explosive final tomorrow, because it was 3 tight games in groups, 3 tight maps in groups. We're going to get at least 5, or well, not at least 5. We're going to get potentially 5 tomorrow.
Let's not forget, this is a very different G2 that stands before us today than the one that we saw in the group stage. These guys have found their form, and while, as Alamau said in the interview, he thinks that W7M have a more predictable play style, G2 are a global cocktail from Australia, Scotland, England, Brazil, and Denmark, and of course Fabian from Sweden coaching them. There is stories that could be told for years about the origins and the histories of these players and the records that will be set. And I can't wait to get stuck into it tomorrow. I got goosebumps right now.
I know. You know what else gave me goosebumps? That's 7-0 up on the big screen there. I do want to talk about Oxygen a little bit. Newers struggled today for sure, Fresh.
I think so. The consistency he showed throughout this tournament should not be, it should be appreciated. He has been excellent throughout the whole tournament as Newers. Sure, he had a bad day today, and bad days happen. But on the whole, he's had an excellent tournament. Oxygen have had an excellent tournament, and I think we would have been saying the same things about any team that lost and went out of this stage, because I think 3 of the 4 teams were not even expected to be at this stage. So overall, take a step back. It's been a great tournament for Oxygen. It's been a great tournament for Newers.
It has, and I expect great things from Oxygen in the future. I'll also like to add that while they might not have had their hottest day ever, it's not like one player bombed out, therefore the team lost. Sweater had a tough one, so did Newers, but neither of them are doing absolutely terribly. Statistically, they're still putting up numbers. They're still taking the fight to G2. At the end of the day, I think one of these teams had championship material at this point in time, and one of them did not, and that's why, of course, we have G2 in the grand final.
And it's been such a journey for G2. Real talk, after 2019, got a little bit stale for them, Dev.
Oh, I love looking at this so much. I'm a nostalgic man, Jackie.
X's, oof.
I remember looking back to at the very point when G2 entered Rainbow Six, picking up the Penta roster after they had become World Championships just before the Paris Major to go on and have the most dominant major final victory in history at the Paris Major. And of course, 2019 was the iconic win over Empire here in Place Belle in Montreal. Since then, of course, they are yet to find another championship. And I, Jack, believe it can happen tomorrow.
There are a lot of things that have to come together to create a title winning team. So I'm not saying this is just on him. But Fabian joined right after the Berlin Major. Fabian joined back as coach well, it was actually just before, but Shas was still there, the Berlin Major. Fabian joined for Stage 3 2022 and has taken them to the SI final in the start of 2023. That plus a whole host of other reasons, incredible. And we could be making that a championship on that graphic again tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know what else changed after the Berlin Major? There's one guy called Benja. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some correlation between G2's success and having a phenomenal Danish player on their team.
Benja, but Alamau, you know, that's our MVP. And thrilling interview, cool as a cucumber. Am I wrong, Fresh?
No, you're not wrong at all. I think, you know, he deserves all the plaudits he's about to get, and that he has got. I think, you know, he was signed as a star player, as this guy that brought this new brand of exciting Brazilian Siege to G2. And and I'll keep saying it again, he had to wait his turn behind Prano as an IGL, behind Citizen as an IGL. He's the IGL of this team, but he plays it from a role that is more of a flex role. It's not a hard spot role. He's got Blair for that. He's got Virtue for that. It means he can get in amongst it. It means he can make these very instant, very fast shot calls. And genuinely, the improvement on him that I'm hearing out of the G2 camp, when I speak to G2, it's not just the improvement on him as a player, but more so the improvement on him as a person and as a leader within this squad has been absolutely phenomenal.
And let's not forget that on top of being a phenomenal player, Alamau has an amazing story behind him. We've seen miracle runs from this guy before. You remember 2021? The Mexico Major, the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had to settle a group's tiebreak with a rematch. It was Team 1, Alamau leading the front, took down Cyclops on the rematch, and went through to, despite all expectation, take the Mexico Major Championship. He earned Rookie of the Year for that performance. And now he's the only player on G2 who is a major champion.
And we're talking about him as if he's an absolute veteran. In 2021, what, a year and a half ago, he was the rookie. And that is genuinely, you know, the story of G2. They realistically rocking into this tournament with, what, one, you could argue, veteran in Virtue that's been to multiple SIs. You know, the rest of this team is more or less up-and-comers. You know, it feels weird calling Doki and whatever, but it's all young players. It's all inexperienced players, especially on this stage.
Well, even for Doki, for example, he's been around for a long time, but he hasn't had the experience on the big stage like Virtue has. If you think back to Tokoname, which would have been Doki's debut at the time, he was unfortunately forced to sit on the bench and watch his team take a championship without him. He might be able to find his first tomorrow against W7M.
I want to dig into G2 versus W7M more. These are two Titan teams going head-to-head. Fresher to see you nodding there. It's like, I have no idea what to anticipate for tomorrow.
Explosiveness, it really is.
Love it.
I think for G2, I talked about them being this balanced team where they can do one thing, they can do another. They can play a forward line in a very aggressive style. They can play a back line, a delay kind of repay tactic. I think they can do both, and they're going to have to split between this, maybe even between rounds against W7M, because W7M are going to be that dynamic on their attacks, on their defenses. G2 are going to have to be on point tomorrow, reading into everything W7M are doing, because they just are that good.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about the grudge match between the two, G2 has never defeated W7M in history. They played in the group stage. Of course, it was a very tight one, but W7M did take the 2-1. And previously at the Charlotte Major, right at the start of the year, what a very different G2 we had, and a quite different W7M we had as well. And of course, now G2 have made their way through the lower bracket. They were, in fact, the Grim Reapers after all.
Yeah, we need to create a new meme for this one. And genuinely, the perseverance is like, and I will keep saying this, they dropped out, they picked Wolves, and they got their tongues burned by picking Wolves. They got their asses handed to them that day. And then they drop into the lower bracket, and they look like they're going out against FaZe. And I'll say it, that 5-minute timeout kept them in that tournament that day, and they've kept winning, and all the way into the grand final. That is impressive stuff, because normally we would expect a team that drops in from, you know, the upper bracket final, the upper bracket semi-finals to make the run. G2 was in the very first round of the lower bracket after playing an upper bracket game and has done the run all the way through.
Early predictions?
All right, I'm going to say it straight up. Everyone is thinking it. W7M are the tournament favorites. They always had been. Maybe you could have made an argument BDS were up there, but once again, a disappointing SI for them. W7M going through the upper bracket, there is no doubt that they are the team everyone is expecting great things from.
I think so too. I think W7M, there's no LATAM team to knock them out of it. Too big a map pool. They have absolutely everything, and therefore would be tournament favorites for me.
All right, well, let's talk about the schedule. The Siege action is far from over. Before the grand final, we got a couple events. Today, you got the Year 8 Season 1 reveal panel. Tomorrow, you get the whole roadmap. Do not miss the Dev panel at 2 p.m. Then, we have the grand final ceremony starting at 3:15 Eastern, followed by the grand final at 5:15. See you there. Oh my goodness, y'all will be on the Tri-Desk tomorrow. Excited about that?
I am excited. Look, one of my favorite things about today has been the opportunity to work with you guys, especially you, Jack. It's been a very long time, man.
Yeah, it's been a year, James.
Tomorrow, I get an upgrade. I get Jesse as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, well, it's time for me to say goodbye. I'm a little emotional, not gonna lie. So Siege was my first esport ever, and I told you all at the beginning of the show that I was sitting right over there, and I was like, maybe someday I can be on stage here. I'm sorry, I'm like starting to get emotional already. And it's an absolute honor working with both of you. You're two of my favorite people, period. And I just want to say to the Siege community, you have no idea how much you mean to me, and you will always have my heart. And I'll see you later.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
On the way to lifting the hammer, there are no shortcuts. Every second of every round is a test of your skills, brains, and determination. But as the stakes get higher and the competition gets fiercer, legends are made and champions are crowned.